All right, everyone. All right, it's 2:04, and I'd like to go ahead and open today's regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. It's Tuesday, March 14th, and now I would like to welcome Clerk Rodriguez to do roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Church? Here. Trustee Mayberry? Here. Vice President Nicolette?
Good afternoon.
President Smith?
Here.
Trustee Wesley?
Here.
Trustee Woodley?
Here.
And I guess we're waiting on Student Representative. Oh, sorry. Here, all right. Madam President, we have a quorum.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, for our pledge, I would like to first introduce someone very special in the audience, and she'll be leading us in the pledge in just one moment. We have a new Chief of Talent here in the Washoe County School District, and her name is Dr. Christina Mason. Dr. Mason joins us from the Anchorage School District. She brings more than 2 decades of experience at all levels of education, so that's substitute teaching all the way up to senior administrator. She has earned 2 masters, not 1, 2 masters, and her doctorate. And she is new to our community along with her husband. They have 4 children, and we warmly welcome you for creating Washoe County your home. So thank you for being here, and would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Mason. Okay, so let's move into section 2, our consent agenda items. I know that we have one request from Trustee Church to pull item 2.15, so we'll be pulling that for individual discussion. Are there any other items that the trustees would like to see pulled? No? All right. So JJ, do we have any public comment for items 2.02 to 2.14 and then 2.16?
Valerie Fiannaca for 2.14.
Hi, Ms. Fiannaca. Welcome. You take your time.
I know you can't answer questions. Valerie Fiannaca for the record. But on 2.14, money transfer out of State Special Education Fund, I see almost $30,000 coming out of funds. And as I mentioned before, I have a grandson who is in special education program, and he's not able to be mainstreamed at all because there aren't enough staff to take him into a mainstream classroom. So taking any money out of a special education fund really, really, really disturbs me. I don't understand what it's for, if it's for parties or I know you can't answer that question, but seriously disturbs me seeing money taken out of a state special education fund for any reason.
Thank you, Ms. Fiannaca.
That's all I have.
All right. Okay. Well, with that done, I'm looking for a motion to approve 2.02 to 2.14 and then 2.16. You so moved, but he had his light on, so I'm going to give it to Trustee Woodley, and I'll give the second to Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.14 and item 2.16.
Thank you. Motion by Trustee Woodley, second by Clerk Rodriguez. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. So that brings us to item 2.15. So we will open this up for individual discussion. This is possible action for the Board of Trustees to provide preliminary approval to draft policy 5120, arrest of students on school property, as required by NRS 391.283, and the initiation of the 13-day public review and comment period. This is an item for potential action, and we'll welcome Jason Trevino, our Chief of School Police. And before you start, one thing I do just want to add so that the trustees understand, and then also for the public, our legal team is doing a review about how we go about doing policies here in the school district, and they're going to be coming forth with some best practices. So while the policy committee is paused, we don't stop the work of policy creation. We have those conversations here, which means if you have questions or you'd like to see a change, we're going to make those decisions now in these meetings, just as we would in the policy meeting. So we would do that here. So just as a reminder to my colleagues, if you see something that you'd like to see changed, it is our responsibility to suggest that line 32, say this, and then we would discuss those and then we would make those changes. So even though the policy committee is paused, the policy work that this board is responsible for is not. And so with that said, I will go ahead and turn this over to Chief Trevino and our Chief Legal Counsel, Mr. Rombardo.
Good afternoon, trustees, Superintendent Enfield. So this policy came about as a result of, it's a requirement by NRS for school districts to have a policy that peace officers must follow when a pupil is arrested on school grounds during school hours. So this policy just outlines the general principles behind that. We worked with our Office of General Counsel to draft this policy, as well as our local law enforcement agencies, Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County, to make sure that they understood it and that the things in the policy were things that they were able to abide by as well, and that were workable for all the agencies involved. They all signed off on this as well, that they supported it, and then we brought it back to the Office of General Counsel to finalize the draft.
So just a quick point of clarification, going back to working with our other law enforcement partners, could you just briefly expand? That means that we drafted the policy, we sent this out for their review, they looked it over, we got their full confirmation that this is in alignment with their own practices. I know that it probably seems overdoing it, but could you just walk us through that a little bit more?
Yes, Chief Trevino, for the record, that is exactly the process that took place. So we sent the draft policy to the three agencies for them to review to see if they had any questions or comments or concerns about the policy. And as you stated, this is very standard practice for law enforcement in this valley on how we handle arrests to start with. So it wasn't like we were starting from scratch with some different type of arrest policy than what we already operate under. So they all three looked at it, didn't have any concerns with it either. We'd worked with our Office of General Counsel on most of the questions we had from the original draft before we ever sent it to the other agencies, and they were fine with the draft as it presented.
Before we go to discussion, I'd like to give Trustee Church the first opportunity. Is there anything else we wanted to add, or? Okay, so before we go to public comment, let's just clarify any points and we'll start that conversation now. Trustee Church, I know that you pulled this, and so very much like to hear your thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess the bottom line is I think the policy needs to go back. I don't think it's complete, and I will walk through why. First of all, As you mentioned, outside agencies specifically are covered under the NRS. I mean, we don't have any authority to tell them what to do, and I don't know that they've signed off. But when we think about Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County, there's marshals, there are highway patrol, state police, NDI. There's dozens, there's probably, well, not dozens, but there probably are a good handful of agencies, federal, that could be coming onto our campus and making arrests. That's not addressed in here, how we handle that. The second thing, unless I missed it, is the NRS states that you're supposed to have a policy under the circumstances under which the chief administrative officer is notified of the arrest of a pupil. I think we need to deep dive this a little bit. And again, so that's the bottom line. Now let me back up. This is our first policy, I believe, since we've essentially put on hold the policy committee. Policy committee, I agree, it was not prudent. It was not a good waste or good use of our time. But we would spend a lot of time going over changing this to that, happy to sad, wordsmithing it. And I don't think that's been done in this case, which is why I think it needs to go back. Second of all, as I mentioned, it covers the other agencies. I don't see where you notify the superintendent. I think there ought to be a policy in here about when the trustees get notified. Nothing in here talks about the severity of the offense. If we have a murder versus a routine, if it's such a thing, battery or vandalism, apples and oranges, and that's not covered in here. I have a problem that the parent should be notified within 24 hours of the arrest. I would like that changed to ASAP, no later than 24 hours. This would seem to say, you can wait. I mean, if I was a parent and my kid got arrested, I would be up in arms about not being told right away if I was available. I will draw a legal issue to your attention. A citation is an arrest. You are under arrest for shoplifting. And prior to being a law enforcement officer, I've arrested hundreds of people for shoplifting as a store detective. I made a citizen's arrest. And that's not covered in here, citizen's arrest. Now, granted, it doesn't have to be covered in here, but I think it should be. If a teacher gets assaulted, what about a citizen's arrest? What about a peace officer's arrest, again, as I mentioned, off campus? If the parents say, for example, are divorced, do we notify one parent, or do we try to notify both custodial parents or guardians? If a citation is issued, that's contrary to what it says in here, but that's still an arrest. If my child is cited for battery, I would want to know, or in my case, my great-grandchild, but I would want to know that they were arrested. And according to this, you don't have to notify the parent because that's a citation. That's not a physical arrest. The assumption in here is that they're taken to a, quote, detention facility. I'd also like to see something in here about notifying not only the trustees, the area superintendent, the superintendent, as well as the public. Under what circumstances do we notify the public? So I threw out a whole bunch. I'll probably be making a motion to send this back along with any other comments that may come in. And the only final thing is that policy number 2, I guess I see why it's in here, but it's like, is it policy or wouldn't it be more of a regulation to tell the police what they have to do? Reading Miranda, using handcuffs? That kind of seems like micromanaging from a policy standpoint. And that's pretty well, that's a lot of issues, but that's, those are my comments.
Yeah, just to be clear, 391, this comes right out of state law, and 391-283 is literally defined as the policy for procedures to be followed by peace officers when arresting a pupil on school grounds during school hours. So that's what Section 2 deals with. That's how those are the procedures we have for arresting people on our school grounds. This comes right out of state law. A lot of that, in my mind, is very molecular as far as communications and things of that nature. That's usually handled by Board Policy 9052, communications between staff and between the superintendent and the Board of Trustees and staff and the Board of Trustees. I think we should be careful about putting specifics in on each single policy because then you're going to create conflict of policy issues. Policies should be consistent with each other. So 9052 discusses the communications With regard to citations, with all due respect, a citation is not an arrest. A citation is equivalent to a criminal complaint, which is a document that says you've been charged with this crime. Arrest is a specific meaning, which means that you are in custody of a law enforcement officer or a civilian who is making a civil arrest, and you are not free to leave. With a citation, you are free to leave. So that's technically not the case. With regard to disclosure to public, NRS 62H prohibits disclosure to public of arrest of juveniles. So we're not going to do that, even if you were to instruct us to do that, because we're not going to violate state law. So that's the law that we're under, and that's the law that we exist under. So any record that is a juvenile criminal record, again, is confidential by law, to the point where we have had cases of parents asking for records, and we've had to say, well, no, not parents, sorry, because parents can get records. We have had people asking for records, and we tell them, you have to go to the juvenile court and get a subpoena to get that record. We will not release juvenile arrest records. And I think the logic there is obvious. These are minors, and it's not, you know, the public that it, well, in our state, it's, the public isn't entitled to that information.
I appreciate that. Something that comes to mind is that if this policy was so deficient, I mean, wouldn't the sheriff's office or the city of Reno or the city of Sparks have raised that? And by the way, that's not to say that there isn't room for improvement, because I would like to circle back on the notifying within 24 hours, but if it's accurate that this has gone through our own police department and 3 other local law enforcement agencies, it can't, I mean, I'm making the assumption that it is not illegal or terribly deficient.
Chief Trevino, for the record. President Smith, you're absolutely right. This was a very, this wasn't designed to go into the weeds as to, once that arrest is made, notifications and all these other things. The NRS is very specific as to what this policy required, so that's what we addressed was the NRS. I believe the majority of the questions from Trustee Church are well outside of the requirements of the NRS, which weren't addressed in this policy. So I think it's kind of 2 different roads that we're traveling here, the request versus what the actual NRS required for the policy. But you're absolutely correct. This information was given to the other agencies. They looked at it, and like I said, this is very standard for making an arrest in our valley. This is the things that our agencies do, and that's why we wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page and that the language in here was accurate. To Mr. Church's statement, he's absolutely correct. I have 0 authority to direct Reno PD, Sparks PD, or Washoe County Sheriff's Office to do anything. However, state law says we as a district have to have a policy that this is how arrests are affected on our properties, and then if an agency were to violate said policy, I don't know what the ramifications of that would be, but we're required to have the policy. I don't have the ability to enforce the policy with other agencies, but we have to have the policy.
So follow-up question, the 24 hours, so this I can definitely understand. Your kid doesn't come home from school. I see that there are lights on. I'm going to get to all of you. Is the 24 hours from NRS, or did we set that ourselves?
The 24 hours is not from NRS, and we looked at that, and the term ASAP, I'd love to have a definition of what ASAP is, because we said the same thing. ASAP to you may be immediately as soon as handcuffs are placed on your child. ASAP to me is when it's safe to do so and the officer has the ability to do so. So when you put something as ambiguous as ASAP or as soon as possible, there's a lot of leeway in there. So we were trying to put a reasonable time frame on there because I understand 24 hours may seem like a long time, and that would be an extreme stretch. And what we were trying to do was to be able to provide for circumstances that are out of our control. If we have some sort of mass emergency going on, it may be up to 24 hours before we notify a parent. In most cases, it's usually within 30 minutes of the arrest or less, depending on what the circumstances are. And I'll tell you straight away, we do not call the parent immediately as soon as that student's going to be placed under arrest, because we don't want the parent to show up on scene before we have a chance to transport the student and cause a secondary problem. So there are multiple reasons why we don't immediately call a parent and say, hey, come down here, we're about to arrest your student and transport them. The 24 hours was to give us some sort of an umbrella so that we weren't locked into an ambiguous term such as ASAP or an unreasonable term such as within 1 hour, when there oftentimes that's not reasonable to make that notification within an hour because there's so many things going on at once that we're dealing with limited resources.
I think the other thing that's important to note is when a child's arrested, law enforcement at some point is going to be contacting the parent as well, because they're not going to take that child through the questioning process and things of that nature. Most likely, it depends on the circumstance, but it's not as simple as the parent is at home just waiting for the school district to let them know. And to Chief's point, the 24 hours was, what does immediate mean? Immediate might mean something different to you as it does to Chief. Immediate to me means as soon as the child has handcuffs on, we call. Chief sees that as a safety issue. So I think it's important to have some leeway for our administrators in making this decision.
I appreciate that. Trustee Church, I think I have an idea about this one. When we get to the other side of public comment and we start having some discussions, I have an idea that might help with that one area that you brought up. All right, so before we go to public comment, we'll go in this order that I see here. We'll go Clerk Rodriguez, Trustee Westlake, and then we'll go to Vice President Nicolette, and then Trustee Church will be our anchor.
Okay.
And then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. I will say, if Chief Trevino and our Chief Legal hasn't put the mind at ease, someone that currently does work in law enforcement, this is more than sufficient to be a policy and to adopt. I will also say that currently working in law enforcement, so when a juvenile is arrested, Jen Evans actually does contact the parents as well, or legal guardian. So it's not like the school district may, oh, all right, you'll find out where your kid's at. There's different mechanisms in place so that there's no Amber Alerts or anything like that going out. So just to put that out there, that Jen Evans does contact, and that's their policy. So I just wanted to put that out there. And I think Chief Legal did a really good job. I mean, NRS 391 has nothing to do with store detectives or anything like that. It's very clear and to the point in layman's terms. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. And I'm not sure if Chief Trevino can answer this or Council Rombardo, but I feel very strongly that parents should be involved in if behavior issues. I think the parents should be brought in and held to some degree to work on the situation. So is it just arrest that the parent is notified? I just want to make this very clear. Is it just if there is an arrest, or is it also if there is some kind of citation, is the parent notified so that they're brought in to the discussion? Thank you.
Chief Trevino for the record. So absolutely. So there's two different mechanisms. This policy was to address the NRS, which specifically outlined arrest. Citations, and there's also a third category that no one's mentioned, which is a referral, which we can do for juveniles, which you can't do for an adult. We can do a referral. So when that paperwork is done on that citation or referral, yes, the parent is notified. Oftentimes, more often than not, actually, when there's an arrest or a referral in place, there's also some sort of school disciplinary action that's taking place as well. So oftentimes, the vice principal or whoever's handling the discipline case at the school will have the information from us as well, and they'll make that one call so that the parent's not getting multiple calls from us and from the school and from the counselor and everybody else. We try and streamline that so the parent gets the information from one source. And then to Trustee Rodriguez's point, that was my next note, so thank you for taking that one. Jen Evans also is part of that notification process as well, and then they will work with that family on that end. So there's multiple notifications, and any time the citation, arrest, or referral occurs, there's a notification that goes out. The policy here in front of us is specific to the NRS. That's why none of those other things are mentioned in it.
Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you. Is there going to be an administrative regulation that accompanies this policy that outlines more particulars?
Actually, I didn't grab a copy of it. I don't think we left language making it available to do an administrative regulation on this. We could always put that standard language in if the board so chooses. Again, to Chief's point, and from our perspective, this is just what's required out of a statute. So there are some great points being made here that we can't really control what others do, but they've agreed that this is a good way to go. So we didn't leave it open for a lot of interpretation. We thought it was just best when the legislature tells us to do something, we do it. Yeah.
Thank you. Number one, can you show me in here, because I'm still not seeing it, consistent with the Nevada revised statute, where the chief administrative officer, as per the law, is notified? It says chief administrative officer.
So at number 3, it says the district school police must notify the school site administrator of the student's school of the charge as soon as practical.
That seems to be not the chief administrative superintendent or whoever. So I'll move on a little bit. Respectfully, I disagree. A citation is an arrest. It's covered under NRS 171-1773, and then the authority for the that's the authority for the citation. The administrative section of NRS is 171124. Somebody commits a DUI. They're in the hospital, so I can't put them in jail. I issue them a citation. I've done it many times. That's an arrest. They have been arrested. I say, you're under arrest. Now, here's your citation. If they don't sign the citation, then I either have to tear it up if they're in the hospital, or I book them in jail. So a shoplifter or whatever, if they don't sign the citation, they go to jail. We haven't addressed whether both parents are divorced who we contact. So I'm prepared to make a motion. I motion that we.
We have to do public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well,
And there's a few things that we can still fix this. Like, we can still get to a few
Okay.
things if we need to. Because
Okay,
remember,
sorry.
that's what we're doing here right now. Chief Lombardo. Rombardo.
Not the governor.
Not the governor.
Chief
I gave
Lombardo.
you a promotion.
I'm happy right here. Thank you. So with regard to, we'll just have to agree to disagree, but I will just point out a citation specifically says on the back of it, a criminal complaint. I was literally the lead law enforcement officer of an entire county. But that being said, with regard to notification, that's done through an entirely different process. It's done through we know what parents get notified on these issues. If families are divorced, if they both have custody, then both of them get notified. If for some reason one doesn't have custody, then the other one gets notified. That's all laid out. Again, with all due respect, even if you put in this policy, we have federal and state laws we have to follow with regard to notification, so it wouldn't matter what's written in here. We would follow those. So I don't think that this is the place to address that. Plus, if you do address it in here and then the state law changes or federal law changes, now we have a policy that's inconsistent with that. This is strictly, as Trustee Rodriguez said, this is arrest of students on school property.
Thank you. Let's open public comment for this item.
Paul White.
Hi, Mr. White. Welcome.
Paul White with Education Crusade and Nevada Liberty. I'd like to start with a quote of Mr. Lombardo's. We're not going to violate state law here at WCSD. I'm assuming that's a policy that just got passed 30 seconds ago. It's state law not to let them be excessively truant without reporting them to the police. Doesn't happen. It's state law not to have illegal drugs on campus. 40%. We've talked to people at 25 schools, dozens and dozens of parents, teachers, and students. Drugs are everywhere. That's against state law. Where's the enforcing it? Having anything from pepper spray to knives to whatever, we're not enforcing it. As far as Mr. Trevino talking about what the school cops are going to do, are you familiar that your school cop at North Valley High School is known as Officer It's Not My Job? Are you familiar that he's been told about a 15-minute drug market that happens 5 days a week in the cafeteria and doesn't go near it? That it's delusional, this discussion that's been going on. The difference between talking about all this theoretical, nuanced, what we're going to do with a policy, how about you just enforce the laws that we've got? They're not being. It's why here in the last week, if you read anything coming out from Reno, from Education Crusade, quote from the teacher, our principal hadn't been on campus for 5 months. We haven't had a meeting all year. We're scared to death. We're locked in our rooms every hour praying to God nothing happens. The teachers are scared to death to talk to the kids. Every single one of these things is against the law. We talk about safety. That's a secondary. Safety is an effect of having discipline. And what do you hear from every parent of every child who's been beaten, robbed, stabbed, or murdered? You hear them say two things. The school cares nothing about us. And why won't they just enforce the law? Why won't you? Because you're being led by someone who believes that this is somehow not an appropriate thing, that we need to have a nuanced restorative discipline, 50 steps to solve one problem when there's 50 issues going off per hour per school. Just come out of this delusion, get out to the school. Superintendent, take the iron curtain off the school and let the board members go unannounced into these classes. Let's see what they see. Let the media come in there. These statistics that the RGJ let out today, they're as ridiculous as the fact that this came right from a teacher at Dilworth. Chief, another one of your officer, it's not my jobs, found a 9 millimeter, reported the 9 millimeter as a BB gun.
Thank you for your comment.
John Eppolito.
Hi, Mr. Eppolito, welcome.
Hi, my name is John Eppolito. The room is full. There's space back there. The seats are leaning against the wall. There's people in the hallway. Once again, there's not near enough room for the people that are here. I don't know why you guys I guess I do know why you keep doing it over and over. You don't really want people to come and speak. I've been following the Education Crusade a little bit. Actually, not a little bit. I've been following all of it. It's very concerning, the things that Mr. White brings up. Even if half of what he brings up is true, it's very problematic. I mean, we don't see this where I am because of the schools are small and everybody knows everybody. But I know that there's major issues in these schools. And I see the superintendent checking her phone or something right now. That's nice. And that's just goes to show she really doesn't seem to care that much, and it's unfortunate. This is our 6th superintendent that we've been through. Trustee Westlake mentioned something about the parent notification. I too think that parents should be notified, as early as they can. But what it really brought up in my mind on the parent notifications are all the things that are happening in the schools that the parents never get notified of. And what I'm talking about, I think some of you know where I'm going with this, are the things that are entered in Infinite Campus, the discipline, the minor discipline, the counseling, the psychiatric, the multi-tiered system of support. For some kids, it's probably over 100 pages by the time they graduate. And for almost all of that stuff, parents are never notified. And that is the stuff that will likely affect the future of these kids. And we try to talk to this board, 6 superintendents now, I don't know how many board members, probably 40 board members later. And it keeps getting worse. It doesn't get better. John Eppolito.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
Margaret Martini.
Hi, Ms. Martini. No rush. No rush at all.
Thank you. Members of the board, I have heard the chief say more than one time about limited resources. We could do this, but we have limited resources. We could do that, but we have limited resources. This board just passed 4-3 over $600,000 a year in 3 pretty much administrative positions. We don't need any more administration. We need boots on the ground. We need to protect these children. We need more security. We don't need 3 people that cost this district $600,000 a year. How many police officers or security, school police, could we buy for $600,000 a year? What are you thinking of when you keep adding administrative positions and administrative positions? So I think it's absolutely correct that this whole problem needs to be addressed. And I also think that having been a parent of someone in Washoe County School District, that this notification process is absurd. It's beyond absurd. You are not the parents. They are not the parents. We are the parents, and we need notified, I don't know what, ASAP, then put a time limit of like 1 hour, a minimum. There's no reason at all that there should be a time limit of 24 hours. I don't care what he says or what anybody says. These children have parents. They're number one. You are not number one. The teachers are not number one. Okay? The parents are number one. And everybody here most everybody here, seems to forget that. So I think you need to restructure this, and I think you need to rethink your position on the parents' role in these students' lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martini.
Darla Lee.
Hi, Ms. Lee.
Darla Lee for the record. Good afternoon. I would echo the comments that have preceded me in this regard. I would just like to add a more personal note. I live in the HOA that is directly across from the new Hug High, and we were given certain promises, if you will, before the school opened, that it would be a closed campus. And now, of course, there are news reports that have been really from the get-go of the school opening and being so near in proximity. We have students in this supposedly closed campus. As a matter of fact, when on my way over here, there were teenage student girls lounging on the private street below me that were hanging out, and according to my neighbor who is very close to that area, this is common. I have watched at least 3 students just the other day during lunch hour wandering around our neighborhood.
Really quick, about the arrest of students on school
Yes.
property.
Well,
I
this-
want to make sure that I
okay.
hear, I want
All right.
100%, I want to make
I'll-
sure I hear your on
Yes,
that before we run out of the 3
definitely.
minutes.
Because have you ever heard of the theory of broken windows? So we have kids wandering our neighborhood unsupervised, and truant officers that are apparently nowhere to be seen, even if we call them. And this would lead, I believe, to why we have the problems in the schools now, which this is supposedly part of what is being addressed here. But it's not happening. We don't have the minor infractions being taken care of until they lead to the major ones. I have a good neighbor right in front of me who has 2 children at Hug High currently, and they are good boys. I know them. One's a junior, one's a senior. I have spoken to them and mentioned the fact that, you know, I've heard an awful lot about turf wars at Hug High, and is what really is going on? And they just kind of looked at me like, you know, what planet are you on that you don't know that this is a common occurrence? So my question to this board is, what kind for kids like these 2 young men who are very, very nice and good students as far as I know, what chance do they have in that kind of atmosphere to actually learn anything?
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Hi, Mr. Duran.
Hello, my name is Pablo. I'm a first-year guest teacher at Westcombe School District. I want to become a high school athletic director, and I'm currently intern with Wall and Star Wars for the student coordinator. So my experience as a substitute has been not great in terms of student behavior. So I talk about the school properly. Yes, I do support this agenda. So I'm sorry at most Taiwan school like Hug, Deskai, Dover's, etc. And I know I facing many students who either not pay attention to me, very disrespectful to me, don't want to work. What teacher would give up to the handout when the teacher not going to be here. Also, many students are fighting during classroom. I seen at Desert Sky Middle School last September, and it's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Like need to be changed. So if us the school ground, I saw last week at Hug and Wooster High School. I was almost picked Wooster High School as the substitute teacher at Wooster High School, but I ended up at Galena High School. So I saw Thursday there a large fight, and not very great. And then Friday, many of the students were expected to get the treatment for lunch and act like a part of an elementary school. It should not be like that. And it's very unfortunate they have code yellow every day at Wooster High School. And also, I saw Huck High School, which is a favorite high school, as you may know currently. And I was subbing there many times. I was banned from Huck for subbing for not doing any classwork management of I cannot control what the student behavior what it is. So I have to do is call a dean many times. Not just Hug, but many school, middle school, high school, and a very poly to my first year not gonna be very great year. Gonna be very terrible year. I have mental health issue from December to January, so I almost resigned from that job in December. I tell the pay raise to $125 per hour, which not that much. Is very grateful. So I only sub you Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday instead of Monday to Friday every single day. And hopefully this one need to be passed. It need to be informed by parents. It's parents' fault. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. And just as a reminder, the public comment for this is on this board policy 5120. It's the arrest of students on school property. So just want to make sure that everyone gets the opportunity to weigh in on the conversation we're having about this policy.
Renee Resentes.
Hi, Ms. Resentes. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well.
Good. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I just want to a couple things. I think it was the police officer when he was speaking. He mentioned referrals, and this will be a question, but it's for all of you to discuss. Would the parents be aware of the referrals that he's talking about? So I'd kind of like for some of you to look into that. You know, what types of referrals? Would the parents be involved in that? Yeah. Okay. And also, there was a school fight that I witnessed it was in the parking lot, but it was during school hours. And it was we're across from Reed High School. And there were a lot of young men ganging up on a girl. And she had really long hair, and they were pulling her hair and swinging her around, and the police were called, and they came. And they talked to the kids, and they left. And then after they left, I was still there, and they started doing the same thing to the girl. So I think that if we don't put some teeth in this, it's not going to stop. It's going to just continue to escalate. If the kids think that they can ignore, if the parents and the authorities are going to ignore their bad behavior, then they're going to push it, because that's what kids do. So I'd like you to consider that, and we need We need follow-through with the law. We need consequences. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we don't usually go back and forth, but the incident you saw, was that at a school or was that out in the public?
Well, it would be out in the public, but it was lunchtime from Reed High School.
Okay, so this did not actually, I just wanted to quickly clarify that.
Right,
So
but
what
it
you
could have.
saw, for sure, but what you saw took place
At the
a
time.
Very good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Mike Krogan.
Hi, Mr. Krogan.
Good afternoon. Mike Krogan I live here in Reno. When I was listening to the presentation from the chief and the attorney, what struck me was you're being presented with policy making by those who will enforce the policy, and that's a good thing. I would also suggest that somehow or another you get those who would be the clients or the subjects of the policy. I'm not hearing their voice in this room. Maybe you have other arrangements for hearing their voice in another place at another time. That's good. I would encourage you to do that. The other thing that I would add to the commentaries here is I have been both a parent and a teacher. And I can tell you as a parent and a teacher that I have been in the homes and have been very close to, frighteningly close to, parents who really shouldn't be told right away about their kids' performance and behavior. Parents can be very dangerous for their children. We need to keep that in mind. I also think we have to keep in mind that kids of all ages have a right to privacy. I would support a 24-hour window of opportunity because I have a feeling that there are going to be incidents where maybe a counselor, maybe a social worker, maybe a pal needs to be notified before or as parents are notified for the sake of the safety of the kid in question. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Krogan.
Julie Osborne.
Hi, Ms. Osborne. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Julie Osborne. I'm a Washoe County resident, and I'm also a retired firefighter paramedic. So I have a question for the chief and legal counsel about about the 24-hour notification period for the parents. One of their examples was if there was a big incident, that would be called an MCI, a multi-casualty incident. And my question is if there's a multi-casualty incident, is there not a policy in place that says an MCI being called kind of supersedes all the other policies? So I think that that would supersede the 24-hour period. So in this policy, I believe the time period needs to be much less than 24 hours. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have for this item.
All right, thanks. All right, so let's bring it back here. Just as a reminder to my colleagues, this is the work we do. These are the recommendations that we make. We listen to them, and then we suggest how they could be better, and we decide that right now. So one of the things that I've been hearing from public comment that has also come up from trustees are around two different areas. So I'd like to direct everyone, it's page 2 and it's section 3. So as a point of suggestion, we've got the very end of that sentence which ends, which should be done within 24 hours of the arrest. We could consider a change that could be, should be as soon as practical and within 24 hours of the arrest. A change like that promotes the interest that the board would have to alert parents as soon as we reasonably can. I do not believe that we can say that they would be called within 15 minutes. Every situation is different, but I believe that with changing the wording around should be as soon as practical and within 24 hours communicates the fact that it is a priority to reach out to the parents or the guardians or the necessary people, and does not suggest that it would take as long as 24 hours. So with that said, I will go ahead and I will make that motion and see if there's an interest to it. And again, to be clear, that would conclude the sentence, which should be as soon as practical and within 24 hours of the arrest. All right, that's seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. Is there any discussion on changing that wording?
I do. I think there's so many issues here that we can do it that way, but I think it's much better just to send it back to staff to redo it, because I'm going to bring up, again, maybe another motion on discussing citations, maybe another motion on changing the board policy from arrest of students on school property to physical arrest of students on property by peace officers. I mean, there's a lot of stuff here, so I just think it's better if we just send it back, but because of the nature of time.
Well, and you could certainly make that motion later, but we have to do, so we can always have additional policies. We can talk about if militias come into our schools and do citizens arrests. That's a whole different policy. We need a policy for this now. And remember, us moving this on, possibly making changes and moving this on, this goes out to public comment and comes back to this board again. Okay, so this is not the one and only time that we'll see it, but I do suggest to my colleagues that we do the work here now if we want to see recommendations. So we have a motion, which is the one that I just made, and we're discussing that motion now before we go to a vote. Trustee Woodley.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I will support that motion, because the young gentleman that spoke in public comment actually took the words out of my mouth, because my concern and all of our concerns has always been safety in our schools, safety for the kids, for our staff. And the truth be told is not every individual is going to react in a reasonable manner. We may be dealing with a hostile individual who's upset that their child has been arrested, and we have to take into consideration the safety of the individuals that are still at that school. Me personally, if that's the individual, I'd rather we don't contact them until everyone's out of the school. So I support the motion that you've made, and I'll be voting that way. Thank you.
All right.
President Smith, may I ask, I'm just trying to make sure I have the notes correct, as soon as practical or within 24 hours? Or did you have and within 24 hours?
And within. It could be and or. Feel free to make a recommendation on that, and I can always amend it. But I had it as which should be done as soon as practical and within 24 hours.
Okay.
All right. All those in favor of making that wording change, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, that motion passes. And just as a reminder, that's just one small change we did. We're still going to talk about this and make an overall motion for the whole policy. But remember, this comes back to us, okay? The other thing that caught my eye with this, which is also in Section 3, and that is notifying the school site administrator. Mr. Rombardo, I'm curious about your thoughts around changing that around school site administrator and district leadership. Would that be a change that you feel would be enforceable and within the law here if we were to add that district leadership would also be alerted? Or do you feel that the current wording suitably covers that?
Well, we feel that the current meets the requirements of NRS. Again, I think we're getting into minutia. That seems to me to be Dr. Enfield's decision. If she wants to be leadership, she should direct the chief, and we already do this, but the point would be is she gets to direct these guys, hey, if we arrest somebody on this type of charge or above, I want to know about it, So I don't think it's necessary. And if you're asking, I think that was your question, is it necessary?
It is.
I don't think it's necessary.
Clerk Rodriguez.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I obviously would agree with Chief Legal. I mean, does the Reno City Manager get notified every time there's an arrest made in the city of Reno? Do the Reno City Council get notified? So, I mean, I would say, I don't think that would be necessary, and I do think that would be definitely up to Dr. Enfield's lane.
Thank you, President Smith. I would just say that our communications team and our Washoe County School Police do an excellent job of keeping us informed, and they know when things need to rise to my level, and I trust their professionalism and their judgment on that. So I would agree with Neil that I'm confident that we have that in place.
Thank you. And I appreciate this conversation because these are the things that we should be unpacking to really understand how this works. Trustee Church.
I'm just going to quote the NRS. The policy must include the circumstances under which the chief administrative officer of a school must be notified of the arrest of a pupil. It doesn't say school site administrator. We're not compliant, in my opinion.
Well, it says chief administrative officer of a school. This says school site administrator. I mean, it's the same thing. We're allowed to have what language fits for us as opposed to just adopting generalized terms. The point of policy is this means something to us in Washoe County School District. We put the term chief school administrator. No one knows what that means because we don't call them chief school administrators. So chief school administrator or chief administrator of a school is the school site administrator. So that's why we wrote it that way. We have to have terms that mean something to us. So we believe it's consistent. That's our legal advice.
Thank you. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you. What about if we did the chain of command? So it would go to the principal, and then if the principal of the school felt that should be directed to the chief area coordinator, and then the chief area coordinator, then if that individual felt it should rise up to our superintendent. Could we kind of just nail down like a chain of command so that it shows a procedure? Because not everything would have to go to the superintendent. It could just go to the principal.
So if I may, with what Dr. Enfield just said, there's a difference between what we said as the policy and then there's what Dr. Enfield sets as the practice within the district. So I would like to invite you to comment on this again, but I think what I heard her say is that is exactly what happened. So the policy just covers the fact that the school site administrator will be alerted, but Dr. Enfield has a process in place where all those dominoes already fall. That's okay.
Can we define school site administrator then? I mean, is that the principal or is that the dean of students? I think we're just getting hung up in the definition.
School, yeah, this is Chief Trevino. So to answer your question, we were very cautious on how we worded that for that exact reason, because it certainly is the principal if they're on site, if they're in town, if they're available. If it's not, it's the next person, to your point, there's chain of command, that next person that's designated to be in that role at that particular time, which may be a dean for any given circumstances. But that's why we utilized that term versus the principal must be notified, the vice principal must be notified. So the school site administrator could be designated as the dean for today because the principal and the vice principal are at a training or something of that nature.
Thank you. And Dr. Enfield wants to weigh in too.
And I'm not trying to add more complication, but would clearer wording perhaps, and I'm not sure that this would work, to your point, Trustee Westlake, principal or principal designee? Would that be clearer for trustees and the public? And Neil, Chief, do we have any issues with that? I just think that might address the ambiguity that I think some are feeling around school administration.
District, school, police, and the school principal or designee. That's fine by me.
Or principal designee.
Yeah, or principal designee.
So basically, to Chief Torino's point, if the principal is off-site, they designate that the assistant principal, the dean, maybe a acting principal is going to be there for the day.
I'm writing it out right now.
I can't.
So I worry that we're diluting this a bit, but what I'm hearing is that that line would read potentially, the district school police must notify the school site administrator, principal, or principal designee, as, and then the rest of the wording goes, of the student's school of the charge, so on and so forth. So I'll read that again if this is what I'm hearing. The school police must notify the school site administrator, principal, or principal designee of the student's school of the charge as soon as practical. Is that what I'm hearing?
Principal, President Smith, I would actually, I was proposing replacing school administrative officer with principal or principal designee.
So
it
must
makes-
notify the principal or principal's designee of the student's school of the charge as soon as practical.
Not site admin.
Yeah. So the school site admin would come out. So we probably should do a motion on that, if that's what the board wants to do.
And I do have a question. So we're thinking in our heads about school. I also went to football games.
Sure.
So is there always a principal or designee at these games? I'm a little uncomfortable with the word principal. I actually like school site administrator. It leaves it very open for what may happen at other events.
Trustee Nicolette, yes. So there is a designee at the sporting events. Oftentimes the principal will be there, but there's so many events going on that are spread out. You know, Reed might be playing a home game and a traveling game, so the principal may be at the home game, but you know the team's traveling, so they send a representative as a designee at that point. So that was why we kind of settled on the site administrator, but the principal or principal's designee works as well. The practical application of this for those of you that aren't in the schools and dealing with this, generally, from my experience, the principal isn't the one dealing with these issues on a day-to-day basis when there's an incident. It's going to be like the vice principal of discipline. That's going to be the designee 99% of the time from my experience, like at the high school level. Then, to your point, the vice principal would then feed that information up their chain to the principal, you know, as to whatever communication system they have. You know, if a student's suspended for X, Y, or Z, it has to be notified to the principal, that type of thing. But more often than not, at the higher educational levels, like the high school, it's more than likely going to be one of our vice principals would be this designee.
Let me also point out the policy applies to on-school property during school hours. So I don't know if we should get caught up in extracurriculars that are after hours. The statute requires it's specifically related to that time frame. And I think the reason is that at that point they're in our custody. When you go to a football game, you're not in our custody. I mean, obviously we're there and we want to make sure our children are safe, our students are safe, and that's why our principals go, et cetera. But in this circumstance, the child is literally there, required to be there. The student is required to be there, and the student is in our direct care. So that's how this. I think that's a nuance in here, but I think it's significant.
Okay, so I'm going to try to bring this together. And so one thing I do want to point out is that we really, at the moment, don't have an issue related to reporting. Like, everyone finds out about this, so I don't want us to hyper-focus. With that said, I support the idea of adjusting the wording, which I believe would now read, the school police must notify the school site principal or principal designee of the student school of the charge as soon as practical. If you like that, then you can say so moved.
So moved.
Seconded by the very quick Trustee Mayberry. Is there any discussion on this particular change?
Just to make sure the record's clear, you also later used the term school site administrator in the next sentence. I am presuming we would change wherever it says school site administrator to principal or principal's designee.
Do you accept that as an amendment?
I accept that as an amendment.
Trustee Mayberry, as the second, do you agree? Okay. All right, seeing no other discussion, all those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, all those opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, we've had some really good discussion on this. Are there any other specific changes? I mean, personally, I'm hearing from the body that we've made some important changes. We've heard from the public. This is a policy that we need to have. We can certainly address other things that happen at other times, but I'd be open to a motion to advance this policy, knowing, of course, that we're going to come back. Trustee Church, I see your light on, and then I'll go to Clerk Rodriguez.
You asked if there was others. I've got about 3 or 4, and I think they're pretty significant.
Well, I mean this
again,
is your fourth time going, so let's just make the recommendations.
Okay, because again, my thought was to send it back, because this is what we do normally in the policy committee. Unfortunately, the audience, we're changing administrator to principal. I have a concern that the word parent should be changed to parents or guardians, plural. That's very minor, but let me cover a couple others.
I think I do see that, parent/guardian of the arrest, parent/guardian.
I believe it should be plural.
I don't think there's any ambiguity about it saying parent/guardian. Is there?
Again, I mentioned if there's 2 custodial parents, I think it should be plural. I'll cover a couple others real quick, and then we can maybe deep dive back if we want. I think very importantly, thanks to Dr. Nicolette pointing it out, I didn't see it. There's no authority in there for a regulation. I think at a minimum, as in standard policy, there ought to be an authority for the superintendent to enact regulations to carry out the policy. That's found in almost every other policy. And I'll bring up I've got a lot of issues, but
So
I'll
here's
just...
the thing, instead of just bringing things up, tell us what you want this to say. We make this,
Okay.
and this is your 4th time going. So I 100%, we've already done 2 of the things that we've brought up.
Okay.
Tell us what you want
Sure.
this to say.
I'd like to make a motion that section 3A be changed to add a plural, parents, guardians.
What do we do when there's not more than one? So I guess let me pause on that. Is there any ambiguity in the law that, I mean,
As I stated
isn't what
earlier-
this means? I'm sorry.
Apologize, I thought you were done, sorry. As I stated earlier, we will contact the school district, and the school sites will contact the parents that need to be contacted, whether it be a divorced family or family with 2 separate parents or whatever we're contemplating. Our notices, there's each student, we have information about who we contact. And so we would that's who would get contacted. It's not, no one's going to read this and be like, oh, cool, I only have to contact one parent. I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound flip. I don't know what else to say. No one's going to read it that way. It's just not going to be the way it's done. There's no ambiguity from our perspective. We wrote it, so we don't think it's ambiguous.
Trustee Westlake.
Thank you. Could it state what you just said on students' parent slash guardian as noted in the student's information? Just so that we know that everyone on there will be contacted.
It already happens. Like, we have to, by law, do that. That is already in this. We have to do that. The law supersedes this, and that is already happening. So, yes, in theory, we could put a parentheses and an S and another parentheses, but like that is getting really minute here. No one is not getting contacted with this. If it let's say it said only one of 2 parents, then obviously I'd have an issue with that. But that is not what this actually says. Clerk Rodriguez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. If I just may, for the trustees that are, there's a handful of us here that are parents. There's a lot of forms you have to fill out, like in case of emergency, notify, and I have a blended family, so there's forms that as parents we fill out. We know what we're signing, so I know these things are happening. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief. Yes, head nods. So this, as the president's saying, this stuff is happening. Parents are being notified if there is an emergency or things like that.
You have a motion on the table. I don't believe you have a second, so.
I apologize, and you're exactly right. I'd like to go back to that procedurally, and I apologize to you, Trustee Church. Can you repeat that motion so we can see if there is a second to that? And I apologize for that procedural.
I make a motion. sorry. I make a motion that 3A be amended to state parents, guardians, as opposed to parent guardian.
Is there a second? All right, there's not a second. So that motion will die. And just on a personal note, I only don't think I'm seconding that or voting on that because I believe that that's already happening, not because I don't think that everybody should be alerted. So specifically, what are other changes that the body would like to see?
I think I just have one more, and this appears to be fairly significant. We just earlier said school hours. It's students' school hours. However, under purpose, it does say school hours, but just before that, it says, or at district-sponsored events, which I see Dr. Nicolette motioning. So for the sake of speed, I will make a motion that we, under purpose, we remove or at district-sponsored events.
I second the motion.
All right, quick discussion because I'm trying to understand where the disconnect is. So I see it in the purpose for the arrest of students on school premises during school hours. Can you direct me to the line, the number?
It would be right before the board shall establish guidelines for the arrest of students on school premises during school hours.
Where does it say at the event so that I can see where the disconnect is?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down, so 5 out of 6. 4 to 5. 1, 2, 3.
Is it under definitions or policy?
No, purpose, under purpose. I'm sorry.
Okay. So within the discussion of this item, would it be possible to please weigh in on that, Chief Trevino and Chief Legal Counsel Rombardo? So, and thank you very much, Trustee Church, for helping me to orient it within the paragraph. So we have or at district-sponsored events, and then it just says during school hours.
Yeah, we're fine with that change. That's fine.
Very
for
good.
continuity.
Okay. And is that clear for everyone? Okay. All those in favor of making that change, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay? Nay. 1 nay. So that's 6 to 1. The motion carries. All right. Is there any other conversation? All right. If not, I'm looking for a motion to adopt the full policy.
Does the board want to entertain adding the standard regulation language? If you do, we didn't get a motion on that. That was one of my notes.
Is anybody interested in adding that standard regulation wording?
I motion that we add the standard regulation verbiage.
All right. First by Trustee Westlake, second by Trustee Church. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 7 to 0. Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm ready to make a motion. I might need a little bit of help. I move that the Board of Trustees approves consent agenda item 2.15 as amended.
I second that.
All right. First by Clerk Rodriguez, second by Trustee Mayberry. Any discussion on the motion?
Just for the record, I'm going to be a no because of what it omits.
Okay. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 6 to 1. Thank you very much. And thank you to everyone for this conversation. I appreciate where we landed. All right. So we're going to go ahead and close out section 2 and move on to our items for presentation. Our first is item 3.1. It's the approval of the guaranteed maximum price, also known as the GMP1, from Q&D Construction as the construction manager at risk, also known as CMAR, for the repurposing of existing Proctor R. Hug High School into a high school career and technical education, also known as CTE Academy, now known as the W. Smith Career and Technical Education Academy High School. This is in the amount of $29,532,453 and approval of owner's contingency in the amount of $2 million for a total of $31,532,453. This is an item for possible action, and I would like to welcome Andrea Sullivan, our Director of Procurement and Contracts, and also Tammy Zimmerman, our Chief Facilities Management Officer.
Before you get started, I believe Trustee Westlake has a disclosure.
Thank you very much for that reminder. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a disclaimer. I am in business with the owners of Q&D Construction, and therefore under NRS 281.420, I have an interest in a private capacity to them, and as a result, on the advice of counsel, I am disclosing and abstaining from the vote on item 3.01. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that disclosure. And also, just as a point of clarification, that does mean that you'll have to abstain from the discussions and the deliberation and the influence of that. But thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the record, Tammy Zimmerman, Chief Facilities Management Officer. And I'm going to give you a little bit of the background as to where we got here, because there's a few new people who haven't been in this process with us. So back in the spring of 2022, we put this out to bid with our CMAR contractor, Q&D Construction, and it came in over the budgeted amount. So then we came back to the capital funding and the board in June and received direction to phase the project. So as you guys know, we've started the phasing. We started with the demolition and abatement that will be done the end of this month. And then we'll move to this GMP that we're going to talk about a little bit further on. And that will also be completed for opening of August of 2025, because this site work still entails pavement and the other fine points of the site. Then the next phase will be GMP2, and you guys will see that in July for award, hopefully. And that will be the new buildings and the renovations of the existing buildings. And then the fourth and final phase is the landscaping that the district will bid out themselves and manage that. So those are the 4 phases that we've done. We've done some value engineering throughout those phases to help reduce the cost of this. The GMP, I wanted to talk a little bit about what this GMP, guaranteed maximum price, is compared to the last GMP that we had in June of 2022. And they're comparable because the scopes have not changed a ton. There wasn't a lot to value engineer out, but there is one addition that we did add to this GMP, and it was for the switchgear, which is a long lead item procuring for 16 months. So we thought we'd take the opportunity to put it in here so that we could get a jump on it and get it here in time. So that is the big difference. There might be about $1 million in difference in price between this GMP and last one, but that is why there's a difference for it. And then wanted to talk a little bit about the contingency that we've asked to put on this because of trustee feedback. We put on more contingency than we normally would. We typically put on about 2.5%. For owner contingency, we've increased that to 7% because when we dig up the ground, I'm not sure that what is going to be there is really what we thought was going to be there. So I wanted you guys to realize that's why that dollar amount is so much higher than typical, but I think it's in our best interest to do that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Andrea Sullivan to talk about the solicitation.
Good afternoon. For the record, Andrea Sullivan, Director of Procurement and Contracts. I just want to talk to you a little bit about the bidding and contracting process that we went through, especially for those of you who may not be as familiar with the CMAR process. Our CMAR Q&D, just for the record, we do have a representative of Q&D in the audience in case there's a question specific for them. They went through the required subcontractor pre-qualification process as outlined in NRS 338. They got very good response there and were able to pre-qualify many subs in each of the trades. They then issued bids to those pre-qualified subs, and those were due and opened on January 26th of this year. And as the law requires, representatives from Washoe County School District were present for the bid opening. The really good news is that we saw better subcontractor coverage than we did the last time. So when we were here the last time and asking to go move it to phasing, part of the issue at the time was we didn't get as good a subcontractor coverage. For this phase, it's broken out into this phase. We did get better coverage than last time, so we're really encouraged. We only had 2 scopes where we only had 1 bidder. And one of those scopes was a very specialized scope, so that one wasn't entirely surprising. So maybe not as good as we would always like, but in the market that we're in last time, it looks to us that Q&D did a good job outreaching to the subs and getting more coverage. So after they open the bids, they meet with the subcontractors, several of them within each scope, to make sure that their bid is complete, to make sure that they're per specification so that they can begin recommending who the subcontractors are going to be on the job and what the GMP is. We then meet with Q&D multiple times, twice, to discuss and finalize their general conditions. And their general conditions are, for example, the cost of their people that are working on the project, their superintendents, their project managers and project engineers, that sort of thing, plus any labor, equipment, or tools that they need on the job that the subs don't provide. So like there's tools, there's job trailers, there's dumpsters, there's dumpster service, there's toilets for everybody to use on site. Those are the sorts of things covered in general conditions. And it is a big chunk of it, so we do really pay attention to it. And then we also, once they selected their subcontractors, we met with them and finalized and discussed the final GMP. So the overall process with working with Q&D through this phase of it was really, really good and professional. I mean, this was a hard project where we thought we were going and then we stopped and we're phasing in and we had to put off the opening for a year. And I'll tell you, they've been very professional throughout the whole process. And getting to this final GMP was easier than some GMPs have been in the past. So pleased to report on that. With that, we'd like to request that the board approves the GMP for the amount of $29,532,453. This GMP is under the estimate by a little less than $1 million. So we did have an estimate for this. They did come under that estimate, which we were happy about. And then additionally, we'd like to request the board approves the owner's contingency in the amount of $2 million for a total award of $31,532,453. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Very good. All right, I don't see any lights on, so let's go to public comment first, and then we'll bring it back. Oh, Trustee Church.
Sure, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I always hate going first, but I guess I will. So I'm a little confused. Okay, I see now 31 million. I saw the 29. What was, you mentioned there was a previous bid that we decided not to go with. Am I correct? And how much was that?
Correct. We had a previous bid in the amount of I'm looking at here. It was a difference of $1,432,000, and this one is $29,532,453. So our initial GMP was $28,999,732. So.
And then I drove by it today. There's still a lot of buildings standing, but am I correct? If my memory's right, we voted to demo the buildings. That's already a done deal. Just hasn't been done yet. Am I correct?
Correct. That was the initial demo and abatement phase that started last fall and will complete at the end of the month.
And I'll try to be real brief. My memory again is that I was the no vote, 6-1 on proceeding with this. I wanted to just wait and do it all at once down the road. And I know there's no crystal ball. I've been wrong before many times, but if we go with this, in my mind, and I want your professional opinion, if we go with this phase one, this GMP one, it's almost impossible to say no to GMP two because now we've already started. Does that make sense? Is that true?
We could say no to GMP two. We could just go in and rephase it again, maybe do some remodels on the existing buildings and not build a new building, right? Because we have existing buildings there that could have some classes in there. Or we could go back out and value engineer and cut even more scope out of that new building to come back with another GMP.
The other thing we could do to trustees, if those come in too high, we could decide to go bid it ourselves. So there's definitely options on the table. So we're sticking with our CMAR right now. That's a recommendation for the next phase. But if those bids were to come in extraordinarily high and we thought we could do a better job, we could also recommend that we go out and hard bid it ourselves with the plans that we have. So there are definitely multiple choices we can make after this juncture.
I guess, okay, I think it's still pretty clear this is really a moment of truth, that we either demo the buildings and wait for the future and hope that interest rates and supply chain goes down. In this case, it went up $1 million. I could be saying coulda, shoulda, woulda down the road, but I appreciate your input. I think I'm going to be a no just because I think it's better to wait, but I appreciate all the information.
I just want to reiterate what Tammy said earlier, is that the GMP is higher this time, but also we brought $1.5 million worth of switchgear into this GMP that was previously in another one, so that we could get ahead of ordering long lead products. So you have to consider that when you look at this GMP being higher.
Thank you. Go ahead.
This has been to the Capital Projects Committee and they approved, am I correct?
This has been to Capital Funding Protection Committee, and they approved a budget amount for funding of $125 million total.
And we have that funding available to us, obviously.
Correct.
But not enough to proceed with GMP2, most likely.
We don't know that yet until it goes out to bid, and then we'll be back to you guys with that information in July.
Okay, thank you.
All right, JJ, public comment on this item?
I don't have any for this item.
All right, we'll go ahead and open it up. I'm just going to be clear on this. I'm all in on the W. Smith CTE Academy. When we talk about preparing children for the futures that they choose, career and technical education is a foundational element of that. I believe that when WC1 was contemplated and passed overwhelmingly by our public, it was to imagine what education can be and should be for our children who become the workforce and the citizens of our community. With that said, this is absolutely a lot of money. It is. My vote is not taken lightly, but it will be a yes, because I believe that this is an investment in what education should be and will be in Washoe County when the CTE Academy opens. So with that said, I'll open this up to my colleagues. I don't necessarily need to have a lot of discussion, so don't feel free. We can also go to a motion. But is there any discussion on the motion? Trustee Mayberry.
No, I just want to echo what you said, President Smith. This is really exciting, too. I'm really pleased to support this. And, you know, the AACT is one of the most popular high schools that we have, certainly one of my most favorite. And I know that people are chopping at the bit to get in. So I'm absolutely delighted that we can move forward on this. This is a monumental day for us, so thank you. It's not my district, so I won't make the motion, but I'll be supporting.
I will be proud to make this motion, and I'm going to read it because there's a lot in here. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the guaranteed maximum price 1, GMP 1, from Q&D Construction as the construction manager at risk, CMR, for the management of construction for the repurposing of existing Proctor R. Hug High School into a high school career and technical education academy, CMR number 20-100-C-05-MS, in the amount of $29,532,453, and approves an owner's contingency in the amount of $2 million for a total of $31,532,453.
Second that.
All right, we have a motion by Vice President Nicolette, a second by Trustee Mayberry. Is there any discussion on this motion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, motion carries 5-1. Thank you very much. All right. So we're going to go ahead now and move on to item 3.12. This is the presentation discussion on legislation introduced during the 2023 Nevada legislative session related to NRS statutes 392-4601 through 392-472, pupils, behavior, and discipline. This is an item for presentation and discussion. And our presenter is Dr. Paul LaMarca. He's the Chief Strategies Officer. And before you go, Dr. LaMarca, now we're getting into, I would say, the rest of today's meeting. I wanted to address the fact that this board has been focused on this topic for months now. We did not need to be told that this was important. We have always considered this to be important. We do, however, recognize that this reflects the working conditions and the learning conditions of our staff and our students. And I am very pleased to be a part of the conversation for these next 4 agenda items, which reflect the forthrightness and the honesty and the directness that we will approach these conversations. And I look forward to the dialogue we're about to have with the public and amongst ourselves as a body. So with that said, I'd like to welcome Dr. Paula Marca for item 3.02.
Thank you, President Smith, Dr. Enfield, Superintendent Enfield, members of the board. For the record, Paula Marca, Chief Strategies Officer. Thank you for this opportunity to provide you an update on legislation that deals with student discipline. This is something that we did tell you we would provide updates on back in November when we had a item regarding the behavioral manual. So we're excited to be here. I really want to start by talking about some history because it's important to know where we're hoping we head as a state in terms of some of these disciplinary statutes. So I want to talk a little bit about AB 168, which was really arguably a watershed piece of legislation from 2019, and then several bills that were passed in 2021 before we talk about the current legislative session. So AB 168 was the bill in 2019 that brought restorative practices to the state. Restorative justice is how it's worded in that legislation. What it did most significantly is it made changes to what we have always kind of referred to as the big three. So there are three behaviors that historically, if they were engaged in, would require an immediate removal from a school and a placement at an interim alternative educational setting. That is possession of a dangerous weapon. A dangerous weapon is defined by statute, battery on staff with bodily harm, and distribution of a controlled substance. What AB 168, AB 168 made no changes with respect to possession of a dangerous weapon. But with battery, with bodily harm, and with distribution of a controlled substance, it no longer required the removal of a student on a first offense. Instead, it required that the student remain in the school with a restorative plan, and then if there were extraordinary circumstances, a removal could be considered. Okay, so that was significant. Another significant thing that this particular bill did was it made a distinction between students 10 years of age and younger and students 11 years of age and older. It essentially prevented the removal of a student from a school who is 10 years of age or younger unless there are extraordinary circumstances. Okay. Then fast forward to 2021, there are a couple of very important bills, AB 67, AB 194. Both of these bills basically continued and strengthened the language around restorative justice. They also did some other things. They provided some critical definitions around suspensions and expulsions, and they strengthened the appeal process for suspensions. Another bill that got far less attention but probably has greater impact is SB 354. SB 354 is a bill that essentially prevented a school from suspending a student who is homeless or a student who is in foster care for more than 24 hours unless the principal, with support from the district, could prove that their living circumstances did not affect their behavior. And I just bring to your attention that's pretty much an impossible thing to do. That's proving the null. So SB 354 significantly limited our ability with respect to suspension of these students. Now this is problematic because, and we will talk about this later in the next item, we do recommend suspension, especially when safety is an issue. And that's safety for other students, it's safety for staff. It's also safety for the person who's committed the behavior. And quite frankly, 24 hours is not enough time always in order to restore safety. Okay, so I want to jump forward now and talk about some bills that have been introduced. I'm knocking on wood, but we think some others will be introduced as well. This is just general summaries. I have reviewed these bills using our bill tracker, and AB 65, actually, it's been quite a while since I've reviewed that bill. The biggest thing that I saw that AB 65 would do is just essentially change some language around restorative justice to restorative practice. There was nothing introduced in the bill that added things that were problematic, but I didn't feel in my review of this that this bill goes far enough. AB 194 and SB 152, these are very similar bills. They have some differences, but they're very similar bills. They replace restorative justice with what they call restorative practices. That's one piece, and that's the least important piece. They do provide latitude or more latitude in the area of suspension and expulsion of students. So they kind of strengthen that language a little bit, but again, we would argue it's not going quite far enough in terms of the changes affected by AB 168 from 2019. I think it's SB 152 introduced a term called acts of violence. We believe, although it's not clear, that this is positive. It includes both battery and assault. It also now applies that to students and staff. So I will tell you that the statute previously, when it talks about battery, only addresses battery on staff. It is silent with respect to battery on students, even with bodily injury. So we think that this definition now applies equally to students and staff, and that's important. Our students are entitled to a safe learning environment, as are our teachers. It also appears to remove the requirement for bodily harm to be attached to battery. And I think this is good in terms of it giving us more latitude, and I also think that this runs afoul of federal statute. But that is for others to determine. There is a bill that hasn't been introduced. It's got this long BDR 82_34-0025. And again, it does some language replacement with restorative practice. It eliminates the age-based distinction between 10 and younger and 11 and above, and we think this is an important thing. We don't think we're not in any hurry to remove kids who are 10 years and younger, but we need latitude. We've had to use extraordinary circumstances in the last couple of years since this passed to remove children who were 10 and younger. And so this bill just provides more latitude, which is important because people have to use their professional judgment in making these decisions. It also introduces some language, and I left that out. I think SB 152 does as well. Some new analysis requirements on the school district to study disproportionality as related to both major behavior and suspensions. And that's there's some due dates around that. Now, again, this is early. There's only been, I'm not even sure there's been a hearing for that bill, so we'll see how that pans out. We'll update you later when relevant. A last bill I'll mention that has been introduced thus far, a whole bunch were introduced today, so there's one I'm waiting for, and I hope it gets introduced. AB 72 is a bill that establishes a safety and well-being of teachers commission. In general, we support this concept. In my comments through Bill Tracker, I think the composition of this commission is very short, and it needs to be a bit broader. That's my 2 cents. You can read the bill and make your own judgment on that. Now, I want to walk through just a couple more slides with respect to discipline language and statute. We talked with the trustees, and I know that we have new trustees, but we did talk with the trustees about this last April. We talked with the Legislative Committee on Education last May. I think there was a typo or a problem in the staff report. It said March, but that presentation was in May. We mentioned this in November. We have met with several legislators and the governor's office, and we have advocated for some pretty significant changes to statute. we would like essentially AB 168, at least pieces of it, to be repealed. We think that a first offense, battery with bodily harm, should result in immediate removal. There's always an exception in the law that provides the district to do something else if there's an extraordinary circumstance. But it's hard for me to understand. So battery with bodily injury, especially when we refer to federal statute, means a significant bodily injury. It means losing an eye, breaking an arm. It means a life-altering circumstance. Minimally, it means concussion and time in a hospital and not being able to go to work. I'm not sure why a first offense would not result in a removal for that sort of a behavior. Same with distribution of a controlled substance. That's a huge concern. And while we know that kids often are using drugs or alcohol to cope, distribution is a different matter. And while we need to get them help and support them, we would recommend an immediate removal if the language will support us up in Carson City, down in Carson City. Some of these bills already provide some flexibility with respect to restorative practices. So as opposed to you must have a plan based on restorative practice, there is language that says you may have a plan, and we have also advocated for that change. We think that is important. More latitude regarding disciplinary actions taken with kids 10 and younger. We've already talked about that, but we think that's important language to introduce. And then a very, I think, significant change we've advocated for. AB 354, what I didn't mention about that, the 2021 bill dealing with children who are homeless and living in foster care, is a well-intentioned bill. These kids have significant needs. It is really difficult to suspend a child you know doesn't have a stable home. However, as I said, safety sometimes dictates otherwise, and we have to make sure everyone is safe. So there was language that was introduced in 2021, I believe it was in AB 67, I've got a note later, that limited the number of days of suspension for a student with an IEP for any single event to no more than 5 days. And we are advocating for that to be applied to students who are living in a transition and or are under foster care. That essentially just provides us more latitude with that kind of a decision. Also, and it's probably very minor for the purposes of this discussion, but we are seeking some clarity. I know the legal office has been very strong on this. We need clarity around appeals of suspensions. Right now, and you'll see later, when we talk about suspensions, we're talking about out-of-school suspensions and in-school suspensions. We're talking about suspensions for the rest of the day and for 3 days. And right now, the law allows any suspension to be appealed. We suspend primarily because of safety issues. We cannot wait for an appeal to suspend. So the appeals really become records appeals. However, we think there needs to be more clarity around that. And if they can do that through legislation, all the better. The last thing I'm going to talk about before I give it to you is there's one other area that we have been advocating for. There's a couple bills, and I'm not going to get into the substance of the bills regarding funding, but there's attention to kids who are transitioning or being served for periods of time in residential settings. We transition students. So, for example, if a student right now is sent from a traditional high school or a middle school to Inspire, at some point they typically transition back. That's a big issue. That's a big hurdle for a child. We have students who transition regularly. We run meetings weekly with juvenile services out of probation, out of either Jan Evans or detention centers, and they transition back into our schools. We have students who are coming to us out of parole, and they transition back into our schools. We have students who are being served in mental health facilities, and they transition back into our schools. The outcomes for these students after they transition are not great, and we have to strengthen our transition processes. And I'm going to bring to your attention, and we did previously when we have talked, this is an area where restorative practices and traditional exclusionary practices can work hand in glove. So in other words, we are advocating for removal. And once we remove, we need to begin figuring out how to restore relationships, how to build skills, how to create a support plan so that when a student returns, they can be successful in the traditional educational environment. That's all I'm going to say on this at this point. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. So I'd like to start us off. I appreciate your presentation because it states for the record that the Washoe County School District believes there is work to be done on the legislation around these items. The idea that we're fine the way that it is simply not accurate. We are actually looking to join the conversation and lead the way in these changes in advocacy with our legislative partners and also the governor's office to make the changes that you see here. We have this board, ourselves and previous boards, we understand unintended consequences. An idea may be very good in theory and it may not execute as well in practice. That's part of the process, but I want it to be abundantly clear to our community, our students, our staff, that we recognize that there are areas where law can and should be better to serve our children and our staff, and Washoe County is taking a clear position to make those changes happen with our legislative partners. So I wanted to make sure that that's really clear to this body and to the public, and this outlines exactly what we are advocating for in terms of changes. With that said, I see Dr. Enfield's light on, so I'll go ahead and I will invite her.
Thank you, President Smith. I just want to agree with and build on what you just said. And Dr. LaMarca, I think, as this brief update shows, is very knowledgeable in this space. And I want to publicly also acknowledge that we are in the midst of a legislative session. And I have been very heartened that Governor Lombardo's team has been reaching out to districts for input on changes such as these. And there's been good, healthy conversation being had. And what I appreciate, and Dr. LaMarca and I agree on this, is keeping safety at the forefront. How do we apply a common sense lens to the practices that we are putting in place? And I think that some of the changes that he mentioned and that we've discussed with the governor's policy team and others reflect that. It breaks my heart, but the harsh reality, and I've seen it firsthand for myself, is we have 5-year-olds who can clear a room. It's heartbreaking. And we have an obligation to the other 5-year-olds and the teacher in that room to deal with that. And I give that as an example because it pains me that we have to have that language, but we have to have the flexibility to work to keep our classrooms safe, while also, and I think this is an important part that Paul has brought up, and that we will continue pushing as a conversation at the legislative level, that consequences are extremely important, and we will always impose appropriate consequences. Consequences rarely change behavior. So we can punish the behavior, which we must, but if we don't get to the root cause of that behavior and provide children and young people with the help that they desperately need, we will be in a revolving door. And so while I think it is appropriate to have conversations around safety at the legislative level, at the local level, around consequences, absolutely important, we need to have an equally vocal and important conversation about the interventions and help that we can provide our children and families when they need it, so that we're preventing this behavior from starting in the first place.
Thank you, Dr. Enfield. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say, I think even with a suspension, it is a type of intervention. And I know for myself, and I've seen it with all of the other trustees and with our superintendent and Dr. LaMarca, the level of empathy that we have for children that are acting out, because it is a cry for help. But I think we've all come to understand that we have to put safety first. We cannot jeopardize the safety of our teachers or the other students. But suspension can be a tool for intervention. The care solace that was passed, as long as we keep looking into things like that, where we can direct these students that are struggling, these families that are struggling, this is what's, I think, can move us forward. Keeping safety first, having other interventions, not just suspension, but other interventions in place that once a child is suspended, we can move them into these intervention tools that we have at hand. I will have safety, and we also will be getting to the root of what is happening with these children and get them the help they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. Trustee Church.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to reflect back on what the board president said, that she welcomes the public discussion. So while this is a presentation and discussion only as within your authority, I would hope that you do that, because we clearly have people here that want to speak on this issue. So I would hope you allow public discussion on this. That said, deeds, not words. I am as upset as I can possibly be, and the trustees know this. This is for presentation discussion only. What good am I? I might as well go home. This is not an action item. I am wasting my time here. We should all resign if we can't do our job, all of us, myself included. We don't meet again for another month. There is no more meeting in 2 weeks. The school safety committee meeting the other day was canceled. People were going to attend that. The agenda got put out, it got canceled. So this should be an agenda item. We should be able to have a motion supporting exactly what you said on different issues, supporting that we get rid of these that we get these clarifications, that we get rid of this restorative justice practice as it stands now. But we can't do that because over my objection prior to the agenda ever coming out, this is for presentation and discussion only. Deeds, not words. Now, I submitted some documents on the record for my fellow trustees that includes a number of articles that basically substantiate my opinion. Restorative practice, restorative justice is a complete and utter failure. It needs to go away 100%. But again, we can't make any kind of a motion on that. I am just appalled that it has to be bodily injury. I mean, where have we been for the last 2 years? I've been on the board for 2 years, and I didn't know any of this. I didn't know how bad the violence was. I didn't know that we had last year 7,218 violent events in our schools in the first 110 days. I didn't know this year until today or until the other day that we had 7,418 violent incidents in our schools in the first 110 and 12,470 disruptive incidents. Holy cow. To be frank, if I was a parent or grandparent, I would never allow my child to attend public school as it stands now. I mean, I know that sounds like I'm a traitor, but I just would not do it. So I guess that's enough for now, but this is a waste of time for presentation and discussion because those are going to get amended, and I just am so upset. I'll talk on the other ones, but I do ask you to allow public comment.
I appreciate that, Trustee Church, and I appreciate your honesty about not putting any children in our public school. I think that's a very important thing for the community to be clear about for you on the record. I will also say that, speaking of deeds, these are things that are happening. These are not things that we need to tell our staff to do. These are not things that we need to order them to do. These are actually conversations that have already occurred, that are still occurring. These deeds are happening. So these are not things that we're talking about maybe doing. These are not things that our board needs to direct on because our superintendent is already doing this. So if deeds matter, these actions are happening. This is happening. And our staff does not need to be told that we need to be doing this. So yes, I agree that deeds matter, And these actions are being taken right now with our school district and our legislative and our partners in the governor's office. And on that note, I would like to publicly thank Governor Lombardo for pulling in the voices and the opinions and preferences of the school districts so that they can actually make recommendations that reflect the situations in our school districts and our classrooms right now. So I appreciate that conversation. Let's see, who's next? We'll go back to Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. And I could be very wrong here, so please feel free to correct me if I am. But I think something needs to be said back that restorative justice was not something that came out of the school district or the school board. That was a legislative action that required us to formulate a policy. And I will admit right now, I was very vocal when I was running for this seat, but I was also very ignorant to that fact. I laid a lot of blame at the school board's feet. We need to take this energy, and I encourage everyone in this room to take this energy to address the legislatures when they are deciding these things, because it needs to go in front of them, the displeasure. And I'm not saying you don't have a right to the displeasure of what's occurring, but let's have an honest conversation here as to where this started. And this started with the legislatures, the legislation coming down, unfunded mandates for the school board to put into policy. We're not arguing the fact that Dr. Lamarca just spoke very eloquently. We know that this is failing, but I don't think we can motion for anything until the legislature changes the mandate. I mean, is that true? So I don't think it's a waste of time, not trying to be disrespectful to you, Trustee Church. We're all frustrated, okay? We're all frustrated. We don't want to see our teachers attacked. We don't want to see our students attacked. But I have to say, I don't think it is ever a waste of time to open dialogue, open discussion, and talk about these things. That being said, maybe we can get it for the public, but I would also please ask for you to bring ideas. Let's stop the blame game here. Bring ideas forward on how we can best serve our teachers and our children, our families, our community, because we're not going to get anywhere if we keep attacking each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. And also, just so that everyone's aware with the process, the reason why we're having this conversation first and is for presentation is because what we're going to see in the next item, which is for action, and that's the process that we're taking right now to completely overhaul the manual and the discipline matrix. You'll see in that presentation how there's going to be an inflection point after these laws are reset where our board will be able to take action on the new areas that we have for discretion. But we can't take action on something that we have no choice on right now. But you will see more of that in item 3.03, which is for action. Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Lamarck, I just want to say thank you for your presentation. I know you're here as professional staff, and you have to be objective in what you present before us, but I appreciate the ability to see your passion and what you want, and how passionate you are about advocating for our school district and for our kids, and obviously our staff as well. But I did appreciate how you identified the need to be able to address any violence against our kids as well, and not just against our staff. So thank you.
Very good. Well, this item is for presentation and discussion, so we don't have public comment with it, but there will absolutely be opportunity for public comment on our next item. And then we also have another item for action later on, and also closing public comment as well, too. So there's still lots of opportunity to discuss this topic. Are there any other lights on? All right, we'll go ahead.
Mine is on.
Do you have something new to say that you
Yes.
have not previously said?
Absolutely.
Go for it.
I just want, and I'll do it very quickly. I want to respond to Trustee Westlake. I urge, number one, that we as a board, doesn't need our motion, we err on the side of safety. We mentioned that there were issues of clarity, and we don't know what they mean. Well, let somebody sue us, because we should err on the side of clarity in the sense of safety. The safety of the classroom comes first. The second thing, in my opinion, and I was asked my opinion by a constituent, and I thought about it, and I said the best indicator would be to support the teacher. What does the teacher want? They know that individual from a day-to-day basis. So I think the supporting the teacher is number one. I strongly support bringing the parents, plural, humor, into the classroom. I support maximum use of the Inspire, which is essentially where some of the troubled kids may go, the Inspire Academy. The one question I may have is, and I'll finish this first, but I'm going to ask you about distance learning. And the number one feedback I've had from constituents is remove the disruptive child from the classroom. So I guess my question is, can we follow the current law and yet do distance learning or Inspire or put them in a separate room within the same school? Can we do any of that?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we can, and we will present some data on that in the next item.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Lamarca. All right, colleagues. Let's see. Do we want to take a break now? Yeah, I'm getting the head nods. So this next conversation is going to be substantive, which is code for long, and it should be. So with that said, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute presentation, and then we will come back here, and let's do this.
15-minute break.
Thank you. Oh, not 15-minute presentation. We'll take a 15-minute break and then come back to continue our presentation. Thank you for that. All right, everyone. It is 4:23, and I'm going to call us back to order. Thank you all so much for allowing us that brief pause. And now we will go ahead and we'll move on to item 3.03. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to consider, approve, and/or amend the project plan for review and revision of the Student Behavior Manual for the 2023-2024 school year. This is an item for possible action, and our presenter again is Dr. Paula Marca, our Chief Strategies Officer, and Tristan McElhaney, Director of Behavior Hearings and Placements. And before they get started, just a point of clarification, that this Student Behavior Manual is going to be going into effect this upcoming school year. So that is August. That's not next year. That's not some point in the future. The manual that we have right now is what's in force right now. And so the work that we're going to talk about right now is going to be put into place for the next school year, which is just a few months away. All right. With that said, I will pass this over to both of our presenters.
Thank you, President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, members of the board. For the record, Paula Marca, Chief Strategies Officer, and again, it's our pleasure to be here. Tristan will introduce himself when we get there. I'm going to start just by giving us a little bit of context, and thank you for your opening comments, President Smith. So NRS 392.4644 is the NRS that requires that the Board of Trustees submit or adopt a discipline plan, and then we submit that to the State Department of Education. It also requires that you provide some other paperwork, essentially have all schools reviewed the manual. Do they have a progressive discipline team? We have to certify that all schools are in compliance. You do that in the fall of the school year. You did that on November 8th, of 2022. And that was for the manual for this particular school year. At that time, when you adopted the manual, you did direct the superintendent staff to do a comprehensive review of the current behavioral manual and matrix. The matrix is an appendix within the manual. And you, within your motion that was approved, you talked about working with legislation. That was part of what we just discussed. You talked about a possible workshop. We are going to recommend that and present that to you, not tonight, but the idea of a workshop. And that's what the motion carried, and I think we're complying with that. There was comment as well. It didn't make it into the motion, but there was discussion among the board that you do want this for action, but after the legislative session and not before, because you were aware in November of how binding some of the legislative rules are. Just that's for context, and now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. McElhaney.
Thanks, Paul. Tristan McElhaney for the record. Can you go to the next slide? No, we have to. All right. So following the November board meeting, we started working internally to identify a plan, or start working on a plan that we then started to do work in conjunction with the Student Behavior Task Force. As you can see on the slide, the Behavior Task Force is made up of 6 teachers, 6 site administrators, and 9 central office administrators. As we move forward through the process, and we're going to look at the plan here in a minute, we also hope to gather, or we're expecting to gather feedback from additional teachers, administrators, counselors, and school psychologists, parents, students, equity and diversity, and of course the Board of Trustees.
We're going to pull up the manual or the project plan really quick.
That's a little okay. So the project plan, just to give you guys an orientation, you can see that it's broken into 3 sections. There's the framing the problem of practice. We have the staff and community engagement piece, and we have review work with the Board of Trustees, informal plan revision. Just briefly to talk to you guys about some of the things we've already done. We've done things like I looked at a number of different school districts' behavior manuals and narrowed it down, been looking at 2 for further consideration in terms of the information they have that could help make our manual stronger. And as we move forward through this process and engage other stakeholders, one of the things we really want to make sure we do is after we've engaged the stakeholders that are identified in this plan, we get to bring it to you guys through a workshop model to then be able to talk about legislative changes as well as federal and state laws that are already on the books to then pass on some recommendations for you guys for adoption of a final plan.
JJ, can you switch? Let me just mention a couple of quick things to build on Tristan's comments. So we have met so far with the Student Behavior Task Force 4 times this year. In fact, the 4th meeting was last night. And we will be meeting with them 2 more times prior to the end of the school year. And they're instrumental in this plan. Tristan, I believe last night presented to them draft survey questions which were worked on by task force members. And so in collecting data, collecting feedback, we see 2 primary methods for doing that. So we have a relatively brief survey that people will respond to in writing, and then we're going to bring the people who respond in writing into forums. And we have a number of those planned. Task force members, the basic expectation, so as noted there on the previous slide, there were 6 teachers and 6 site-based administrators on the task force. Each of them will be reaching out minimally to 5 of their colleagues. They will complete the surveys, and they will also host a forum with them. So we do hope and expect that we will have broad-based representation. We have monthly meetings with WEA. We have reached out to WSPA, giving them the same opportunity. We've had some discussions, not quite as structured as our meetings with WEA, and I believe they're a partner in this work. I do want to talk about some select data trends. And Dr. Enfield, I'm not sure if you wanted to make a comment before we go forward, or you just want me to move forward?
Sure, I'm happy to make a comment. So Dr. Lamarck is about to show us, and I know that trustees have seen this information, the breakdown of number of incidents, so suspensions, expulsions, et cetera. And I do know that we have some staff who would contend that this data isn't entirely accurate, because we have heard from people that some of our processes for reporting are onerous, and our staff are busy and tired, and so sometimes they just don't report it because they don't have time or are overwhelmed, which we hear that, and we want to have more conversations to address that. And we also want to make sure that we are creating, and people hear me talk about this throughout the district a lot on a lot of different topics, that we are building systems within a larger coherent system that have that inspire a high level of confidence and credibility in our staff, that our processes and procedures are clear, and that we follow through. And follow through is something that we are working very hard on as a team right now, and we want to make sure that our colleagues in our schools understand that we will follow through. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that there are questions from some of our staff out there who would say, you know, I actually had an incident that I didn't report, and here's why, and those will be conversations that we'll be having moving forward.
Thank you for that. So I do want to walk through a couple of slides. We're going to talk about what we call major behavioral events. We're going to talk about suspension data. I'm going to give you some definitions that are really critical to then review what are long-term suspensions and expulsions that are under the law. So just to orient you to this, so we are giving you trend data here from the 18-19 school year through the 22-23 school year. We've categorized the events. There's many major behavioral events, and we've categorized them into several buckets. Behaviors that are violent, these are things like we talked about already. So all the weapons, battery, fights, instigation, retaliation, threats, even bullying, damage to school property. They fall into like that violent category. We have disruptive events. These might include things like inappropriate use of language. And we have procedural events, which these are things such as attendance violations and truancy and tardies, dress code violations. So there's a bunch of events that kind of work into these buckets. So if you look at the 18-19 school year, I'm just going to orient you because I know you've reviewed this a little bit, but I want to make sure we're looking at the same thing. 6,826 events in 2018-19 through the first 110 days of school. That's critical. So the comparisons are based on the first 110 days of the school year for each of these years that we're presenting. We're classified as violent in nature. If we jump ahead to 22-23, there were 7,418 violent major behavioral events. That's an 8% increase. That's significant. If you look at 2021, things were bad and so much better than they are now. This was the hybrid year. We had less than half the kids in school on any daily basis, and there was a lot going on with COVID. So that's an anomaly. If you are to sort of combine all the events from 18-19, I did a little of the math for you. Let me make sure that I find the numbers. There were 32,542 major behavioral events through the first 110 days of the school year. If you look in 22-23, the number is 27,549. So while we had an 8% increase in violent behaviors, which is significant, we had a 15% decrease in total major behaviors, which is significant. Okay. I do want to point out, just for clarification, because I assume it might come up, restorative practices, if you recall, were part of the AB 168, which was passed in the 2019 legislative session. What that means is it was passed at the end of the 2018-19 school year, so it didn't go into effect until 1920. So over the period of time in which we've seen restorative practices, we see a net decrease in overall behaviors. We've also had some very significant problems with training. I should say the state has. The state has an obligation to do training. COVID pretty much wiped out a lot of the training for staff around restorative practices. I'm going to move to the next slide.
One moment, Paul. I'll let you go first, Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. These accounts for, like, for lack of better words, like repeated students, or are these each individual cases?
These are each individual cases, but so 7,418 doesn't mean that 7,418 different students created problems. Some kids have had 5, 6, 3.
All right,
yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Dr. Mark. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I'll let Trustee Mayberry go, and then I have a clarifying question.
I had a clarifying question too. Thank you, Madam President. Can you, Dr. LaMarca, can you again say when those restorative practices went into effect, what school year that would have? You were providing an analysis, an analogy. If you could do that again, please.
Sure. The AB 168, which was passed as part of the 2019 legislative session, so it was at the end of the 18-19 school year, so they weren't in effect until 1920. Okay.
So that means August of 1920, so the session closed, and then for the next school year, they were in practice.
It went into effect July 1st, but yes.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. So one of the things that I wanted to just put an underline with what Dr. Enfield said, when I look at the numbers here, is there discretion on a site-based leadership level to how you categorize these things? Because although I am heartened by the numbers I see, the feedback that I get suggests that there is a larger number of these situations happening. Maybe not so much on the violent side, because I know that those are matters of a certain type, but certainly on the disruptive and procedural side. Like Dr. Enfield mentioned, We understand that the process here can be onerous, and we also understand that depending on the site-based leadership, there may be a feeling that it's not going to be dealt with. So I do just want to clarify that, is there discretion with site-based leaders as to how things get categorized?
Yes, there is. So site-based leaders have to use their professional judgment when they're classifying a behavior. So if we look at the disruptive behaviors, a couple that I didn't mention that are examples are disregard for school rules and disrespect. We also have inappropriate use of language. On the procedural side, I think I mentioned dress code violations. I do think there is more ambiguity around some of those more subjective codes, and so people may use them differently. So that data tends to be a little bit more noisy. You are right that the violent events tend to be pretty straightforward. You might classify a fight as retaliation as opposed to a fight. Both of them are violent. There's not a lot of discretion there. But we do rely on the sites to report. I do think that sites do a good job on classifying major behaviors. These are behaviors that have extended typically, they may have occurred in the classroom, but they've extended beyond the teacher's ability to address it, and they have forwarded it to administration. That kicks into process what they do, including the coding of these events.
Thank you.
A quick question.
Trustee Church?
The 110 days, obviously, we've had some major events at Wooster, Hug, and elsewhere in the last few days. What was the end date for 110?
It was middle of February. It might have been closer to February 20th. I can find that data and report that to you later.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on and talk about suspensions because these things kind of go together. So we've kind of used the same sort of graphic display. First 110 school days each of the years, 18, 19 through 22, 23. And we've broken it down by where it says suspension, really that's out of school suspension. And then the yellow bar is in-school suspensions. So what you see in 18-19 is there were 4,162 out-of-school suspensions as of the 110th day. Those are separate suspensions. Okay, it could have been the same student who was suspended multiple times, but we're not talking about total days out. The total days out would be far higher than 4,162. If we fast forward to 22-23, there's 5,551 out-of-school suspensions. Okay, that's about a 33% increase in out-of-school suspensions. And I think that's important because there has been information that has floated around suggesting that suspensions are not allowed. With all due respect, with the problems with the data, I think we know suspensions are being used quite often. If you combine in-school and out-of-school suspensions, again, I tried to do that math for you. Let me do it real quick. 8,204 suspensions in the 2019-2020 school year. I used that school year because of the introduction of restorative practices. And then in 22-23, it's 7,797. So we are seeing a decrease of about 5% of overall suspensions.
Thank you, President. Dr. Lamarca, at some point I would like to see this data broken down by demographics of students. I assume that we have that. I think it's important to see if we have disproportionality happening across our system.
Thank you for that, and we're not prepared to present that tonight, and I will tell you, and we have provided the data in the past to the board. There is disproportionality in these numbers.
A question for clarification. Do all of our comprehensive high schools have the ability to offer in-school suspension?
Yes, they do. However, I will say that with some of the staffing shortages, and this is anecdotal, I cannot verify this, so this is anecdotal, this is speculation, it's my guess. with fewer staff members, it's more difficult to run in-school suspensions, and that likely is a contributor to more out-of-school suspensions.
I appreciate that because I think that that's something that really speaks to me when I look at this slide, because keeping kids in school whenever and however possible and keeping them connected to their education is very important. Can you also provide a little bit of clarity on what the in-school suspension experience is like and how they're educated within that school environment?
I can try. So different schools have approached it differently. At the middle school, I'll just talk about my own boy. When my own boy in middle school was on in-school suspension, he was in a room by himself for the day. People would check on him. I mean, he was within realm of supervision. He was given work to complete while he was in that place. With students with disabilities, there is a requirement with in-school suspension that they be provided their specially designed instruction. So if there are accommodation requirements or anything that's required as part of their educational program, that has to be provided as part of ISS, in-school suspension. So sometimes with IEP students, I think there might be a small group of kids as opposed to, an isolation room. We have had some schools that have done a very good job of really having almost a classroom set aside where there's multiple kids in the in-school suspension room. It's not the same as experience as when you're in front or when you're in your classroom at any level, high school, middle school, or elementary. But I would argue it's better, especially if we're providing SDI and other things, than out of school.
Thank you.
It's better in terms of providing the student with an instructional experience.
Trustee Westlake, do you have a clarifying question?
Thank you. Yes, I do. Dr. Lamarca, is there a way to break out and separate events occurring at middle school level and high school level?
Yes, there is. And what we will do, I mean, clearly you guys have some questions about the data, and the purpose of the data in this presentation was really to give you, so with the Behavior Task Force, each time we've met, we review data. So it's really critical to review data as we're revising the manual, but we will create with the Office of Accountability some reports for you. I don't know that there's a planned presentation yet, but we will provide some information for you that breaks it down by level. We'll try to look at some of the gross disproportionality. We'll get that out to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So AB 67 passed in 2021. I brought this up earlier, and here what I indicated is that they did some definition work within that bill. And so here are some of the definitions, not all the definitions that came from that. They define what they call a significant suspension. This is the disciplinary removal of a pupil from the school, so out of school suspension, for 3 or more days. Okay, so for example, remember when we talked about AB 354 or SB 354? Basically what that law means is that a student who is in foster care could never receive a significant suspension. This is key, and it's not listed up here. A habitual discipline problem, that is having 5 significant suspensions and at least 15 days out of school suspension. So that would not ever happen for certain kids. And we need to be able to support them, and sometimes moving them out and supporting them is the best thing that we can do. Long-term suspension is the disciplinary removal of a pupil from the school for not more than 1 school semester. So these are kids that have been removed from a traditional building, typically, and placed at Inspire, typically for 90 days or 45 days. Expulsion, as defined in law, is disciplinary removal of a pupil from the school for more than 1 semester with the possibility of returning to their zone school or another school within the school district. A permanent expulsion is that same removal, so more than a semester, and they do not have the ability to return to their zone school. They do have the ability to return to an alternative educational program. Okay, so these are key because the next slide is kind of complicated. And yes.
Yes, Trustee Mayberry has a clarifying question on that slide.
Thank you. I think, and I apologize, it was actually the slide before, but this ties in nicely to it. And I'm just wondering if some of the data might be skewed too as a result of special education students and, you know, the limitations that are placed on them during suspension.
That is a really good question. It's an empirical question I'm not prepared to answer tonight. And we will talk about a little bit of the changes with special education. There are some limits once you hit a 10-day mark, and so there is a significant reluctance to use suspension as a intervention or a consequence.
Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you. As to Inspire, can you just give us a little outline of the transition process into and out of Inspire?
Sure. And Tristan may want to add to this. So the main way a student goes to Inspire is through a behavioral hearing. So they have behaved in a way in a school. They've had a dangerous weapon. They've battered a staff. They've distributed drugs. They have made threats of mass destruction. They have been deemed a habitual discipline problem. They are referred. We conduct a hearing. The hearing involves family, the student, the school, and our hearing officer gets to make that unenviable decision of where the kid will be educated, where the student will be educated. That's the primary way a student goes to Inspire. Those are all short-term placements. Short-term meaning 45 days, 90 days, 180 days. Okay. We have used Inspire more liberally in the last couple of years. So as I mentioned earlier, we transition students through probation. We transition students through parole. And, you know, so typically what that means is a kid has been in a lockdown environment where they don't have a lot of freedom. And then they're placed in a traditional high school where they have a lot of freedom. And so sometimes the best way to help with that transition is through a placement at Inspire. It's like a step-up program. Okay, so there's more latitude for the child at Inspire, but less than they would have at, say, McLean High School. So we try to work on that. Now, the transitions occur through hearings. They occur through transition meetings. So when we transition a student through probation, we sit down, again, with family, student, school, probation officers. Probation officers will often have made a recommendation of what they think is best. There are some criteria we use at times to help us in that decision making, such as there are victims that are still at the school, or there are affiliates at the school, or the student may be a victim if they go back to the school. So there are things that may affect our decisions. That could affect us putting them at Inspire instead of back at their zone school or a different traditional high school. And I'm saying high school, this can apply to middle school students as well. Right now, it doesn't apply to kids 10 and younger. Okay? Sure. And we will talk a little bit more in the next slide about that, so it may come up. All right. So given those definitions, this graph is actually similar to the previous graphs other than the black background. It still is a trend from 1819 through 22-23 based on the first 110 days of the school year. But they're kind of grouped by events. So every number you see on here is indicative of either a long-term suspension, so a suspension longer than 5 days up to a full semester, or an expulsion, more than 90 days, typically up to 180 days. All right. So if we just look at weapons, 15 students in 2018 and 19 were placed at Inspire for 180 days for possessing a dangerous weapon. That's an expulsion. In 2018-19, 15 students were placed at Washoe Inspire for 180 school days for having a dangerous weapon as defined by statute. Sure.
So just to clarify, 15 students with weapons violations, that may include special education students that would not necessarily be placed for 180 days based on their disability.
So I knew Tristan would go there, and that's a complicating factor. So let's get there in just a minute, because this relates to Trustee Mayberry's question, okay? But 15 students were expelled due to possession of a dangerous weapon in 2018-19. In 2022-23, the current school year, so far, the first 110 days, and that's the same from 18-19, 14 students have been expelled, placed at Inspire for 180 school days, okay? If we look at battery, and this is one where the change in AB 168 really shows up in the data. So if we look at battery, in 2018-19, 12 students were put on a long-term suspension. So they were sent to Washoe Inspire for 90 days in 2018-19. If we look at 2022-23, it only includes 4 students. Part of that is likely due to the law that changed, and with a first offense, you don't go to the interim alternative education placement. And you can see the rest of the data. For distribution, you had 4. In 18-19, you have 0 right now, and that is because of that change in law. Now, the couple of things I want to say. So I already mentioned, we do send kids at times to Inspire for threats. That's not in statute. That's discretionary. That's something we are doing as a school district because of wanting to maintain safety and get kids help. The law dictates that for a weapons violation, the student be placed for 180 days. The law dictates that for battery with bodily injury, if you move them out, they be placed for 90 days. Distribution, 90 days. We treat habitual 90 days. We treat threats like we treat battery, habitual, and distribution. So typically, the time they would go to Inspire is 90 days. Now, what Tristan brought up, and he may want to comment on this, is if a student with an IEP commits one of these offenses, there's a federal requirement, and now it's a state requirement too, but it's from federal law, that a manifestation determination meeting be held. Essentially, that is a bringing together of the IEP team and a discussion as to whether or not the behavior in question is a manifestation, has a strong relationship to the student's disability. If it does, federal law restricts the movement of that child to 45 days. That's for weapon, that's for battery, that's for anything, okay? It's a federal law requirement.
I have to put an underline on this. So if I'm hearing this correctly, a student could commit a major infraction that is somehow attributed or found to be a manifestation in some capacity, and then they are disciplined differently because of that.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Can I follow up on that?
Right after Trustee Mayberry, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam President. Two clarifying questions, and I may have missed this. What constitutes a weapon?
It's defined in statute what a dangerous weapon is. Now, we disallow all weapons. I mean, that's in our matrix. But the law specifies which are considered dangerous. We rely on school police to make that determination. But Tristan would be happy to tell you what those are.
It's in NRS 202-265 that determines what dangerous weapon. Oh, sorry. It's NRS 202-265, which determines what a dangerous weapon is. It goes into dirks, daggers, trefoils, firearms, pneumatic weapons. But those are all under the categories that we would look at for a dangerous weapon that would necessitate a behavior hearing.
So it's not just a firearm, obviously. Yeah. And then, so to kind of follow up on President Smith's question on the manifestation, who makes that determination if it's a manifestation.
That's done by an IEP team at the school.
Oh, okay.
To follow up, and I see you, Trustee Church and Trustee Westlake, do the parents or can the parents argue that whatever that happened is a manifestation of my child's special need, and so?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
They are an equal member of the IEP team. That doesn't mean that they win the argument, but it does mean that they can argue that it's a manifestation. For example, we have SIP programs for students who exhibit extreme behavioral problems. So sometimes their impulsive behavior will be determined to be a manifestation.
Thank you. Trustee Church, followed by Trustee Westlake.
I just wanted specific on those questions. Am I correct? Nothing prohibits criminal charges, and what the courts decide may be totally different. My second follow-up on that, nothing would prohibit a staff member from obtaining a restraining order. Am I correct? That could affect that.
I would actually defer to legal on the second question. I think that that can be a thorny issue, but students are trespassed. If we send a kid on an emergency suspension, or we send a student to, I'm sorry for using the language. If we send a student on a long-term suspension or an expulsion, or even an emergency suspension, which is temporary until we have a hearing, they are trespassed from their school. In terms of a teacher exercising that privilege, I don't know the rules around that. If law enforcement is involved in a matter, whether that's our school police or it's Reno PD or it's Washoe County or it's Sparks, we back down. What I'm talking to you about right now is administrative actions. These are not criminal. Sometimes the criminal investigation or the work that school police will do will make our jobs very easy. So for example, if they determine that this is a dangerous weapon and it's a general education student, we're going to have a hearing, and 99 out of 100 times they're going to Washoe Inspire. It's clear cut. So we back away when school police is involved until they're not, and then we do our thing.
So now I'm a little confused. So a student hits a teacher has them arrested. Do you still proceed with your administrative? Because that kid's obviously going to come back soon.
We do. Now, but what I'm saying is whether the DA pursues will affect what we do. Okay, so if they dismiss it right away, we will then act administratively, and we will treat it based on the law, or I'm sorry, the rules within the discipline code. It's no longer a criminal matter, it's an administrative code. So what Chief Trevino does is really independent from what we do, but we work together and we defer to them.
Let me give you another hypothetical. Kid gets arrested for battery on a teacher. It's all pending. He hasn't gone to court. He's released on his own recognizance. He goes to Jan Evans or whatever. He's released. He's still got criminal charges pending. Now he's back in our custody. What do we do?
We use our administrative process to either return him to a school or to move him to Washoe Inspire, and it depends on the case.
Thank you. So you had said earlier that the percentage had gone down compared to 2018, 2019, but our enrollment has gone down also. So is that taken into consideration? Because now there's less students, so wouldn't that mean be correlated mathematically somehow that, I mean, our student population has gone down, not drastically, but that has to have an effect on those percentages, correct?
It does, yes, it does. Now, the reduction in overall events is far greater than the reduction in student enrollment. And we, with time, that's one that we'd have to tease apart a little bit more. We'd have to rely on accountability. We could produce that data.
One other clarifying question for this slide. If a student or their parent appeals and they win their appeal, we don't see that number on here. So for as many appeals that win the day, those behaviors are not reflected because these are just the ones that are found to be, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I think I can say that with some confidence. And in terms of appeals, so parents in our school district have, and I think throughout the state, so the law that required appeals, it was kind of redundant because it already happens. We've already had an appeal process, especially for these kinds of placements. Those are not overturned very long. We have a neutral hearing officer. We follow procedure. There's proper notifications, but yeah, they wouldn't be in the data. I do want to just bring your attention really quick over to the right side of the slide, just because I know that there has been information out in the public suggesting there have not been any expulsions, and it's just not the case. And long-term suspensions are, we're talking about removal from the traditional setting and placed in a behavioral school for a long period of time. Okay, I am going to turn it back over to Tristan to talk about board involvement.
Thanks, Paul. Tristan McElhaney for the record. Again, back to what we're hoping to do with the board. We really want to do the workshop gosh, I keep doing that. We want to be able to do the workshop in May with you guys to discuss the recommendations we've gotten so far, as well as look at anything that's been finalized legislatively. But the big thing we want to do is expedite the process. This last manual was approved in November. We would like to speed that process up and actually disseminate to schools by August 1st, so they have an opportunity to get it to all staff members, and then make sure we get it back to you guys by August 12th for adoption.
By September 12th.
Sorry, September 12th, the September 12th meeting.
I'm going to co-opt you on this slide. So just something that I want to be clear for the community and to my colleagues, and we'll talk more about this when the presentation is over in just a moment. To be very clear, today we are going to give feedback on the plan that they're using to call forward these ideas and to improve the manual and the matrix. And we're going to talk about that, okay, in a little bit, and it's on this plan. If we adopt this plan, or with the feedback to adopt the plan, it will include this workshop in May, where after they have gone to all these different stakeholder groups and the people who know student behavior and specialize in this, we will come back. We will also be making direct recommendations. So the reason why we're not doing this right now is because we can't put the cart before the horse. One, we have to see where things are going on the legislative front. And two, we have to first talk with our stakeholder groups, the people that are actually experts in this area. When that first round is done, we will do a public workshop where they will bring areas where the board needs to provide strategic direction about our visions, our mission, and our values in this area, and we will also make direct action in that workshop as well, okay? So this isn't just like we approve a plan and then it comes back to us fully baked. We have a hands-on workshop where we will be making decisions around this conversation after they do the work that they do for the next couple months, okay? So I just want to be abundantly clear about that. Of course, this is subject to us passing this motion, but I wanted to make it really clear what we're going to talk about and give our feedback for tonight, and what's going to come back in the workshop in May, where we make some individual decisions about the things that they bring to us. Thank you for that.
I do want to just build on one comment Tristan just shared. We do want to accelerate the adoption of the manual going forward. And it may seem strange that we're talking about adopting it in the middle of September. School begins in the middle of August. There's a lot of teacher turnover. All staff is not in place till the beginning of the school year, and some staff are still not in place at the beginning of the school year. There's current statute that requires that schools have an opportunity to review the recommended manual, provide feedback by September 15th. In that time period, they also have to do a couple of other exercises. They have to develop a progressive discipline committee, which requires some like in-house elections. They have to disseminate the manual to all staff. So right now, the law says that has to be done by September 15th. The first week of August, when teachers get back, they're fully maxed. Then we're right back into school. So we're actually going to be putting some burden on schools to get this done quicker. The current legislative requirement for you is not adoption until November 15th, but we are hoping to come to you September 12th. I know that's the second Tuesday in September. That's our hope with this plan. And that concludes our comments. Our recommendation is that you do approve the project plan, or the superintendent's recommendation is that you do approve the project plan, and you may want to make some suggestions to changes.
Thank you. So before we get started, I'm just going to set the different stages of this conversation. So I'm sure we are all chomping at the bit to really weigh in here. I'm asking that we hold our substantive conversations that are really going to be around how we're going to make these changes, what we'd like to see. For this first step, I'd like to ask for just clarifying questions on the presentation. Then we'll go to public comment, hear from the public, and then we'll bring it back here and we will really begin the work of pulling out parts of this plan, making recommendations, and having feedback. So just to be clear about the different steps that we're going to take. Also because the conversation we have or the positions we take are very likely to be affected by what our community will be telling us in the public comment. So with that said, Vice President Nicolette.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So I heard what you said about the project plan review and highlights and the behavior task force. I also heard that you're going to disseminate surveys. I'm really glad to hear that, because I want an assurance, and I don't believe I'm telling you anything new, that I would definitely like our bus drivers, our custodians, our nutrition workers, our administrative aides in our offices, our nurses, to have an opportunity to weigh in on this, because our kiddos are everywhere in our schools, and we have a lot of expertise that should be shared. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Nicolette. Are there any other clarifying questions for this? Trustee Church.
Yeah, I'll save the rest for later. Clarifying, can you kind of explain to me again the Student Behavior Task Force, who's on it when they meet? I think I heard it, but I didn't catch it all.
Sure. The Student Behavior Task Force, it's a task force that we created a couple of years back. Actually, it was a task force that we first created 2019-20, and it was in response to the legislation that brought restorative practices, et cetera. And we got hit by COVID, it kind of canceled things. Last year, we sort of re-upped it, and again, under Dr. Enfield's direction, we started again this year. It includes 6 teachers, some of whom have been identified, all of whom I think have been identified by WEA. It includes 6 site administrators, all of whom have been vetted through WSPA, and it involves several central office administrators such as Tristan and Catherine Loud and Trish Schaefer that are also here tonight.
Oh, it's not a public committee or whatever. And is it open to the public to speak or attend?
It's not arranged in that manner, but we haven't had any requests. It is a task force to the superintendent. It's not a district committee. It is not subject to open meeting laws.
Got it. And 2 more very quick.
Really quick. So something we can talk about after, if we have that feedback, is integrating that as well. Okay. And to not jump ahead to the next one, but we also have a safety forum coming up as well with our Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. So. So keep that hot on the burner.
Specifically on what he said, yeah.
Yeah, but so what I'm saying is after public comment, let's come back to that.
Okay.
Okay.
Number 2, we talked about some people, including me, had put out information on zero bullying, 0 expulsions. The State Department of Education, 2122, and maybe it's in the semantics, says Washoe County, 0 bullying and cyberbullying resulted in expulsion. So I think I'm hearing the semantics. Our expulsions are not for bullying and cyberbullying.
That is correct. So let me clarify. We expel and we do long-term suspensions based on legislative requirements. That includes weapons possession, battery, distribution of drugs, habitual discipline, threats. Now, if a student bullied on multiple occasions and that became a habitual problem based on the definition, they could be placed out. But we have not done long-term suspensions or expulsions based on bullying for a single event.
And my final question, I think, for the board president, because I can come confused. We're not tonight, even though this is an action item, you're not expecting us to do specific action item recommendations, motions?
So the way that we've usually handled feedback in the past, and Dr. Enfield has said that she is good with this, we're going to, after public comment, we'll talk about the changes that we'd like to see in the plan, and then she takes that feedback and then they build it into the next version of the plan. That does not preclude anyone from making a motion on a specific thing, but when we've had conversations about process, we've had those conversations, they take the feedback, they build it into the plan, and then they move forward. It's worked really successfully before, but anyone could certainly make an individual motion for an item. But I can't think of anything we've ever asked for in a substantive plan that wasn't integrated, because staff wants to do this right. They don't want to come back to us in May when we have the workshop and we're like, what are you doing? Or when this comes back in September and we say you didn't do X, Y, Z. I've had every assurance that they want to take our feedback into how they will develop this plan so that we can be as effective as possible. All right, at that point, I don't see any lights. So before we go into our substantive conversation and our recommendations, let's welcome the public into this conversation.
Sandy Tibbet.
Hi, Miss Tibbet. You get to lead us off. You're a leadoff hitter.
Sandy Tibbet for the record. So I want to refresh the minds of the Board of the Trustees and direct your attention to the Washoe County organizational chart. At the top of the page, you will see that the superintendent is supposed to answer to the Board of Trustees, but you wouldn't know that if you attend any of these meetings. The back scratching and ass kissing behavior is disgusting and needs to stop. You all have heard the saying, woke goes broke. The superintendent clearly has a woke agenda that is being implemented here in Washoe County, and it is obviously going broke. With the increased number of threats of violence, gang assaults, bullying, drug abuse, and chronic absenteeism. If this is your goal, you have achieved it. Way to go. You all have earned yourself a pat on the back, and I am sure you will all be happy to give each other one. Goal 5, Response to Recovery Strategic Plan developed in 2021 for the 21-22 and 22-23 school year reads: ensure schools are safe, secure, supportive, and welcoming environments. Safe, protected from or not exposed to danger or risk. Staff and students are exposed to the dangers of gang violence and the risks of drug abuse daily with no apparent protection from the Board of Trustees or superintendent. Giving teachers the choice to wear a body camera would have been a great solution, but you hardly even considered it and used cost as an excuse to not consider it. But easily spent $600,000 for 3 additional administrative positions. A sense of security and peace of mind is priceless. Secure, free from danger, in safe custody, Washoe County School District carries a civic duty to provide safe and secure schools for our staff and students, and while they are in school custody. They are negligent in exercising their civic responsibility to our community and need to be held accountable. Supportive, serving to actively give help to someone who needs it, providing encouragement or emotional help. The staff and students of Washoe County need the support of the superintendent and Board of Trustees. They need them to act, not to appear to act with their development of their restorative justice plan. It is time to instill discipline back to the classroom. A welcoming environment is supposed to feel safe and secure. It is a space where people can find themselves represented and supported, and where they understand that all people are treated fairly and with respect. You could all use some of that towards Trustee Church. He needs some of your respect because you don't give any of it to him. Goal 5 is easily attainable with the right leadership. So Washoe County failure and is such a disappointment. And with all due respect, to the student behavior manual, it is mind-numbing and garbage and needs to be scrapped. Why the rush to push it through? Oh, wait, I get it now. Let the school district destroy itself, and the superintendent will then write in and save it with the implementation of the student behavior manual and her task force.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
James Bentham.
Hi, Mr. Bentham. Thank you for being with us today.
James M. Bentham for the record. The student behavior manual is really important, and it deals with a lot of important and crucial issues. I'm here to ask for more parental involvement in these issues. Parents are responsible for taking care of their kids, providing the food, medical care, housing, until they become adults. They're the most responsible and fundamental people responsible for their kids and their education. In order to have more involvement, I'm asking that a parental Bill of Rights be added to this manual to help guide parents, to help involve them with the issues, especially with their kids. Part of that would be easier access to curriculum and accessory materials, meeting with parents at least twice a year and more often as needed, empower parents to opt out of surveys or other classes that are optional, inform parents of any compromises of their data, inform parents of violent activity at their schools. Since parents are basically responsible for their kids, I'm urging for more parental involvement, a parental Bill of Rights to be added. I think this would be an important addition, give parents faith in the district and help them be involved in remediating these many problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bentham.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Hi, welcome, Mr. Nava Duran.
Hello.
It's okay, take your time.
Okay, here we go. Hello, my name is Pablo again. So, hundreds, thousands of teachers are facing problems with students who do not pay attention to a classroom, disrespect to a teacher, attack teacher, and fight multiple schools on and off the classroom, include periods. I subbed of most Taiwan schools like Hug, Desisca, Delaware, Trainer, and many more. I face many students who either not pay attention to me or very disrespectful to me, don't want to work with the teacher who gave it about it during classroom. But I see the student fighting in the classroom, so I do support this agenda to have an immigrant of a student behavior task force to immigrate it. So it should not be partisan issue. If this is a non-partisan issue, it should be worked together to combat of a student behavior. So, for example, if you did not talk about what to do with the substitute teacher of a student behavior when the substitute was here, well, I was being disrespected. They say like for a piece of their photo of paper on me. They went to do untested, laughing at me loudly, and I tried to call dean multiple times at Trainer Middle School, for example, like that at Trainer Middle School. So we need to protect the student from teacher. We need to protect teacher from a student. Give us a parent boys. Yes, I think parent boys. So I'm a strong supporter of parental rights, but I do bring some of my parents who did not did not guide children how to behave themselves before the grown-up society, to let a kid do it, to join disrespect to teachers, staff, administrators. That will lead to December of a Delaware Middle School of a student who attacked a teacher in a classroom, and that maybe some of my fault. I could save her when I was in classrooms, and I did ask Joey Hilton to consider recognition by first in the semester, but I'm not so, because since I'm underpaid, I doesn't have enough money to deal with the students. I had to call administrator or dean to get the control of a student. And when I get the main time, I was banned from Hug campus. So please pass this agenda. Hopefully you get the George Lobano to pass signing new law.
Thank you.
John Eppolito.
Hi, Mr. Eppolito. Welcome.
Hi, my name is John Eppolito. You can find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. A couple comments. One, I was curious on the task force. I saw 6, and maybe 9, maybe 21 people, maybe not that many. I was just wondering, are they all volunteers or some of them paid? I guess no one has to do it. As a former teacher, I know I always dreaded that kind of stuff. I taught math for 5 years, so I don't know. I like teaching math. Second thing that I noticed in the comments were not all incidents were reported. That surprised me a little bit, and I got to thinking, this IT department has 70 people in it. I don't know what 69 of them do. Couldn't somebody create an app for teachers and staff members and administrators where they could take 20, 30 seconds to put it in their phone, the incident that just happened, so it's not a lot of labor for them? That seems silly to me. With 70 people, probably more now, it boggles my mind. A high school kid could probably do it in a half an hour, maybe an hour. Weapons. Education Crusade, if you go look at that website, one of the things they mentioned is kids are getting stabbed with pencils in schools. So I don't know how that changes any of this, but anything that could be turned into a weapon is a problem. Now, obviously, you need pencils in school. Some schools you probably don't because they're on computers all day. The other thing I saw on Education Crusade was the hooded and masked kids, the 6 or 7 of them, beat the crap out of one kid in the hallway at school, and then other students posted photos and videos of that beating. I don't know if that's covered in that manual. Maybe it'll be in 3.04. Maybe it never gets discussed. That should be discussed because the big problem is the social media. I've spent time in Carson City. I've heard horrendous stories from parents talking about, one was a suicide because of what happened to on social media. His daughter was being bullied. The last thing is Mr. Bentham, his comments about the parent, especially about the Parent Bill of Rights. That would sure be nice. I've actually brought that up a couple times, and I don't think there's any bills right now. There's none that I know of. Hopefully there'll be something, but that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eppolito.
Margaret Martini.
Hi, Ms. Martini. Welcome.
Thank you, Margaret Martini in Klein Village. So I've heard a lot from these two gentlemen, some from the board, but I'm not understanding how some of these things are still being allowed to happen. Erroneous reporting because of onerous reporting methods. That is ridiculous. That is beyond ridiculous. And I think that if you're going to make reporting methods, then you all should take them yourself and just see how hard it is or how easy you can make it. Enrollment's down, student incidents are up. What's up with that? So then everything that's presented, oh, we had 14 here, but this year over here we have 11. Well, that's, excuse me, that's erroneous reporting, in my opinion. The student manual, how about a teacher's manual? How about telling the teachers what they can and what they can't do, and how you're going to support what you've said, what they can and what they can't do. Didn't hear anything about the teachers here. I didn't hear any support at all for the teachers, for other supportive staff. They need a manual to show exactly what they can do with board and superintendent support. We have immediate removal for the first offense to show that the district is serious about discipline. You know, it's not the first offense. If it is the first offense, then they need to know that there's serious consequences, not just a little slap on the hands and go, oh, it's the first offense, we're going to let this slide. No, you come in with all the big guns and you make a statement and you say, we're not tolerating this. We're not, as the school district, going to tolerate this action. So this pussyfooting around is ridiculous. And then you could have a whistleblower program, a completely anonymous whistleblower program, where anybody could report, and it would all be anonymous. And I think that's where it needs to start first. And John mentioned how bloated the IT department is. Oh, yeah. And then the bullying, everybody's talking about the bullying. It seems to me like maybe 2 years ago that the county hired a whole new department or new staff for anti-bullying. What happened with that? Did that decrease the bullying? It doesn't seem like it when you look at the stats you've presented.
Thank you, Ms. Martini. I will point out that I think you're going to like item 3.05 and 3.06.
Jean Kramer.
Hi, Ms. Kramer. Welcome. I love your necklace.
I'm a retired teacher. My name's Jean Kramer, and I'm taught at North Valley High School for the last 15 years. I was there when it was opened, and it was a wonderful school. However, I now am very concerned that not only North Valley, but all the schools have become weak in taking care of issues of bullying, whatever. My question to all of you is, when a student is suspended and sent home, when it happened in my classroom, it was like a vacation. The parents were gone, they played or watched TV or did whatever they wanted to at home. It was not a punishment for them. I also think and wish that there would be some kind of a program, or instead of having all the share program, why don't we have a program that will help the kids understand what will happen when they create bad things. I used to talk to my students when the girls would come in fighting and let them, talk to them, let them be counseled as to what really needs to be done, that it's not just whatever you feel like doing. And at that period of time, North Valley High School had a Saturday day. The school board did away with it after, I don't know, so many months. I can't even remember how long it was. But it was punishment for the kids that had misbehaved or done something incorrect during the week. And they would be there in Saturday for 2 or 3 hours in the morning picking up cigarette butts, whatever was around there, which they hated to do, but the school board disallowed that after time. So I don't think, again, that the consequences are strong enough for what you are predicting. There's excuses for everything, for the special ed kids, for the first-time offenders. You know, you need to, if you were a parent, you would not allow that. You would say, this is it, and I mean it. I look at it as the school children say, oh, well, that's just my first offense, you know, I'll get away with that. And there needs to be more consequences, I believe. Thank you. Oh, I did want to say, too, there used to be 9 days of out of school and you lost your credit. That's gone away, too.
Thank you very much.
Kaylin Evans.
Hi, Mr. Evans. Welcome.
Hi, for the record, my name's Kaylin Evans. I'm the president of the Washoe Education Association, and we represent the 4,000 certified professionals in the Washoe County School District. First, I just wanted to say thank you, President Smith, for holding this meeting specifically and structuring it the way you did. It is long overdue. There is no more of a priority than making sure that the learning and working conditions at our school sites are addressed, and nothing else that we do as a body or as a school district will have its intended impact if the learning and working conditions of our school sites aren't addressed. You know, and I appreciate that we addressed the data specifically that was shared. There are good elements of restorative practices. Absolutely. One of the drawbacks that has been chronicled across the country with restorative practices is how data is being recorded and interpreted by school districts. It is something that on the record we need to be very conscious of because it can be extremely dangerous when we are not reporting incidences accurately, because they can give us a skewed perspective of what's going on. And so it's really important, I can't stress that enough, that we are aware of how incidences are being reported. I do want to say that very much appreciative. The WA has a monthly meeting set up with Paul LaMarca and the MTSS team. We are extremely eager to give our feedback on this behavior matrix. We had our attorneys look over this a couple months ago to give feedback even within the current legislation of changes that could be made. I won't go into specifics because I would need more than 3 minutes on areas that we need to address within this, but it is important to understand too, we can make all the changes that we want to a behavior matrix. To echo the words of Dr. Enfield, the systems that we have in place within the larger system are paramount. If we don't have schools administering this with coherence across the school district, it doesn't matter what we put into policy, it is not going to have its intended impact. And we currently, and I know it doesn't happen overnight, I understand this, we do not have coherence and consistency of how behaviors are being addressed across school sites, which leads to many of the issues that we see being put forth, because as someone else alluded to, we can, come heavy with consequences. Again, if we don't have progressive discipline systems in place at school sites, it's not going to have its intended impact. And I just want to say real quickly, I appreciate that we are expediting this process. We should absolutely be expediting this process. We should have been having this process done in place, long ago. So I appreciate the school district and Paul and your team for expediting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
The board received emails from Graham Reed and Suzanne Lewis.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to bring it back to the more substantive portion of our conversation. And there's a few things I'd like to say just so that everyone is clear. So I pulled this off the consent agenda item in November. I did so we could have this process here. And I appreciate the way that we're having this rigorous conversation. I am grateful to the teachers who have reached out to me. They should not be told to go F themselves in their classrooms or in the hallways or anything. I understand and I am grateful that they come to work every day. And our students also deserve safety and respect. It is a right, not an expectation. And so I am grateful for where we are in this conversation now and where we will continue to go. And I would also like to put out there that this may not be a single year change. We may, like we talk about with unintended consequences, need to evolve our manual and our matrix, and then also do this again in the future. There's a few other things I want to say for the record, and one is that violence in our schools is a reflection of violence in our communities. These are not school issues. These are issues that are also not just for parents. These are community needs issues. It's why the district has recently passed things like Care Solace, which connects staff and student families to mental wellness supports. This is not a school issue. This is a community issue. This means that we have to come together with all of our local law enforcement agencies, with our local governments, with the providers of mental health supports, because I believe that this is a small percentage of our school population, and this is also a vulnerable part of our student population. As Dr. Enfield pointed out, consequences rarely change behaviors. It is a full support, pulling in the family, providing them support, getting them the mental health support that they need, providing the families the support that they need. Because we, within the context of that first school bell and the final school bell, we cannot solve and support all the ways that our students need support. So I want to be very, very clear that this is a community conversation, and the fact that this is also a vulnerable group. So with that said, thank you for allowing me that moment. There's a bit of feedback that I have on this, so as we open up to the things that we'd like to see. One of those is I would like to see a laser focus on where there is clear legislative mandate versus where we have discretion. And I want to be explicit in the fact that I would like this board and district leadership to be given the opportunity to exert maximum discretion in the areas where we have that. Now, I understand sometimes the law can be hazy. I understand. But I want to be very clear that in order for us to deliver on our commitment of safety and respect in schools for staff and students, we have to be very clear on all the areas where we can exhibit discretion in our own decision making. And before I go on, I wanted to see if there's any thoughts on that.
Thank you for the comment. For the record, Paula Marca, you will see in the project plan that it's one of the key topics that we have to address. Most of the major behaviors and how we deal with them are discretionary. So that's a really important point. Since you gave me the opportunity, I want to comment on two things that I heard. I took a lot of notes. Very important points were being made. If a student stabs another child with a pencil, that can be treated as possession of a dangerous weapon. If I turn this probably is a bad example. If I go after my teacher with my cell phone and try and hit him or her in the head, that is a dangerous weapon. And that's actually, there's some discretion there that we can exert. Same with the social media comment. We will classify the inappropriate use of technology as either the inappropriate use of technology or instigation of fighting, contributing to violence. We take that very seriously, and that's an area that maybe we need to work on. So I just wanted to bring that up because those are a couple examples that are addressed currently.
Thank you. My next thing is the consistent application of the manual and the matrix. I hear a lot of feedback about similar behaviors at different school sites that are treated very differently by the site leadership. I am in support of discretion for site leaders. However, in this case, I think that we need to put supports in place so that there is more systems coherence. I know Dr. Enfield has brought this up again, but I want to formally go on the record that student behavior at one site should not get a pat on the head, and at another site, they face a different type of consequence. There has to be an equal expectation of behavior among staff and students at our school sites, so that system coherence is something that I would really like to see us strengthen, and that could be an area for our associate chiefs to also be very directly involved in. And that is exactly why one of the reasons I voted to add those 2 additional associate chiefs is because my expectation is that those new roles will support the principals and help in this process as well too. I see your light on.
Yes, thank you, President Smith. I just want to respond and say that consistency of practice is an issue for us across the district. And I think everyone has heard me say before, we function as over 100 individual schools and departments, not as a coherent school system. And that's exactly why we have the disparities that we have in implementation. And so we are addressing that by, and you'll hear a little bit later about the professional development opportunities that we're providing for staff and for principals and staff in our buildings. And we're not making these invitational. So for a long time, we've given people the option of coming to training. We're now saying you are coming to training. Now, we're going to do it during the school day. You're going to be compensated for it. We're not asking you to do it on a Saturday and not be paid, but everybody will go through this training. And I also just need to say this. I believe that our leaders and our professionals in our schools are doing the very best they can. And that we also have a number of new administrators that we need to make sure are getting the training and support to do this work. We also have folks who, let's face it, over the past few years have gotten a little out of practice. And so I think the time is now for us to sharpen our professional learning opportunities for our staff, make sure they are provided to all staff, and the expectation moving forward, and especially into next year as we launch the implementation of our strategic plan, is that we will see consistency across our system. And I just want to make that very, very clear publicly right now.
Where are all the lights? All right, Trustee Church, you're the first. No, your light was on.
All right, wonderful. Where do I start? So this chart shows an increase in violence. Let's not mix the numbers. Violence year after year after year, in spite of the fact that enrollment's down from 65,000 to 60,000 students. It's a crisis today. It's a crisis. It's not an issue. It's a crisis today. And this is a school issue. This is not a national issue. I don't accept blaming the legislature. I accept as a trustee the responsibility to deal with this now. I believe we need to deal with this now. Picking a random number, I think if we don't do this in the next 3 months, we all as trustees should resign. This is not August. This is a crisis now. The fights, murder, stabbings, Hug High, Wooster High, everywhere, this is a crisis now. Teachers being assaulted is a crisis now. And I said I wouldn't send my grandkids or great-grandkids to school here. I meant that. I stand by that. Nor would I suggest that my daughter or stepdaughter or grandkids be a teacher or substitute here, because they're not getting support. We have to support them. One of the best schools I ever had on military leadership, and I'm so glad I'm not a military leader now, because every day in the paper you read about what they call loss of confidence. The commander has been removed for loss of confidence. And one of the best movies I ever saw was 12 O'Clock High in a leadership class. And it talks about lack of confidence in their abilities. Doesn't mean they're a bad person, but if they can't do the job, they're removed for lack of confidence. And maybe that's what we have to do with some of our principals, some of our area superintendents. If they can't do it, let's get fresh blood in there and do it. But this is a crisis today. And I think that our teachers absolutely need support. And I wouldn't blame them if they go out and get a restraining order on some of the people here, some of the kids. So when we talked about the previous agenda item, they said, oh, the next one's an action item. Well, now we're finding out it's not really an action item, it's just ideas. I'm prepared.
No, this is actually an action item.
I would be prepared. I don't think I'll get a second, but I would be prepared, and I'm just going to run through these for the record of things that I would promote. Number one, we need to say a message for the manual, remove the disruptive student. Number two, the best person to give you advice on that student is the teacher. Back the teacher. Increased use of Inspire. Increased use of distance learning. Increased use of sending the student anywhere but back to the classroom. very importantly, in the manual, I would like to see mention of criminal referral. If there's a crime, if there's a battery, that should be handled as a crime. Pushing a teacher. I don't care if there's no long-term injury. I can't even imagine in my day hitting a teacher, spitting on a teacher, threatening a teacher. I also believe that drugs are prevalent in the schools. So if a student falls into that criteria, I think we need to look at a drug testing policy, and we don't have anything on that for drug testing. I believe we need to train our officers in drug recognition, which is not done today. I really like the idea of a parental bill of rights. Absolutely, I agree with the board president. We need to err on the side of enforcement. If there's a fork in the road, we need to take it on the side of what's best for the classroom, not what's best for one individual. And again, we need to, any threat, any battery should be suspension. And then I believe we also, in that manual, should include a definition of how we address Code Yellow, and then I'm done. But I keep reading about precautionary Code Yellow at Hooster, precautionary Code Yellow at Hug, and then I find out there's fights and arrests and multi-agency response. This is from the Washoe County website, so I think it's very important if you'll indulge me. A precautionary Code Yellow secured campus is a process where a school enters into a heightened state of alertness and security to ensure that staff and students will be prepared to react quickly in case of an emergency. For the sake of brevity, I'm going to move on. Precautionary Code Yellow lockdowns are commonly called when law enforcement advise a school or police activity in the area, or when dangerous wildlife wander onto a campus. And it goes on, another website, same Washoe County. A Code Yellow is a precautionary measure put in place if an incident has taken place near a campus. A Code Yellow may be declared by authorized personnel. Code Yellow is only used as a preventative measure. A Code Red indicates a threat or imminent threat on campus. In the case of a Code Red, school perimeter doors will be secured if possible.
I'm
almost done. This protocol will be used.
I know, but the Code Reds, is this in the behavior manual or the plan?
I'm suggesting
Okay.
it is. I'm suggesting it be placed in there.
Okay.
The protocol will to be used in situations where an actual crisis has occurred. So my point is, we're misusing this Code Yellow, and that's why the manual should address that, because that's not, when you have a fight with multi-agency response, that's not a bear on campus. That's a Code Red. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, and I have good news. So you just provided that feedback, which is exactly what we're doing today, and I see our staff taking lots of notes on that. Thank you. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, Madam President. I find it very enlightening and gives us the ability now, with you're saying a lot of this, we have discretion, and I think we also have things in place to help these students that are being disruptive, that are doing these violent acts. I would like to see there be no free passes for even a first offense. I think we have gotten to a point now where we are going to have to take that step and trust that we've been putting tools in place, like we have Inspire, we have Care Solace in place, we have therapists, counselors, and we need to do more of this. I strongly think that we need more of that, more tools, but we are at a point now where we can't allow this to go any further, and we need to protect the students. It's not just protecting them from physical harm, it's also protecting them from mental harm. Because if there are 30 students in a class and they witness one student hitting the teacher, throwing chairs, whatever's happening, now that is behavior that's been witnessed by 30 other impressionable individuals that will either shut down from witnessing that behavior, it will cause trauma to them from witnessing that behavior, or they might start incorporating that and taking on some of that behavior and acting out in a negative way. So we have to start using our discretion here and coming down a little harder and trusting that we have those tools for the students that are doing this. The Family Resource Center, Inspire, Care Solace, again, the counseling and therapists in our schools. We can't keep going down that road of not making a decisive decision that we will protect our teachers, we will protect our students. And by pulling those kids out of that classroom, we have to trust ourselves that we are going to direct them in the right place to get help, as Superintendent Enfield said,
On
to
that
get
note,
to the root.
I think this is great. I know parents are a very important topic for you, Trustee Westlake. What do you envision with that? Because as we talked about, and it was one of the reasons why you voted against Care Solace, but it was the concern that kids could be put into therapy without their parents' knowledge, which, by the way, does not happen with Care Solace. It's a valid concern, but doesn't actually happen with that. We can absolutely discipline students, and I'm really with you here. What's the role that you see in parents with this? Because we can't provide full therapy for all of the students who perhaps need it. What role do you see in terms of the larger sense here?
Thank you. I think that's a very good question, and it shines the light on. I've always been for parental rights. That means bringing the parent into the conversation. If we have in our manual that parents will be required and responsible to be part of this conversation, and if we are forthright and everybody knows the rules of engagement here. Okay, no, this is not going to come to any surprise for parents or anyone that's going to be involved with getting these students help and protecting the other students and the teachers. If it is very clearly stated that we will not tolerate even a first offense of violence, and the parents will be brought into the conversation and the decision process, if they don't want to get therapy through what we're offering, we still have to stand strong and say that student cannot be allowed in the classroom without interventive procedures and tools being utilized. And that, I guess, that would be the right of the parent. I can't imagine that number being that great, where a parent's going to say, well, Johnny's just not going to go to school. Now, I would think most parents, and this could be a conversation down the road, if we see just a lack of parents wanting to be involved, a lack of parents just letting their child flounder, then I think then we open up conversation. Now, what do we do at that point? But we're not even going that step. We're not even taking that step to see how our parents are going to respond. We're kind of just not wanting to take that first step and draw a hard line. And I think it's our responsibility to draw a hard line, communicate that to the parents, and then for the parents that don't want to take advantage of the tools, we still have to protect our teachers and our students and say, well, you have the opportunity for your child to be inspired for the rest of their high school education, or you have an opportunity for him to get utilize the Care Solace and the counseling, and then be able to be integrated back in. But we have a right for the majority of our students to protect them and all of our teachers.
Thank you. I will say, though, that the students who are engaging in these behaviors now, I mean, they are going home to families or to guardians now, and so that's why I will still circle it back to something that this is also something that we really need to support as a community in terms of having the mental health professionals out there and So anyways, I hear your feedback around parental involvement and making sure that that is a strong element that's interwoven into the manual. Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually would like to invite our student representative, hopefully she's still there, to weigh in on some of these decisions that we're looking at implementing, if she's there. Or maybe she's asleep.
She's doing her homework.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Okay.
Well, if she joins us, I will definitely have her. That's a very, very good point. Trustee Woodley.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So I'll preface my statement with this. I've been fortunate to work in government agencies for over 20 years. And I remember when I first started, and I would make contact with the public, the response would be, sir, oh, absolutely, we'll take care of that, we'll handle it. Well, the response that I get today, typically, and for any other officers that go out in the field, is you get told, go pound sand. And unfortunately, sometimes you get told that by parents with their kids right there next to them. And the reason why I bring that up is because I believe that what we're seeing here in Washoe County School District is that we're not exempt from what's going on in the rest of our community. This is a microcosm of what's going on out there. We've seen regionally, we've seen incidences in the last several months that I hadn't seen in over 20 years. I've seen the amount of officer-involved shootings, 3 of them in the region within a month. You know, and that's the world we live in. Unfortunately for us, you know, we have a very small world in which we operate, and it's dealing with the kids and the students and our employees. But overall, I think what you're getting from this board is that we're all about safety first, hands down. Me personally have a very low tolerance of interruptions in the classrooms, disrespect, and aggressive and violent behavior. And anywhere, as the president stated earlier, anywhere where we have any type of discretion, I'd like that discretion to be towards the side of enforcement, of removing these individuals and allowing the rest of the majority, the students and the teachers, to be productive in the small amount of hours that we have them in our schools. So I support where this is going. I appreciate it. I know that there's passion. With compassion, obviously, as stated by Trustee Westlake, we have a lot that we're offering to provide assistance, but we have to move forward and march forward with this mission, which is to make sure that those that are in the schools and the classes, including our teachers, have a safe environment. So, thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Woodley, and I appreciate your experience over those 20 years. It makes you a very valuable voice in these conversations. So I'm going to take an opportunity to invite our Chief Legal Counsel to weigh in because we still do have to stay in alignment with laws. And so as good as our feedback is, it's important to just calibrate a bit around the legality of student behavior.
Yeah, so one of the things that I wanted to address was that we can't just have students, we can't just require that students do certain things and then say, if you don't do them, you can't come back to school. It's just federal law doesn't permit us.
They go to Inspire, though?
Well, there's options, but there's a pathway for all of that, right?
Pathways.
So, yeah, it's not that simple as just saying, if you don't do A, B, and C, that's it, you're done. We have to give them opportunities to come back to school and opportunities for a free and appropriate public education. Thank you. And then the other issue is drug tests. As we've discussed before, it is not legal to randomly drug test students. It's a violation of their Fourth Amendment rights. Well, you have to have parent consent, or you have to have indication that there's probable cause for a crime. So I want to be careful with that. I don't want the community to have expectations that that can't happen. And then the last, I guess those are the only 2 issues that I had on.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Very important.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to go full circle here. So many wonderful conversations, ideas. I think it's very clear that we here at the dais are all very serious about this. We recognize that we have work to do, and we will do it. I think a couple things. Pathways are going to be extremely important, and coherence is another concept that must be installed. And then I also want us to take a deep dive at site-based management, because there is a purpose for site-based management. Every population is different, and yet there are certain things that we must do that are throughout our entire school district. It doesn't matter what the site is, good things are good things, and I really want to make sure that we look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Nicolette. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you. No, this is full circle. No, thank you, Madam President. Yeah, gosh, I don't know where to begin. So just some feedback, and then I'll may have a couple items to add to the input that you're seeking. But first, I want to say, Dr. Lamarca, I think you're just a phenomenal person. We've spent some time together at Jan Evans, at some of our community resource centers, and what you do is very emotional. It is very difficult. You and your staff, and I admire it tremendously. I mean, I think we've gotten emotional together on some of our excursions. School safety is as important as academics. I mean, I hear that a lot. I heard it a lot during the last several months. And so it has to be taken seriously. And I will say that this is no reflection. My sentiment that I'm going to express right now is no reflection on you as an individual. But I mean, I will say, when I saw these stats in the thousands, the major behavior events, I mean, for me, I was astonished. I really was. And then when I contrast that to interim alternative education settings, and they're in double digits, it doesn't align for me. We have to do better. It's a significant problem, and we got to get our arms around this. And I understand that restricted at the federal level, at the state level, but I know we can do better. I know that fundamentally, as a dad, I have kids in the district. I want the public to understand that. I'm a dad, I have kids in the district, and I tell you what, I've never felt in danger at the schools. We've been in pre-K, elementary, middle school, high school. Fundamentally, our schools are safe, but clearly we have some issues. And I appreciate President Smith for having this forum to discuss this, air our concerns. I hear a lot about the lack of consistency, and I think you brought that up, so I want to echo your sentiments and express my concerns. I think we can do a better job in that area. We talked a little bit about habitual discipline. Am I saying that word correctly? Habitual, thank you. Habitual discipline. And I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, can we bring some better clarity going forward on that piece of it? If a student disrupts a classroom, curses at a teacher, that student may be suspended, they may not be suspended. At some point, there has to be some appropriate action to at least remove the student from the classroom. I mean, I don't know how to get there, but I'm trying to crystallize that piece. Can you help me?
One part of what the note I wrote down is a couple of these bills, especially if a new one gets introduced, carries language within 392 where habitual discipline is defined. And so after discussion with the superintendent and with your input, maybe we make some recommendations to changes to the definition. It is a very high standard to be classified as a habitual discipline problem. 5 suspensions, each of at least 3 days. And all of this is a balancing act. The outcomes for kids once they get sent to essentially an external placement are not good. And we certainly aren't, obviously you pointed out that discrepancy. We're certainly not willy-nilly sending kids out of school. But there is a balance there. We have to do, so it's a system. It's a coherence issue. We need consistent application of the manual. We also need within the school consistent expectations in every classroom. We need consistent sort of levels of tolerance among staff. We need to build the foundational elements within the building itself so that when things escalate beyond that, we know without a doubt this is a problem that has to be addressed. And that's soapbox. I do think in pulling some data, and I'm going to have to work with Joe because as we're talking, some of it's getting more technical. I think we can tie suspensions directly. We can present to you or provide to you data directly regarding suspensions based on inappropriate use of language. And the example you used was that. And I know you weren't just talking about that. I hear you. We hear what you all are saying. You've addressed many issues, some of which we've already, with our task force and with some of the input we've received, they're validating because it's directions we know we need to head. But you've also added some items that are really critically important. And we got a ticker list now that we're going to use.
And Dr. LaMarca, the only other item I had is everything's perspective, and it would be it would be interesting to see the data from other school districts similar in size of ours. I'm not directing staff. I'm just suggesting that would be an interesting piece because I think it's important to oftentimes put some of these narratives in perspective. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I see Dr. Enfield and Clerk Rodriguez. Really quickly, though, something that I'd like to add. I see it in your plan, but I want to state my intention and value around it is leaning into the feedback from our employee groups. I know that it will be hard at times to hear the lived experience that our teachers and our principals and our school counselors are having, but I really want to make sure. So I see it in your plan. It's not a recommendation to change, but I want to state my value around really being open and inviting their voices into this process, because it is very important that what we meet about in May in the workshop and then what we approve in September reflects where they want us to grow. And again, I would like to stress to everyone that this may not be a one-year thing. This may be something that we have to iterate over time. Clerk Rodriguez and then Superintendent Enfield, and then maybe we can get closer to a motion because we've all had a really good opportunity to weigh in.
Thank you, Madam President. One thing I would like to suggest or throw out there to my colleagues who's on the task force, I would like to see student involvement, maybe student leadership, maybe a bunch of IVs around this. If we have that many, that'd be great. So that's something I would like to see if that's something that we could look at implementing.
She appeared.
Oh, she's awake. We'll circle back around maybe.
We told people you were studying. Don't worry.
One thing that I will say that is kind of near and dear to me, and I think this affects students and staff alike, is seeing if there's room for us to lean in, being more on the corrective or discipline side of promoting fights on social media. Because I know there's social media of one of our staff members that was going around saying Happy Valentine's Day, which I think is a great disservice to our staff that was trying to protect students. So I am going to throw that out there. And arson, by the way, that's so my wheelhouse. So I'm just going to throw that out there. So setting a fire in an occupied dwelling is a first degree felony. It's very serious offense. So I would suggest maybe looking to our school police and have some insight on how serious some of these charges will be, because you can actually look into, depending on the situation, you could actually be looking at attempted murder, setting a fire to a building with people inside. So just putting that out there. I'm seeing the discipline first offense, I'm like, but that also might be something that might be legal and set by statute as well. So I do recognize that. And again, I just want to echo what most of my colleagues are saying. I think you do understand that we want to lean in and be as progressive in these discipline issues as much as we can. I will throw out here for everyone's knowledge in the public, a drug recognition expert, an arrest for a drug recognition expert officer, the arrest is hours. It's very labor intensive. And to be honest, I've seen officers that go through the process, make these arrests, and 98% of the time are pled down to drug paraphernalia misdemeanor charge. So, and I will say, I know our school police are proactive because I've been in training with them in narcotics recognition training. So I'm going to sit there and say, I know our school police is proactive on this. Furthermore, I also know they're working on a drug dog, which is something that the majority of us have already been working on, along with our firearms dog that's going to be implemented this spring. So we are taking measurements. Thanks.
Thank you. So Ivy, I see your hand up. I'm going to have Dr. Okay. Ivy, please, we look forward to your voice in this conversation.
Yes, I've been trying to, I wanted to like give you guys a space first to really be able to, talk about kind of your thoughts and feelings. What I've been telling my counsel originally when we brought up, after we had heard about Chloe Meadows, who was murdered at North Valley's high school, or at her home, we had initially started talking about it, but we were put into groups and we were all talking about different issues. And I'm sorry, JJ, is it any possibility I could look at the board? Because right now I'm just looking at myself and it feels a little awkward.
You look good though, Ivy.
I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Thomas would have to fix that one for me.
Okay. Well, anyway, so we've been trying, at first I was in a small group discussing it with another girl from Gerlach High School, and we both realized, being from Incline and Gerlach High School, we didn't have a lot of ways to weigh in about this problem, since it's not as prevalent as at our schools. But I will say, even just being in Incline, I know a lot of the problems do not even compare to how they are at much of the larger schools. But school safety and discipline are like a key element, and as many of you said, in our learning environment. And when another student is disruptive of that because of their own violent behavior or violent temptations, or disrupting a teacher's class or being rude to our teacher, it does make other students feel uncomfortable. And it's not only that they're disrespecting teachers or like school administration, they're also disrespecting their fellow students and taking away from their learning time and their learning environment. So I think it is crucial. I mean, I get worried on a day-to-day basis about when I see the alerts of which schools are in code yellows at that period and at that time. And it does worry me as a fellow student, as, having personal connections to those schools and knowing students at those schools, wanting to know that they're okay and that they're safe. And it scares me because there have been fights at my school, just not, last year, Victoria Gomez, who was the former student rep, she came and shadowed a day at Incline, and it happened to be the day after a fight had occurred. And students were discussing it, and she had even told me, she was like, it's really not that big a deal. It happens 3 times a day at my school. And I said, well, this is a really big deal for us because it happens maybe twice a year. And so there are drastic differences, and I clearly understand that, and I was stunned by that. But I think in order to go forward, and I think many students would agree, that it is critical to discipline students correctly. And I do believe in giving them second chances, but there does come a point where they need to be disciplined for their actions. And if they're taking away learning time from students, I think there's times when it's appropriate to take away some of their learning time so that it can be a better environment for the majority of students. Does anybody have any questions? I know, I'm sorry, I tuned out for a moment. The storm's kind of going in and out, but yeah.
Thank you so much, Ivy. Your voice is so important. And thank you for representing the 61,000 students that we all are pledged to support and protect. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we've had the, Dr. Enfield, yes.
Thank you. I'll be
I didn't
brief.
want to skip you.
I want to thank Ivy in particular. I'm a big Ivy fan. And I do think per Trustee Rodriguez's suggestion, having our Student Advisory Council weigh in on the changes that we'll be making is a must. So I know that we'll get valuable wisdom there. As your superintendent, I feel compelled to say, as we sort of, I think, move to a motion and then go on to our next item, I have always and will always support the very difficult decision to temporarily remove a child or young person from school when they are a danger to themselves or their school community. That's the reality. We have to do that. And I think this conversation is critically important. I appreciate the passion and the energy from our community members, from our trustees, around talking about how do we identify consequences and different disciplines and that sort of thing. I will challenge us, however, to remember this. These are not data points. These are children. Mm-hmm. These are children who are hurting. These are children who are in crisis. These are children for whom our public schools are their safe haven. I take that charge very much to heart, and we all should. And so I want us, as we have this conversation, to put an equal amount, this is my challenge, to us, to myself, to my team, to our trustees, to our community, to put an equal amount of passion and commitment to the corollary conversation that must happen, which is how do we provide the right help and supports and intervention. We cannot just have the consequence conversation without figuring out what we are going to do to help these young people, because that is our responsibility, and that is why all of us chose to go into public education. And I will keep us focused on that, and I will raise this in every conversation we have around safety, security, and discipline, because that's my responsibility, and I take this responsibility and the responsibility that I have to my colleagues throughout this district and our children to work in as safe environment as possible. My commitment to that is unwavering, and it will remain so.
Thank you very much, Dr. Enfield. Fully agree. All right, Vice President Nicolette, let's start. We've had a lot of feedback. We got to a really good place. Let's start working towards a motion. We've all had the opportunity to talk exhaustively.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the project plan and directs the superintendent to integrate the feedback and direction of the trustees from the discussion into the process.
Second.
Seconded by Clerk Rodriguez, motion made by Vice President Nicolette. Is there any discussion on this motion?
Yes.
Trustee Church.
I think I can add something maybe potentially that might be palatable to add to that. I think universally we had a consensus that we all agree this violence doesn't have to be substantial bodily harm. Threats and violence cannot be tolerated. I would like to see within that something specific, and I've got it written down, that we, in addition to that, that we direct, I guess, the superintendent to develop within that student behavioral manual a procedure that threats and violence are not to be tolerated and strong actions are to be taken. I think that's very reasonable, actionable, and I think it's universal, what we just talked about.
I think the good news is that we establish, I mean, I think that that's what we've been talking about the whole time, right?
I would like to see that actually in a motion.
Okay, so we have the motion as Dr. Nicolette made to integrate the feedback in the direction of the trustees from the discussion into the process. And you want to have and
or if that fails, can I make a second motion to
yeah,
on that?
If that,
but
if
I
that
think
fails.
it should be included. Yeah. Again, you can help me with the wording.
And emphasis on.
Exactly.
With the emphasis on.
Exactly what we just talked about. Not just that we're going to send the ideas back, but that we send just to the superintendent. I guess we're not supposed to say staff, to the superintendent, that there will be a strong emphasis on the belief that violence and threats are not to be tolerated and strong actions are to be taken.
So I like where you're going with it. It's just I'm not sure that the strong act. So I'm not sure that the strong actions creates a clear direction. I mean, so I agree with you. I also feel like that is arguably what we've been talking about for the past 2 hours, but I completely agree. I don't know that it needs to be in the motion, but I agree with what you're saying. I feel like we've talked about that for the past 2 hours.
Yeah, I'd like to see it in the motion. If that doesn't get friendly or whatever, and help me out with the wording. If not, I'll make a motion afterwards. But you can help me with the wording. I just think we need to be more than generic and emphasize that one point, which I think, I could be wrong, I think everybody echoed, that violence, not just great bodily harm or whatever, I think we've all agreed this cannot be tolerated. I think every single one of us has said that. Why can't we put that in there?
Okay, so thank you. Council was just providing a little bit of guidance here. So what I'm hearing is that you'd like to add on the words and violence will not hold on. The direction of the trustees into the process with an emphasis that violence will not be tolerated?
Threats and violence of any kind will not be tolerated. Doesn't mean we have to suspend them, doesn't mean we have to, doesn't mean we spank them, but it will not be tolerated. We will take action.
One sec.
Again, it would have to be a friendly because we already have a motion and a second.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to help. So I agree. I agree with this. I don't know. So our original motion maker is Vice President Nicolette, and then our second is Clerk Rodriguez. I'm hearing you that you want to add into the process and that threats and violence, like with an emphasis that threats and violence will not be tolerated. I don't know. It's really arguably what we've been talking about the whole time, but I'll defer to Vice President Nicolette if we're going to add that on to the motion.
I hear you, Trustee Church, I really do. And we all heard it, and our community mentioned it. And our charge is for our superintendent to take all of our feedback and integrate it into the new discipline manual. And so I trust that everything that has been said, because there are several things I would add, actually. I don't feel a need to add it because I think it is inherent, and when it comes back to us, if it's not there, then it doesn't pass, because there's a lot that needs to happen.
All right. Thank you for that discussion. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay, for the obvious reasons stated.
All right, motion passes 6-1. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to get a read from the group. We've got 3 more items. I think this was a very substantive conversation. Does the board want to take another short break and then we'll get through the rest of the meeting, or we'd rather get through the next item and then continue and then take a break after that? Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and we will take a brief break. This time it really will be for 15 minutes. And then we will continue on with item 3.04, welcoming our Safe and Healthy Schools Commission to the conversation. Thank you. Oh, okay. Do we have our next presenters ready? Paul. Paul. We have Scott. All right. All right, it's 6:38, and we're going to go ahead and continue on with our meeting. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 3.04. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action for the Board of Trustees to adopt goals for the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission to address school safety issues. This is an item for possible action. And we have a group of presenters to engage in this conversation with. We welcome back Dr. Paula Marca. We also welcome Scott Benton. He is the chair of our Safe and Healthy Schools Commission and a longtime supporter of the district. And Natalie Sanchez, the vice chair of our Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. And before you start, I want to provide a little bit of setup to this. This is a different kind of conversation for our board. And we're having a conversation that this board has not traditionally had with Safe and Healthy Schools, but it's an exciting opportunity to strengthen our partnership with them. They are a committee of our board. So I know that they're going to present on the history of the commission and the work that they've done. I saw an opportunity here to align the great work of this commission that they've done over the years and to bring them into this conversation that we're having, because there is no better commission, committee, task force in all of our community to help us tackle some of these things than the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. With that said, this is a different approach than what we've done in the past, and I appreciate the commission being open to this, and we look forward to having this conversation with you. So thank you so much. So Scott and Natalie, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, and trustees. Like President Smith said, I am Scott Benton. I have the privilege and honor to serve as the chair of the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. I agree there's no better work for our community to do than to be a voice in one of the committees that supports the Board of Trustees. I want to lay some foundation of the commission. So if we go to the next slide, it'll talk about the history the mission of the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. But I think it's important for you to know that we're made up of 15 volunteers. 15 volunteers across different spectrums of the community. I have the privilege to sit next to a very competent and qualified mental health professional as my vice chair. I, in my day job, serve as the emergency shelter director at the Nevada Cares campus. But I also am a proud parent of 3 children. I'm humbled to say my oldest will be entering her senior year next year, and my youngest will be going into kindergarten. So I have all spectrums. And with that, I think many of those that serve on the commission come with that community collaboration mind frame. With the commission, we have individuals from law enforcement, from the judicial system. At juvenile, we have the juvenile justice director who runs Jan Evans on our commission. We have the sheriff, but we also have a spectrum of qualified and competent mental health professionals to guide some of the work that we do. Aside from that, there are many parents that serve on the commission that I get to chair, and we also have had a past trustee serve on our commission. So the work is not ever done for the work that we do at the commission. And our mission certainly aligns with what the school district is doing. Our mission aligns with the strategic plan goal 5, which I've heard talked about tonight, but as a committee of the Board of Trustees, we function as the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission to assist on issues relating to safety, security of schools, which may include prevention, intervention, mitigation, preparedness, emergency response, and recovery. So where we started back in 2014 when there was a tragic event at Sparks Middle School, the inception of the commission was formed, and with that, there was a lot of targeted approach to what the commission did. We did a lot of assessments of the schools to see how we can secure the perimeters of the schools. We did some numbering and building signage for the schools to make it more accessible to our emergency response teams that are responding to situations. And come from that, we had the opportunity under Chair Rosario, who was the former chair prior to me, to make certain that building safety was a priority. As we all saw with the pandemic, we had to pivot and turn. It was more pivoting to turning to the emotional support of our staff in the school district and our children. And then the families as they were going through a pandemic, and how do we navigate that? So since our inception, we have had the whole child perspective at our forethought of all the decisions that we make. With the physical safety measures that we have talked about, and then also recently in the years since my taking her in 2019, we had the opportunity to focus on the social, emotional safety of our staff and children. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Vice Chair Sanchez.
Thank you. Natalie Sanchez for the record, and I'm so pleased to see all you this evening. Thank you so much for having us. We really look forward to, as a commission, continuing to have this sort of relationship with you all. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our goals and some of the activities that we do. And I'm really excited to bring this to you all tonight because some of the things that I've heard today really are in line with what this commission really does. So at the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission, one of our major goals is to build the capacity of schools and students and educators to partner with and engage with families concerning both the emotional and physical safety of students. And so from what I've heard this evening from Trustee Westlake and Trustee Church, in particular about talking about the importance of parent involvement, this really, I think, speaks to this goal. We do that by partnering with Parent University. We look at their current catalog of course offerings, and we look for classes that really tie to this objective. We review the data on how many families participated, what was their satisfaction level, was it easy to get to, what did they think about what was provided to them, and really we also look at the demographics of the families and students who actually access these services. Another way we do that is we partner with the Family School Partnership Department to create a toolkit for schools to use with families to better understand what safety procedures are actually out there for their students currently. Another goal that we do is we build an understanding of the relationship between factors, including student connectedness and school safety. We're really trying to articulate that balance between physical safety measures and social emotional safety to really promote a safe learning environment. So some of the ways that we do this stuff is we review yearly and biannually training for crisis and emergency services, including parent-child and family reunification, threat assessment, prevention, and recovery. And coming up in May, which is really exciting for us, we have our annual safety forum. We put a lot of work into that. We bring together community partners and really experts within the school district. And in the last few years, we've been doing that on Zoom because of the pandemic. And this year, we are looking at some different formats for that. And we're very excited and have had some good attendance, especially in these last few years. And lastly, one of the activities that we also do is we review district policy and programming. And we kept our presentation a little bit short this evening in the hopes of having some questions and just being available to you all.
Thank you so much. So we're going to follow a similar format to what we did before because this is something I've been talking about with individual trustees. And there are some really good ideas that have been brought forth that we'll talk about together as a group. But as a point of clarification, so these are just clarifying questions about the commission. We're going to go to public comment, and then we'll talk about the goals and perhaps adding or making adjustments to. Number 2, so if we could, perfect. Thank you so much, JJ. One of the things that I appreciate the most from the commission are items 3, 4, and 5. I think that those are fundamental to why the commission was created. And so, and I very much understand those, and I understand the action that comes out the other side of it. Something that I'd like to understand a bit more is how to build a closer connection to the work and the research that you're doing, and then the recommendations that come back to the board, because we need your group to focus on a few of the issues, and the things I'm going to bring up are probably not going to be a surprise. But for number 2, I admittedly do not quite understand what this goal is. So before we go into a substantive conversation about adding one or replacing, Can you help me understand what kind of recommendation would come to the Board of Trustees based on number 2?
So I'll start it. Certainly one of the things that comes to mind is the physical safety measures that we have suggested to the Board of Trustees was the numbering and the naming of buildings and that sort of thing. 2018, that was one of the recommendations from one of the audits that we had done under the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. So I see similar fashion of things like that will ensure or enhance physical safety measures or also social emotional safety measures. Just some of those things that you guys are looking for guidance that you have sent down to us for some of us to do some research on our commission, then we'll send back our recommendation based on that.
Okay, so when we get to the second part of our conversation after public comment, as we have these conversations, some of those things may turn into individual action items that could fall under number 2 or possibly number 1, or as a reminder, we can also create an additional one or ones, so everything's on the table with this.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add to that piece as well, especially with the social and emotional safety. So with regard to that, we are a commission that is very much open to hearing and getting feedback in terms of mental health and well-being. And so we try to tie those two really together.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any clarifying questions.
I do.
Okay, yes. Clarifying
Sorry.
questions, yeah, go ahead.
Clarifying questions. What happened to the meeting on March 6th that was postponed, and then March 7th was canceled? Can you explain?
Yeah, I'm going to turn to Dr. LaMarca for that.
The meeting for March 6th, there was a problem with the posting from the school district, so we were out of compliance with the open meeting law. We made an attempt to reschedule the meeting for the 7th, and in that process, we surveyed all the commissioners, and we would not have had a forum. So those are the explanations for why that was canceled.
All right, very good. JJ, do we have any public comment? Oh, I'm so sorry. Vice President Nicolette.
That's okay.
Look right, look right.
No worries. I'm brave enough. I can go, yo. Hello, welcome.
Hello,
and
thank you.
As you know, this is very near and dear to my heart. As far as your goals and activities, number 3, I wonder about that one in this respect. Because we have an emergency management policy and Roy Anderson as our emergency manager, how do you see the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission role in this particular goal?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Nicolette. Often we have Roy Anderson at our meetings to present on various topics, such as training and what does that look like in the schools. So what we do when we review them is just making sure that they're implemented and updated to best practices and making sure that he understands the role that he plays in the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. So it's more of he brings things to us and we just make sure that they're in compliance with the policy set forth by the Board of Trustees.
Thank you. JJ.
Lisa Fleener. Nicholas St. John. Renee Resentis.
Hi, Ms. Resentis. Welcome. You get to be our leadoff hitter this time.
Renee Resentis for the record. Okay, I need a little bit of clarification also, and I know you can't answer my questions, but the code yellow is an incident or that's happening near the school. So how is that different than the scenario I gave you of the fight across the street from Reed High School? It seems to me ridiculous that as long as the kids are on school ground, even though that's where the bullying or the battle that they're into started, and then they go to lunch and they're across the street, then there's no responsibility to the Washoe County School District. If there's a fight, if they get hurt, and that's that's not health and safety. So I think that I would hope that the trustees would be interested enough to put it on the agenda that if, because of liability, the kids need a closed campus so that they can stay safe and they can have supervision. Because what I saw was unacceptable and the authorities weren't doing anything about it. And, I think this is important. So I think it needs to be on the agenda. I would hope that you would agree with that, the trustees, and put it on the agenda. I do believe they're mandated to attend school, so they don't have much of a choice about whether they're going to stay there or not. I mean, they're in violation if they leave. So I hope we get to see the new manual too, and also I think that there's a lot we can do with students that are in trouble academically. As a parent, I was asked to tutor a 15-year-old boy who was failing everything. And I stepped in, it was over the summer, and I tried to start teaching him, going through his books and everything, and it wasn't working. And I said, okay, we're going to throw it out and start over. So we're going to look at how you're learning. We're going to figure out how you need to learn. And that's what we did. And he passed. So, there's things that parents can be utilized. It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard to figure out what he needed. So, thank you.
Thank you.
John Eppolito.
Hi, Mr. Eppolito.
My name is John Eppolito with Protect Nevada Children. I had come to this board back in September 10th, 2022, and I made public comments, and I got very frustrated. And the reason I was so frustrated is because they never replied to my emails. And the things I talked about on October were the screen addiction that the school district is contributing to, and our local here at Renown who's talked about this, Annette Rothman, she's a nurse practitioner. I talked about the pornography that kids are accessing on their school district issued devices down to elementary school. I talked about the My News 4 story from January 2020. Reno mom says app used in school contributed to her son's suicide. Took 9 months, I think, or was it a year and 3 months? It took several months to get it out of our schools after the suicide. It was ridiculous. I talked about how the screen addiction has the same effect on the brain as cocaine addiction has. I talked about that also a year before. A mom came in here and told you that's exactly what happened to her son, and then he overdosed, and they had money to put him in treatment. I thought that the Safe and Healthy Schools Committee would be concerned about these things. I think I also talked about the social media and its effect on students, and parents aren't getting any of these educations that we know of. So then after the meeting, and you guys aren't taking any responsibility for any of this, so I thought maybe they would help me to help you along to take responsibility. So after the meeting, I sent a nice email, no response. What did I do? Oh, the lady that was sitting here told me where to send the email, and then I found whatever other emails I found. They didn't respond. I sent the same email 3 times. I never heard from them. So maybe tonight they'll let me know what they think. John Eppolito, ProtectNevadaChildren.org.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
You're welcome. Mike Krogan.
Hi, Mr. Krogan.
Hello. It's me again. I'm going to follow Trustee Church's lead here and start my comments with, I'm really confused about this. And what I am confused about is I hear a lot from you about wanting to support schools and teachers and kids and education and learning. And then in the next breath, I hear you don't want your kids, grandkids, or yourself involved with this school district. And boy, that's very confusing to me. So I'll tell a story about this. We're hearing a lot tonight about schools being circuses where bullies are in charge, druggies are in charge, the teachers are not in charge, schools like that. I had a dear friend, he was more like we were brothers from different mothers, and his kid came up to me one day many years ago. She was just starting her family, and she said to me, she asked me about schools. I was teaching in a local school district. And I said, why are these questions about private schools, Debbie? And she said, well, I want to send my kid to private school because the public schools are just outrageously crazy and nervous and drug infested and blah, blah. This was in the 1980s. I said, Debbie, before you make a decision about schools and where to send your kid to school, promise me you'll do something. Drop by any elementary school, anyone, you choose it. Get permission to walk the halls. Walk the halls. Observe what's going on. Be vigilant and see. And then just leave. Debbie graduated from 25 years as a teacher last year.
Thank you, Mr. Krogan.
And her kids went to the public school.
J.S. McElhaney.
Hi, Mr. McElhaney.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Or evening. I just have a few statements and recommendations I'd like to make. Excuse me. We've got two police officers here supervising a bunch of senior citizens as if we were all going to attack you. And yet we've got all the violence in the high schools that I didn't even realize was going on up until maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. And I'd like to see on the worst high schools, the ones that are having all the gang fights and everything, I'd like to have 6 police officers assigned to each one of those schools on a permanent basis, not just once in a while. They need to be roaming the halls, and they could put a stop to this violence rapidly. There should be a gang task force, maybe one that does roam from high school to high school, but get to know these kids. The police gang task force that was operating in Reno several years ago knew all the gangbangers, and they could figure things out pretty quickly when some situation happened. On the lesser schools that maybe not have such serious problems, I think at least 2 officers should be operating in those schools. And I don't mean resource officers, I mean armed police officers. You know, if you get a bunch of junior high school kids ganging up on one officer, he's not going to be able to do anything but shoot somebody. But if you have a couple officers there, and I don't want them to be shooting anybody, but my point is, you know, you get some teenage kids, some of the kids are quite large, they could overpower an officer, and I don't want to see that happen. So I think we need at least 2 officers in even junior high schools and quieter high schools. I'm also curious about the capacity of this Inspire school. I've never heard of it before tonight, and it seems like maybe we need more of those facilities available in our area with all the problems we're having. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Margaret Martini.
Hi, Ms. Martini. Welcome back.
Thank you. A lot of agenda items, which gives the public an opportunity to have more than 3 minutes on one subject. That's very nice. Thank you. Safety. We have Washoe County Sheriffs. We have Reno Police. We have Sparks Police. There is no reason that for these serious incidences that are happening, doing bodily harm and etc., that the first line of defense should not be the Washoe County School District Police. These are assaults. These are just like adult assaults, and the police should be involved. And then let the police handle it. We have juvenile detention centers and everything. This pussyfooting, pampering that all of you guys are supporting is ridiculous. If there's a crime of assault, call the authorities. Have them come, have them take the kids away in their police car, and then have them go through juvenile court. You are not police officers. You are not judges. You are not juries. No, you are a school board. So you need to act accordingly for the health and safety of the students and the teachers. And I think anytime a teacher is involved in an assault, it should be automatic that she should, get a restraining order. And then that student can't come back to school. You don't have to find a place for the student. The authorities have found a place for the student who is committing an assault. Okay? So I think that you're going about it all wrong. This is not your purview. That's the purview of the authorities, of the Washoe County Sheriff's, Reno and Sparks Police, and any other authority. Why are you taking this responsibility on? It's ridiculous. You have all the manuals and everything. The police departments have all of that, and they have all of that authority. And don't you think that once the kids are hauled away and they have to go through juvenile court and stuff, that they're going to think twice about doing it again? But this little, let's slap their hands and let's call our sheriffs, and then we have a 47-page manual on how to do that. One call, 911, assault in progress, and it's handled. I don't know why you have to have all of this peripheral stuff. Just do the job, call 911, and let the authorities do their job. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Martini. I think we have a point of clarification.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just for the public, I do want to correct the record that our school police are Category 1 peace officers. They are armed. And just again, so the public is aware, we actually do have 2 officers that are on the regional gang unit, and we actually have a detective on the human trafficking team as well. And our school police does have a dispatch, so when you do call 911, they're calling our school police. And again, just to emphasize, they are Category 1. I mean, I've seen these guys on riots, Reno riots. That was on my team, and to further clarify, I actually am a police officer, so thanks.
Thank you. So school police are police. Who do we have next?
Kaylin Evans.
Hi, Mr. Evans.
Hi, for the record, Kaylin Evans, President of the Washoe Education Association. I'll try to keep my comments specifically on this agenda item because I feel like it's kind of open general public comment right now. I think we definitely need to highlight this committee more aggressively because to me, when I look at this, it's about involving the parents. And I hear so much about all the public comments in here about how we need to engage family and parents. To echo something that President Smith said specifically, this cannot be looked at as an issue specifically for schools. Do have to be accountable at school sites without question, right? There's 3 pieces that we need to address: state law, district policy, and then also how we are implementing said policies. But the idea that this is the sole responsibility of the educators in the classroom to fix, for lack of a better terms, the broken community that they are serving to a degree, it's not realistic. And so, I'll be honest with you as well. Like, I don't know how many educators are aware of this particular committee or how many parents are aware of this particular committee and how they can get involved in having more of a say on these obviously very important issues to the community. And I'll say, and again, it's not quite on agenda item, but a lot of discussion I take when we're very critical of staff at our schools very seriously, regardless if they are in my bargaining unit. And I hear a lot of negative comments going about school police and the lack of the job they're doing. That is not an acceptable approach to this. I'll tell you that school police are just as understaffed and overworked as any position in our school district, and we're putting a lot of onus and saying that they need to do a better job or they should be doing this or that. But again, I don't think you have any idea, like truly have any idea what's going on in the schools right now. You are taking information that you hear from a newsletter, from a random email that you get, and then you are painting a very broad brush on everything that's happening in our school districts. So I would just urge the community to understand that the people in the schools are doing everything they can to make up for a broken system around them. And so I would just urge you guys to, make sure that you come from a place of understanding and trying to really get to the root of what are causing these problems and how we best work collaboratively to address them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Bo Nava Duran.
Hi, Mr. Navaduran.
So I think we should put this agenda about the healthy school and safer commission, because despite of last week they're being canceled because of a student behavior, a discipline issue or crisis happening over at West County School District. It's not such the district issue, it's a state issue with the state of Nevada. So because of the state law over here, so we have for example, sorry. So we have for example, New Jersey, a 14-year-old was being suicide after being bullied, and then superintendent was resigned, and then enter superintendent and for school board, and the angry community that wanted the school board to resign. But I don't think you should ever to resign whatever the student behavior all across the school, beside under the state law, the broken state law, or the state law did not function for our student or in our community. It's really not your fault. You guys did your best you could do under state law, because back in 2019 when it's passed restorative law, that when it passed 2019, I see you saw all the paragraph from Paul Mugla, Paul over here. It show like how screwed is the data is. We know we're increasing of the student behavior, but the data did not show that. So it's because of I think that's why, because of there's a repeal of a suspension. I never had a repeal suspension in my entire school year life for K to 12. I mean public school for whole life. Never been. So repeal, I think we should get rid of a repeal superintendent and get rid of a restorative law and make a new law that works for everyone, for the community. And also we need to pay not just a teacher, but for school police as well, because we're underfunded of school police. So I do support the police. I like the police. We should keep the police. So I know guys on the backs who support the police. I understand that. I do support the police. When you speak a public comment about the school police, how school police can handle, you feel like you not support police enough. So just police understaffed. So we need to hire more police, pay more police, get started.
Thank you very much.
Edwin Starbuck.
Hi, Mr. Starbuck.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I was born and raised here. I went to Greenberry Elementary, Delworth, Clayton, McQueen, the community college, and I graduated UNR. And I grew up with the understanding that we were always at the bottom. Of course, we're number one in teen suicide, pregnancy, alcoholism, all that good stuff. But when it came to the school district, We were in the 50, 49, 58, 48. And we cheer when we go down one, and then we don't say anything when we go back up to 50. And it's funny that ever since I was a kid here, we're still here. And my wife, she'll be speaking, I think. She's a school teacher for 27 years. And I come home after a long day of work, and I listen to her vent, because that's what a good husband does. And lately I've seen the venting go up and up and up. And some of the things that I'm being told, it's just inexcusable. The violence that is in the school, the disrespect. Back when I was in school, we were threatened by words. And sometimes a threat to a child is a good thing. I know in this woke liberal society we got to be touchy-feely and be all concerned about feelings. But kids need to hear it direct. I was told when I was bad at Delworth, and I'm not going to say what I did. That's not important. Let's just move on. It wasn't bad compared to today's venue. That I would go to Washoe, where the bad kids go. And I wouldn't graduate with the rest of my class or my peers. And there would be consequences for my actions. When I was a little kid at Bertola Elementary, back in the 70s, we carried a hall pass that was a paddle. And if you got caught messing around, that paddle was used on you. Today, I'm hearing some atrocities of these kids doing to teachers that should not be done. The teacher may call in sick the next day, but that kid's back at school. Who's accountable? You know, I see these beautiful officers in the school when I go to give my beautiful wife flowers for having a bad day, because I am that husband. You'll see me at Clayton Middle School weekly giving my wife flowers because they're overworked, underpaid. It's horrible. They're no longer teachers. They're social workers. They're mothers. They're enemies. They're friends. They're nurses. But there's no teaching going on in these classes anymore. And our education systems, like Clayton Education, it's Clayton Detention Center. These kids are detained. The teachers are not in the control. The kids are. And it needs to stop. I'm tired of all the talking. I've been here for 45 years in this system. And all I've heard from all of you, and I know you have a tough job, I'm not, is talk. We need action. Maybe we need to go back to some of the policies we had back in the 70s and 80s.
Thank you so much.
That I had.
And
now,
thank you to your
rather
wife.
than what you guys are doing now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The board received an email from Brian Irbis.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to bring this conversation back. And I'm going to lead us off because I've had some individual conversations with some trustees that I'll bring up. I very much appreciate the goals that we have here, and we have a need to have the commission be laser focused on a few items that would be of immense support. So I'd like to start this conversation with my colleagues. I understand and I appreciate the intent of number 2. I'm not necessarily right now making a motion to eliminate it, but there are some items that I would at least like to see included in it. As it's written right now, I think it's a bit vague. So let me tell you what the specific things are that I've talked about with other trustees, and then we can talk as a body how to set these goals. So again, just to be really clear, 3, 4, and 5 are foundational to the commission. It's a very important reason why the commission was founded, and I'm in full support of those. But again, we have an opportunity to partner with your commission on some very specific things, and then to come back with actionable recommendations that we can do here in the district, which you've done in the past, but as you can hear, we have some really specific needs. So one of those things comes to us compliments of Trustee Westlake. And I'm in full support of this. I want to elevate it to all the trustees. I would like to suggest to the commission, so this is not yet a motion, just bringing it up for discussion, to have them research and provide recommendations on bathroom safety in secondary schools to include the detection and reduction of vaping. So how we're going to do this is we're going to make individual motions on this, so we're not just talking vaguely. But before I make a motion on something, I wanted to float that. It is something that Trustee Westlake has brought up. And I think with the commission pinpointing down exactly what we need gives you the focus to do that research and then to come back to the board and to the district on how we can implement these things. So I'll open that up for consideration. And obviously I want to hear your ideas too, but I like that idea from Trustee Westlake, so I'll let you go first, Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, Madam President. So in my mind, just hearing from parents and school staff, it's not just the issue that vaping is not healthy for our children. I mean, it's against the law. But here's the thing, it's causing secondary issues and affecting other students. They're having to lock bathrooms in schools because kids are going out and hanging in the bathrooms. And so in order to cut that venue off for them, they're cutting off the bathroom use for the other students. We have to stop these actions that are affecting the whole student body. And we do want to address the vaping issue, which is very unhealthy for these young kids. I don't know what the deal is here, but I mean, I do think that this needs to be addressed, but we can't allow bad behavior that's affecting that person doing the bad behavior to then affect others that are really the innocents. Thank you.
Very good. So I'm gonna give this one for you. I'm gonna tee this one up for you, Trustee Westlake. I want to hear from the chair and vice chair. I think this could fit under goal 2. But I want back on this. I know we make the motions, but we want to do this together. But it feels like bathroom safety to include the detection and reduction of vaping in the bathrooms could fit under goal 2. Do you feel that way? And please feel free to say no.
Absolutely, and I think number 4 is a good point of interest for us to mention to the topics that we've decided for our annual safety forum. This year does include something around the trends that we're seeing in our juveniles and how the juvenile justice system is impacted by it. So I think it falls under that, and really the forum is an educational opportunity for us to educate our parents and community members on what the Safety Committee or the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission is seeing as some hot topics. So if I can just briefly, we have a presenter that's coming from Be Smart on gun safety. The second topic is physical safety at schools, and we're going to include school police, the safe routes to school, traffic control on campus. And then our third topic is near and dear to my heart, suicide prevention and awareness. It's a topic we have to converse about consistently. I think it's always been at the safety forums as long as I've been involved with the commission. And then our last one is the trends in our juvenile and the justice system. So I think it falls under both of those.
Very good. All right, so I'm going to tee this up for you, Trustee Westlake. What I'm hearing is a motion to include research and recommendations on bathroom safety in secondary schools to include detection and reduction of vaping. If you like that, then you say, so moved.
So moved.
Very good.
Well,
oh,
I'm sorry.
Second to Clerk Rodriguez, and now we can have discussion on the item.
Fair enough. No, thank you. And Trustee Westlake, thank you for bringing that up. I actually have that on my list as well. And I would say it goes beyond classrooms. My daughter, they've actually seen students vape in their classroom when they're sitting in the back. So I'll support the motion, but please be cognizant that this is not limited to bathrooms. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right. All those in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay?
Nay.
All right. 6-1. The motion carries. All right. Trustee Church.
This is my little speech part. Mr. Evans of the WEA said the system is broken. I couldn't agree more. He said, we don't know what's going on in the schools. I couldn't agree more. were kept in the dark. I didn't know that anybody was murdered till I read in the paper, even though it didn't happen on campus, but it was one of our students. I was today at North Valleys High School. I asked a staff member how often the fights are. Without even blinking, he or she said daily. So we just voted on vaping. Wow. School violence at the board.
If you would like to see something else, then make a recommendation.
I'm making a speech. If you're cutting me off, I'll stop.
I'm not cutting you off.
Thank
I'm
you.
asking you to talk about the agenda item.
I'm speaking exactly on the agenda item of what we need this committee to do. School violence is a board responsibility, not the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. I think that's a cop-out. The next thing I want to address is there is no policy. So I asked in my notes if there was a policy on the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. I was told no. How do we know who decided the makeup of 15 people? 15 is unwieldy. 15 is not capable of, in my opinion, acting in a decent capacity. I believe it ought to be made up of 7 individuals, and this is our goal. This is what we're talking about tonight. This is an action item. I believe it ought to be made up of 7 individuals appointed by the trustees, not 15. I recognize that there are members of the justice system on the committee. I think they should be more like speakers. They should be there, not there, so that the 7-member committee can make those decisions. But they would be expert speakers, but not on the 15 is just too many. So I read the different recommendations, and I see the words violence, gangs, drugs, discipline, absenteeism, nowhere to be found. What I see is emotional safety, social emotional learning. So I also asked in my notes if anybody, if we'd missed any meetings, and I was told, I'll try to find it, in no cases did the commission not have a quorum, and I think they meant quorum. We just heard they did not have a quorum this week. Further, I asked if anybody had missed 3 or more meetings, because that's actually in their bylaws to say what happens if you miss 3 or more meetings. It's also covered in Policy 9100 public bodies. And the answer was one member missed 3 of 10, 1 missed 4 of 10, 1 missed half. I'd like to make a motion personally that those members be asked to resign. It's right in the policy. Staff liaison may recommend removal of.
Okay, so this item is to determine their goals. What you're talking about, if you ever had a second, if someone seconds that, we could certainly review the makeup of the commission. That is not this agenda item. We can absolutely talk about it. But this agenda item is the goals of the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission, not to completely revamp the way that we think they should be structured. We can certainly have that conversation. That is not this conversation.
So you're saying that I can't make a motion on the absenteeism or on the makeup of the committee?
No, because of the open meeting law. We're talking about the goals they have. Now, absolutely, we can agendize changing the makeup of the commission. Absolutely, we can talk about that. They are a commission of our board. But no, tonight, we're not completely restructuring the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. We are talking about the goals that they have and the work that they're doing. And if there's an interest of 2 trustees, then sure, we could completely reimagine what the commission is made up of. But that's not what we're talking about tonight.
Thank you very much. Then I think it's an exercise in futility. Thank you.
And you're more than welcome to feel that way. Dr. LaMarca.
Thank you. For the record, Paul LaMarca, I do want to qualify a couple comments that were made. As has been in every board report that's come forward for the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission over the last several years for reappointments and appointments, we have provided the history. There's a section in your staff reports that provide history. So there was an originating policy, 9036, that the Board of Trustees at one point passed. It also went away. I can't tell you when that policy went away. So what the response to your question was, is what is the governing policy? And I am told it is 9100. It covers all district committees. I also want to comment that the questions regarding makeup and quorums was based on the 2021-22 school year, not this school year. During 21-22, there was a quorum at every meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
And can I, just for historical
Yes.
perspective, this board actually, I think it was just last year, I think it was this very board, maybe not with Trustee Westlake or Trustee Woodley, but beyond that, we looked at Board Policy 7700, Emergency Management, which 9036 was combined into that. This board agreed it didn't fit in emergency management to have safe and healthy schools there. So we took it out, and we literally said on the record that we're going to wait to determine next steps on safe and healthy schools. So they are a public body of this board, and you get to direct them. But they're as legitimate as you want them to be. But you have actions that you need to revoke to change that. You can't just say we don't like it. You have to revoke your previous actions.
Thank you. Trustee Westlake, I know, do you have something quick? I want to make sure we get to the other trustees too, or did you want to add something?
I just needed some clarification. I probably should have asked this sooner, but I didn't know that this would come up. And Council Rombardo kind of cleared some of this up. My understanding is the commission is not a governing body. They don't pass any policy. They're more to gather and get us information. Is that correct?
That is exactly right. Through our commissions, committees, task force, they go out and they do this work that we direct them on, and then they come back with those recommendations. We still decide what we implement, what we tweak, what we send back and say, this is good, we want you to focus on this. They are an extension of us, and they do valuable work that this body of 7 could never do on its own.
That's what, not to be insulting, but they're kind of like our little worker bees. So they go out and get us what we need to have more information to make decisions.
Yes.
Thank you.
I love it. Bring in the honey.
Keep us.
And so let's be clear. We are accountable to them. The work that they do is only as good as the direction that we provide and the partnership that we form, which is what we are doing tonight. Thank you, Trustee Westlake. I'm not sure who was first. Trustee Mayberry, followed by Vice.
I'd love to go first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you. There's a couple things I want to say from experience, and when we talk about the work, I believe I can safely say the work also entails charges to employees to also help with the work. And so when we charge any committee with something to do, you can rest assured that the experts are also involved, their time and their energy. So let's make sure that we understand that. And I do have a recommendation for your form. If you would please add something to the effect, there's a lot of research out there on keeping kids safe online, because it's something that our parents and our community need to know, because we've got to work together on that. Thank you. And thanks for the work that you do.
So Vice President Nicolette, I see you next, Trustee Mayberry. Something I wanted to float because it was on my list is, and maybe we can come back to it, but I think under that goal 1, something we could talk about tonight is researching and building recommendations on parent university courses that focus on online safety and social media safety, to also include the effects and signs of cyberbullying. So as a suggestion, in addition to having it in the safety forum, I think that this is something we move on to formally include under Goal 1 as well, to bring some attention to that.
I would agree, and again, I want to remind us that that will entail the work of employees, and we don't charge them, but I think it's an excellent idea to have it embedded, the topic coursework in Parent University.
Dr. LaMarca?
Thank you. Family School Partnerships is well aware of Goal 1. They are very interested in partnering with the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. There are several catalog items already dealing with social media, screenagers, that kind of content. So they will welcome the opportunity if you create some focus to Goal 1.
Do you want to take a stab at that? It feels like the door is very open to you. Or do you want Trustee Mayberry to go and then I can come back to you? Okay. The motion is percolating. Okay.
Thank you, President Smith, Scott, Natalie. Thank you for your service. Thank you for being a working bees. Seriously, grateful that you're here. I guess what's most important to me and a lot of the moms and dads I talk about is the physical safe schools aspect, and that's why. And this is a little radical. I don't know if it falls in your bandwidth or not, but would there be any consideration, and just throw this out there, of having the committee explore single point entry to particularly our high schools? And again, this is really radical, but I'm not suggesting we implement this, but when I see things like there's 14 weapons that got into schools, I'm thinking of security checkpoints, very similar to what you see at airports. Again, I know that's radical. That's there are some schools across this nation that do that. I'm not suggesting that we implement that, but I am asking, is that something that you can explore and that we can discuss and bring that to the board?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Mayberry. Since the inception of the commission, single point of entry has been an ongoing conversation. I will say it's probably easier in elementary schools because there is only one door that they can go in and out of. From what I understand from our emergency management manager, Roy Anderson, high schools are a different beast.
They are.
So they have explored it over and over and come back with different options for us, and we have made some recommendations, and then they go back and explore those recommendations. So it's an ongoing conversation, and hearing what you're saying tonight, we can certainly take it back to the commission and make it a more prevalent conversation that we're having. But I do believe Roy Anderson is on top of that single point of entry. That's one of the things that he's been charged with in his role as the emergency manager. But it's an ongoing conversation that we have at the commission.
So it is an ongoing conversation, okay. I will tell you, it is an issue that keeps me up at night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk Rodriguez is going to go next, and Vice President Nicolette, you let me know when you're ready to jump in, and we'll go to you for that.
Thank you, Madam President. And I do share Trustee Mayberry's concern. And I know we as a district are being progressive with our firearms dog, but that's one dog with 112, odd schools. So I am interested. I'm glad to hear you guys are continuing discussion of single point entries. I will say there's also technology out there. I know I've been doing some of my own homework on my end, but there are great technology items out there that can help detect arms, knives. Some of them can even detect drugs. And I know I've been working with Susan. I've been putting that in her ear, and Mark Mathers as well. Is that something you guys can also look at possibly studying or looking into? I know there's a lot of different products out there. I don't want to name any of them, but is that something you guys have talked about, discussed, or is that something we can maybe, I could look to my colleagues of maybe making a motion on that?
I think the latter two of your requests is more likely. We have not had that discussion at length, but it's certainly something that we are willing to do at your direction.
In that case, I would, are you ready? Oh, I will yield my time.
Can I make a point of
Yes, and Dr. Enfield wants to make
Just
a quick point.
I agree with you. There are some really good technologies. And this is just your humble superintendent's opinion, I'd rather take that as direction to me as the superintendent to work with staff, just because there are so many. So for example, we've had conversations with a particular vendor that can detect a weapon on campus, virtually. Our camera systems don't support that. They're not that's a district issue. I would prefer to have our commission members really focusing on these items, and I'll take that direction to work with staff on coming up with what might be possible in that realm, if that's acceptable to you. Because we're really adding to their plate, and I want to make sure they can be successful in what they're doing.
Fair enough. And I do want to thank you guys for your work. I do appreciate everything you guys do, and I say that as a parent, so thank you.
I see you, Trustee Westlake. First, I want to make sure that Vice President Nicolette gets to jump in.
I would like to make a motion. It'll be very simple and to the point, very clear. I move that the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission work with family school partnerships to embed keeping kids safe online and, as possible, add keeping kids safe online, the topic, to your safety forum in May 2023.
Second.
So I see a second from Trustee Woodley, first made by Vice President Nicolette. And I still see your light, Trustee Westlake, so we'll get to you right after this. Is there any discussion on that motion?
Can I just hear it back?
Mm-hmm. Can you repeat it one more time, Vice President Nicolette?
JJ, would you please help me? Are we helping each other? I can do that. I move that the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission work with family school partnerships to embed a Keeping Kids Safe Online into Parent University and add Keeping Kids Safe Online to the May 2023 Safety Forum. Thank you. You helped me clean it up.
All right, seeing no discussion on all that, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Excellent, motion carries. Trustee Westlake, I see you.
So, sorry, I wanted to maybe try and add one more thing. And it came from Mr. Eppolito because I have read some of those studies regarding excessive screen time. Can we look into that? Because it seems like if the kids are having excessive screen time, and maybe they're not, maybe, I don't know, but if we could look into that, because it just seems like kids are really addicted to their gaming, their phones, and then the screen at school. And maybe there is from these studies that I've seen, there is an unsafe level. So I think it might be a good idea just to look into that and see if we are going over the safety line.
So I think that is, and I'll look to Vice President Nicolette, but I think that would be inherent on the motion that we just made.
Okay, thank you.
But it's a point very well made. And Mr. Eppolito, I know you're out there. When this first came up, I have you on my list here for that very item, so I appreciate your advocacy on that. Okay, so just to kind of bring clarity to the board, we've made some individual motions. We are still going to need a motion that overall provides the direction to the Safe and Healthy Schools to adopt the goals that we've just outlined and the ones that they have here. So we're going to still need a blanket motion that would be similar to what you see here, but it wouldn't just be approving the goals of the Safe and Healthy School Commissions, but also the newly added goals discussed today. So I would be looking for a motion from that blanket perspective.
So I'll try. Board of Trustees approve. Pardon me, I'm on the wrong item here. Stay with me. Board of Trustees approves the goals of the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission to include the recommendations that have been discussed and approved this evening. Yeah.
Winner.
Okay.
Motion made by Trustee Mayberry, seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. Is there any discussion on this item? This motion, I should say. All right. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? 6-1, motion carries. Thank you so much. Thank you for making the honey.
Thank you.
Thank you for making the honey.
Could I just thank them really quickly?
Yes, absolutely.
Natalie Scott, I want to thank you as well for staying so late, for taking all of this feedback back to the commission. And Scott, you win the shoe game for the evening, by the way. Sorry, I had to get that on the record.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you. All right, so we'll go ahead and we will close item 3.04. Thank you for that discussion, colleagues. I appreciated that. And again, I want to just bring us back to the fact this is the first time a board has had a conversation like this with safe and healthy schools. And so I'm glad that we got to do that, and I'm very grateful. Vice President Nicolette thank you. This is a very important clarification. It sounds like it's been a while. It has precedent, but it has been a while. Absolutely keep me honest in that way. But I'm glad we got the chance to do this. All right, so now I'd like to go ahead and open item 3.05. This item is for presentation and discussion. It's an update on the spring staff training on addressing student behavior issues, including an update on training for the Care Solace implementation. And thank you for staying with us. Trish Schaefer, our coordinator of our multi-tiered systems of support, and Catherine Loudon, our coordinator for counseling and social work.
Thank you very much. For the record, Trish Schaefer. I just want to say thank you, President Smith and Superintendent Enfield, for having us today. We will be brief, but we are pleased to share a little bit about the work that we've been doing. On February 2nd, Superintendent Enfield sent out an email to our staff entitled "We're All in This Together," and really outlined her commitment to supporting our staff and our schools and building better systems of support, much of what we've discussed this evening. So I'm just going to go through some of the things that we have had in place, things that we've done as of late, and then some future planning, and then I'll turn it over to my partner, Catherine. Dr. Enfield referenced that one of the major things that we focus on is prevention and building systems and structures and support so that we don't have to manage some of the behavioral incidents, that we provide our students with the skills and the supports that they need to not engage in those types of behavior. And so to that end, this year, every school has 2 assigned MTSS coaches, multi-tiered system of supports, and they, along with their principal and leadership team, are charged with designing preventative systems of support in the areas of academics, behavior, attendance, and mental wellness. Those folks attended 2 full days of training this summer, and then we pull them together once a month for 2-hour training, and we provide them with the supports that they need to go back and implement systems in their school for their context. And we've been very lucky to have national presenters from the American Institute of Research, from WestEd, a high caliber of national presenters coming in to help support our schools and provide the training and support. We also provide professional learning for all of our staff. I heard Trustee Nicolette mention our bus drivers and our nutrition workers. At the beginning of the school year, every year, our team goes and provides training for our bus drivers. I think arguably one of the most difficult jobs in our school district, right? And so we work with them to provide them that safety and training. We also have increased the amount of training that our staff received. In fact, just yesterday, we had a behavior firm called Behavior Advantage provide training to all of our schools at a leveled system. So high school had a tailored presentation for them, middle school had a tailor-made presentation for them, and elementary. So we provided some training on de-escalation, finished strong through the year. Here are some strategies to help prevent incidents, and if one should occur, here are some ways in which you can intervene safely, keeping all kids safe and getting back to learning. When we think about providing support for our students who do need some additional support, and we've talked a lot about our babies who do need some extra care today, we have a multidisciplinary team of professionals that meet every week, and that includes people from special education, our mental health providers, Tristan McElhaney, who you met earlier, myself, and we look at the individualized needs of those students that our schools are really struggling with, and then we work to provide supports, whether it include connecting with a family resource center, sending out somebody to provide behavior supports. We do a comprehensive plan to make sure that we are supporting our students, our staff, and our families to the best of our ability. And through that process, at times, we do discover that we are not able to provide all of the supports in the school district. So we have strong partnerships with our community providers and the University of Nevada. Moving forward, we are excited to have a plan where all of our staff will receive more comprehensive training on setting up what we would call Tier 1, so your daily instruction to prevent behavior issues from occurring, as well as verbal de-escalation techniques and ways that they can safely intervene quickly. So really building up their toolbox for them. I know we've talked a lot about our families. We also do work very closely with family school partnerships to offer classes for our families. We work closely with the University of Nevada PBIS Center, and last year and then coming forward, we'll be able to reestablish the family hotline where we have behavior experts working with our families when they're needing some additional support at home. So we really do try to provide that one-on-one patient and see if we can help, because sometimes our families need a little bit of help. And when we think about all of these extra community providers and our partners, I'm going to turn it over to Catherine, who really just does so much amazing work for our district, and part of that is leading the work around Care Solace.
Thank you very much, Trish. It's always an honor whenever I get a chance to work and collaborate with Trish, and I'm excited to be able to present with her. For the record, I'm Catherine Loudon. I coordinate school counseling and social work. I'm going to give you kind of a bird's eye view of some of the training and opportunities that come through the counseling and social work department, and then an update for you regarding the implementation of Care Solace only 1 month after you approved the original permission that we had to institute Care Solace into our district. So first of all, the Counseling and Social Work Office has a structure in place so that we can help build the capacity of the mental health that are currently in our schools. So we have elementary, middle, and high school counselors, safe school professionals, mental health professionals, and school social workers, and we help to provide the day-to-day support for those individuals and their training so that when they are in schools, they are well equipped to provide some assistance and support. And so in response to things that occur and forward thinking, we are always collaborating with our district departments to make sure that those mental health professionals have the information that we need. We also collaborate a lot with our psychological services department and our nursing department so that we make sure that the things that they have are aligned and consistent. Some of the things that we offer out to schools that's available now, and we have been providing mental health first aid. We collaborate with the Children's Cabinet on this, and we just yesterday hosted a training for individuals in youth mental health first aid using 2 of our staff members. We also have a shortened version of youth mental health first aid that's sort of like a CPR, so to speak, for everyone, and that's psychological first aid, and we can offer that in much shorter training out to schools and make that available to teachers and parents and others. We also, as a department, help to support the implementation with fidelity of the Signs of Suicide program, which we implement in all 7th grades across all 17 middle schools in Washoe County School District. And as a part of that, there are 5,000 students who receive that support every year. And what goes with that is some training for staff members and also for parents around suicide prevention and intervention. We have a staff training that we provide and make available for teachers so that teachers are also aware of what to do and how to address suicide. We are a primary contact and oversee a lot of the implementation of the Department of Public Safety's Safe Voice and Handle with Care. So we offer training with Safe Voice and Handle with Care. And if you're not familiar with that, that's our confidential platform through the Department of Safety and the Office of Safe and Respectful Learning Environments, where there can be confidential and anonymous reporting from students, parents, staff members available, and there are school response teams. In addition to that, we have offered, and I've heard a lot of conversation around substance misuse and misuse prevention and intervention, and the Counseling and School Social Work Department oversees that. In fact, tonight, the Substance Abuse Intervention Program was taking place in person. It's a program that we provide on Tuesday evenings, and on Thursday evenings, we provide the Violence Intervention Program. The Substance Abuse Intervention Program is available in person. It's also available remotely through one of our significant partners, the Area Substance Abuse Coalition Join Together Northern Nevada, which is a major partner and helps to connect Washoe County School Districts, similar to how the Office of Suicide Prevention helps us direct the work that we do around suicide prevention intervention. Join Together Northern Nevada is a key partner and helps us with identified substance misuse efforts. As a district, we're expanding the work that we're doing in the substance abuse and violence intervention programs, and we've received an element of resource through Dr. Enfield and the work that we're doing collaboratively with the grants department, so that we, instead of only offering one or two of these classes once a week, we can expand them out. Our district is so large, with I think it was 6,600 square miles, and it is very difficult in both our substance abuse intervention program and our violence intervention program. Our students attend with their parent or guardian if they're under 18, and there's just so much that goes into that when geographically things are not aligned. So we're offering things in the closer to their individual homes, in addition to the work that we're doing to help the mental health professionals be able to respond. Additionally, we are partnering with Join Together Northern Nevada, Renown, Child Assault Prevention, Washoe County Human Services, and the Washoe County Health Department, as well as the University of Nevada Center for the Application of Substance Abuse Technologies, on a conference June 6th. There will be CEUs available, and we will be focusing on youth prevention topics, including suicide, substance misuse, child abuse, also trauma-informed care strategies, and peer-to-peer support. We're really excited about that. We have a substance misuse specialist who is focusing on vaping education and prevention. There are a lot of adults who don't know a lot about that. She is systematically making it through all of our 6th grades. She just finished Billinghurst and is headed to Swope after break, and is informing kids, as Trustee Westlake mentioned, not only about the harm, but about some of the implications around vaping and vape use, and educating collectively our staff about how marijuana concentrates in a vape pen is a felony for a minor, and is something that through Tristan and Dr. Lamarca, we are working on. I should say Tristan and Paul, but I always call him that. He's my boss. We are working on some strategies with Jan Evans and others to address that. So we're beefing up that and working on collaborating with Trish and her department on trauma-sensitive and informed schools. In addition to that, this year, the counseling department was able to obtain a new element of resource around elementary second step and bullying prevention. This connects to the second step that we're using in the middle school to provide that comprehensive continuum. Second step is a CASEL, or the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning model program. And it teaches kids those core skills that help prevent violence. A lot of misunderstanding is out there around social emotional learning and its connection to school safety. And learning things like relationship skills and self-regulation and those types of things are the things that we know are grounded in science that help to prevent school violence and help lay a foundation. So our school counselors are working on helping our students to recognize, respond, and report bullying at the elementary school level with this new element of resource, in addition to some of the other tools that we have in place. The counseling department was awarded through the collaboration of the state of Nevada, the Project Aware grant, which is advancing wellness and resiliency in education. We're on year 3 of 5. Project Aware was a grant that only 1 in 20 districts around the nation received. And so through that, we've had some training, applied motivational interviewing, care coordination through the focus program training, and more around youth suicide prevention. So those are kind of a screenshot or a bird's eye view of some of our training. We also have a training for teachers around substance misuse. And the training that we have for teachers around substance misuse not only gives data that comes to us from the Youth Risk Behavioral Survey, which is our Center for Disease Control and State survey, but also helps with invitations for help for staff members for those incidences that are occurring in classrooms, and actually provides some tools for teachers around risk and protective factors. That's in general around the counseling department, and I can provide more information about those or give you copies of any of that type of material if you're looking for that. But what's the most exciting thing is that we get to share some information with you around Care Solace. And Care Solace, only 1 month ago, was approved through this board. And to date, we have had almost 300 staff members trained in Care Solace. And the 300 staff members, I will say they have been fantastic to work with. Care Solace, they are very flexible. They meet with us, got our team together. We have had school counselors, school social workers, school psychologists. We have more school counselors this week, safe school professionals. We have scheduled other staff. We have worked with family school partnerships to make sure that they're aware of the information, including some of our staff in the intervention department, Rochelle Murillo's department, around attendance. So that's a sample of some of the individuals who have had the training. It is very easy to use. It is available to both staff and to students as far as a referral resource, which is really exciting as we're about to go off on a 2-week break. We're often looking for those elements of resource to help pass on to families for when we are on break. And this is the 24-hour, 7 days a week, 365 days care companion that's offered to staff members and students and families of Washoe County. In using Care Solace, what's really excited about it is that it has that care loop and that care match. So the counselors and social workers and our mental health professionals who were trained last week can see if progress was made related to whether or not a family was able to receive the help that they were looking for and be connected to a provider, their insurance, or helped us get more information about helping them get qualified for other types of service. So I wanted to, those were some things that I wanted to update you about that we had discussed previously related to school safety. I don't know if any of you have questions, but I wanted to make sure there was time for that. And that's it.
Thank you. I know Dr. Enfield would like to say something, and then I do have a couple questions for you.
Catherine, Trish, thank you, especially for staying late. Appreciate the work that you and your teams are doing. I do want the trustees to be aware as well that we have had conversations about Care Solace with our broader community, with our city partners, the county, and I believe that that Care Solis had a meeting with Mayor Sheeby today, and it looks like some of our city partners are interested in expanding this. So the district is really leading the way in something that I think could be a tremendous community resource, not just a resource for our students and staff. And so I'm very excited about that and grateful to you all for making sure that the implementation has gone so well. So thank you.
Thank you. Can you walk us through where families can find Care Solis?
Yes, I can. For the record, it's Catherine Loudon. I actually brought a handout for the staff, and I know some of the next steps for our district is going to be a press release and some information out and collaborating with family school partnerships. But Care Solis has a you can make a telephone call to Care Solis, so you can talk to them over the phone. And the phone number is 888-515-0595. Or you can go to caresolis.com/Washoe if you want to access the platform for Care Solis. Available, our families can video chat with a care provider or match. They can also text Care Solis if they want to text Care Solis. So there's a lot of different ways for them. There's also over 100 different languages that's available. So it really knocks down that barrier of language. And so they're able to find that. And they can provide care and connect based on insurance. So families can share their insurance and they can help them find a provider related to that. And I'm glad that Dr. Enfield mentioned that, because today in a meeting I was asked if nonprofit privates or our systems of our parochial schools and our charter schools could access Care Solis. So that would be a great way to have a systematic approach. But I can give these are from the Care Solis website, and I can give them to JJ so that you can have copies. But you'll be seeing information on our district website, I'm sure.
Very good, and that's where I was going to go with next. I would really like to see, as a suggestion, that this be prominent on the main site, and then I know each of the schools has their own sub-sites, and there's a lot of variation on how the schools manage their sub-sites, but it would be great if Care Solis could be a required thing on all those main pages. So I just want to make sure that we have as much accessibility as possible with this. Thank you. So any questions, Vice President Nicolette?
Yes, thank you. That's a big list of resources. I appreciate that. As a referral system, Care Solis, are they finding that there are enough providers that they can refer families to? I mean, we hear and we read about not enough providers, not enough psychologists out in the community, et cetera, to help our families and our children. So am I even asking the right question?
I can take that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a very good question. It's actually a question that has come up with those in the community that we've talked to about this. The answer is we don't know yet, but the even better answer is this is going to help us find out. So I think that the power of Care Solis and why it's appealing to so many in our community, in the healthcare community, and elsewhere, is because not only is it a tremendous resource, it will show us where we have gaps and what the biggest needs in our community are. Because remember, there's a dashboard, if you recall, Vice President Nicolette, that will give us that data. So once we've been a little bit further into implementation, we'll be able to provide you with that information. But you are absolutely asking the right question, because that is data that we desperately need to have as a community.
All right, very good. Trustee Woodley.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. I just want to share that I think this goes back to Dr. Enfield's comment earlier, because we've been discussing consequences and actions based on behavior, and this is taking a holistic approach and addressing it from other perspectives and also assisting our staff as well. And I know last week when I visited Billinghurst, Mr. Maddock, he was singing praise. He's on it. He loves it. His staff also are involved in it. So it's And that was immediate, right? Because it was just last month. So if that's what we get in 1 month, 300, I look forward to seeing where we go in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is not an item for action, and I don't see any other lights. So I'm going to say thank you so much for thinking about this. We really appreciate it, and thanks for staying with us. Thank you. You heard that from the superintendent.
Join our 4:30 a.m. Teams call. What going to do?
All right, so we're going to go ahead and close item 3.05 and move on to our last agenda item of the evening. This is 3.06. This is an item for possible action. This is the approval of the agreement for Centegix to install crisis alert equipment and software in Washoe County School District schools and administration buildings using the American Rescue Plan, also known as ARP, Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Funds, ESSER 3, for $4,580,800 and the general fund for $100,000. So now I would like to welcome back Jason Trevino, Chief of our Very Real School Police, Adam Searcy, Chief Operations Officer, and I think floating around out there is Mark Mathers, our Chief Financial Officer. And I don't know if, I don't think, is Joe with us? Joe Ernst? Oh, thank you. Thank you for representing. All right, thank you so much.
Good evening, President Smith, Superintendent Infield, and board members. I'm Jason Trevino, Chief of Police for the Washoe County School District Police Department, and I'm joined here tonight with Adam Searcy, our Chief Operations Officer, and we're going to give you an overview of the Centegix Crisis Alert System. The Crisis Alert System is a staff-initiated safety badge that routes the request for help to key staff for response. I was asked to look at this system after the Clark County School District had adopted it earlier this year. Upon initial investigation, the system looked like it would be a good addition to our layered safety approach, so we continued to pursue it, and we ended up in a couple of meetings with Centegix over the phone, over Zoom, and then eventually here in person. They sent a team out to meet with myself and other key staff members, to include our emergency manager, as well as our 2 area superintendent representatives, IT representatives, a representative from Adams Place as well, to kind of get a better overview of the system. The Crisis Alert System actually addressed the issues and concerns that we had with other app-based products that we had previously looked at to address this exact issue, which was trying to put an alert system into the hands of our employees, and the roadblocks that we were finding with the app-based systems were numerous when they were on a phone. So after meeting with Centegix and district staff, we were prepared to recommend that we move forward with this system. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Adam.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Adam Searcy for the record. I wanted to open this evening by just acknowledging some of the groups that are here, grants, business, and the procurement team that have worked very hard with the vendor to negotiate terms and iron out all of the details associated with the agreement before us. I also wanted to note in the staff report, it suggests a recommended motion that has some contingent language related to the Department of Education's approval for the use of the ESSER funding towards this agreement. That approval has in fact been received in full from the Department of Transportation, so we are clear to proceed with the non-qualified recommendation should you so choose. But really, I'm here to just briefly provide an overview of the intended implementation phase that would proceed potentially very quickly upon approval. The vendor is being scoped in this agreement to provide all of the installation of these devices. So in addition to the lanyards themselves, there is essentially a strobe-like device that is mounted in every room, hallway, and outdoor space in all of our school facilities, all of our properties, even leased buildings where school district personnel reside. It's a very simple, non-intrusive installation. It's another reason that the facilities department was particularly in favor of it. That said, consulting with our IT department and our facilities team, we've developed an approach with this vendor to manage the installation just as we do with any vendors coming in and out of our schools, making sure everything's done properly and safely, and managing the access of the vendor to and from our schools. And it can proceed very, very quickly. Of course, there are in excess of 4,000 such spaces across all of our buildings, so it will take some time, but the vendor is well positioned to move on this very, very quickly. We would expect the installations to begin within a matter of weeks following the purchase order being issued. We would see impacts to schools before the summer, and likely the majority of our schools having this implemented prior to the start of next school year. That's the implementation portion of it, the actual installation. There's, of course, training, and then what it looks and feels like to staff and staff across all of our sites. That I'm going to hand it back over to Chief Trevino to give an overview and pass out some visual aids.
Thank you, Adam. So the system, it works off of a key card lanyard system. I'm going to start this one here. The beauty of the system is actually the simplicity of it. It's one button on this card. So one button does the function that we need it to do. It's very simple. It's tactile. It actually takes effort to press it, so it's not going to accidentally get bumped setting it down or leaning it across the desk or something like that. You press the button 3 times and you'll feel it vibrate. When you press it the 3 times, it vibrates, and then that would be an alert for a localized alert. So the system does 2 different things. 3 pushes, you get a local alert within the building. So if you have, like, maybe you're having some sort of a medical emergency, or you need a problem starting to rise to level where maybe you need another teacher to come and assist you, or you need someone from the front office to come and assist you, that would be a local 3-button push. When you do that, it's going to notify the front office, it's going to notify your administration staff that there's an issue, and then it actually pinpoints your location to the nearest flashing strobe system that's going to pick up that signal. So it's very accurate as to where you are. It's not GPS tracking, so when teachers are walking around, if they have to go to an appointment at lunch or something like that, it does not track anybody or anything like that. The only time it ever tracks the location is when it's activated. So I press it 3 times, it's local. I need local help within my building. If I continuously press it beyond the 3 times, thank you, beyond the 3 times, it will then go into an emergency activation, which will activate the strobes that Adam was just talking about, and then that will immediately send the notification to our dispatch center, notifying our dispatch center that there's an emergency, and we will start dispatching police officers immediately. Obviously, our dispatch will do their job and try and get a hold of the school on the radio or the phone, all those types of things to figure out what the emergency is, but we'll immediately be responding. So the lag time from the emergency occurring to someone getting on the phone or trying to get to the school police radio is dramatically cut, so we'll be en route right away. The system will also work outside on our playgrounds and field areas. So when we have classes outside, or we have football games, things like that, the cards will also work out there. And one of the things that I really am looking forward to with the system is it can also be remotely activated to initiate a lockdown from our dispatch center. So if our dispatch center gets a call into dispatch that there's an immediate problem on a campus, like say a passerby sees something or a parent's leaving a parking lot and they see something, they call our dispatch that would necessitate an immediate lockdown, dispatch can do it right then, right now, and people in the school, the lights will start flashing. They'll know that they're in a lockdown. It does computer takeovers on the computer screen. So if you're the librarian or something like that, and you're sitting in front of a computer, or you're a teacher and you have your laptop up, it'll take over the computer screen and tell you that you're going into a lockdown. So that can be remotely initiated. A lot of times, what will happen is we'll get a call from the school secretary or somebody from the front office that says the principal's going down to room 617. They said call school police, and click, and that's it. And that's all we get, and we don't know anything else. And we're trying to, and the sergeant hears that on the radio, and they say put them in a lockdown, put them in a code yellow until we figure out what's going on, and we can't get a hold of the school back because they're dealing with the emergency. With this, that gives us the ability to immediately initiate that lockdown from our end while we're responding to it. So dramatically cuts the lag time. And then the last kind of piece that I'll throw out there real quick is also the Centegix will be providing training to all of our building administrators, and then building administrators will have the toolkits to be able to roll that out in their PDs to the staff members. We'll also be working with our emergency manager, Roy Anderson and Perry. They'll be working on in-house training videos for new hires, so as we onboard new employees over the years, that they'll be able to receive the instruction as well when they go to their school site and get their card issued. They'll know how it works. So that wraps up our quick overview, and we are happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I see you, Clerk Rodriguez. I do want to say that tonight's agenda was very specifically built to have this This is action. These are things that we can do now. What you're talking about is shaving precious seconds off of an emergency situation and giving power to every single staff member of the Washoe County School District to raise that alarm and to have help come to them. This does not take the place of what we've discussed previously, which is the direction of safe and healthy schools to look at those important matters. The changes to the student behavior and discipline matrix, the training that we're doing for our staff in other areas, the implementation of Care Solace, the advocacy that we're doing on the legislative level. All of those things are happening, and we have the potential to put safety directly into the hands of every single staff member. So thank you so much for that. Clerk Rodriguez.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. I'm not sure which one of you guys said it, but this is just another layer. I mean, there's no one simple answer to this, but this is another layer, and I do have to agree. And I want to thank Superintendent Enfield, for looking into this and bringing it to our attention and staff's attention as well. So I do have a question. So I do know there's a lot of staff that might maybe have to go to different campuses, different parts. Like, can you kind of explain a little bit more how that works? And then before you answer that, Chief, what about like or our guest teachers? They might have to visit different schools.
So that's another thing that we really liked about the system is the card is not site specific. So the Centegix will work with us. They're already on the back end, already starting to help us out, being very proactive. But they will basically build a geofence around our properties. And so once the card enters a geofence, it recognizes it's within that geofence, and if you press the button, it'll hit the clearest, the nearest one of those stations, no matter what district property you're on, and your card will register at that transmitter. So the great part about it is, as well, as once I leave that and I go home, if I have a toddler or something that grabs the card out of my bag and starts pressing the button, law enforcement's not showing up at my doorstep because I'm outside of the geofence. So that's the way that works. The other, and I probably should have mentioned this earlier, one of the other things that we really like about this layer is it's not dependent upon some of our other layers. So this is not dependent on our phone system in the building, it's not dependent on cell signal within the building, and it's not dependent on our 800 megahertz police radio signal within the building. So they build their own mesh network. That's probably a loose technical term, don't quote me on it, but for lack of better terms, a loose mesh network within the building that the repeaters or the transmitters operate off of. So it gives us an independent layer from the layers we already have of communication within the building.
Outstanding. And then I think my last question, does this need to be charged? Is there a battery life or?
Yeah, so they don't need to be charged. They have a 5-year battery life, I believe. Yep, Dean's giving me the head nod. They have a 5-year battery life, and these are covered if they get broke and everything under the replacement as well. So it's, like I said, it's sealed. It's not, it doesn't have a bunch of moving parts or anything like that to it. And there's just a lot of things we really liked about the simplicity of it. Because in an emergency, the last thing you want to be doing is trying to unlock your phone, swiping through apps, things like that. You want to be able to, it's already on your person, and you activate it.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
So I have another question on the battery. How do you know because the last thing is you don't want to know the battery's dead when you go to push it and it doesn't work. Does it light up or something saying the battery's going down, or what do we do?
I'm going to bring
that?
it in. Dean Olds is from Centegix.
I can just
he came
see
in for the
something
weekend.
happening and you're pushing and nothing,
Thank you, trustees. Thank you, trustees. So yes, if there is a way that you can monitor all the badges and that battery life, so it's proactive. The schools can see that, the administrators in the school, and that way if there is one that's getting within months, a lower battery, then they can actually switch that out and swap it with that, and that is covered under this maintenance contract as well.
So is there a cost per month or per year?
The costs were all inclusive in the figures that were provided in the staff report. That's all inclusive for the 5 years. There's no additional funds.
And this perhaps is for the superintendent, but will it be mandatory for them to wear them? And I guess that's my first question.
We'll make them available to all staff. I don't think I would ever force anyone to wear something like this. I can't imagine, and this is obviously a conversation we can have with our labor partners. If there seems to be an issue with some staff, we'll address the concerns, but I don't see us mandating it, but making it available and encouraging all staff out of safety to wear it.
So my only concern would be ordering some and then we don't need them. And then what happens if they put it in a drawer and a student finds it and starts messing around with it and hitting the buttons, and what happens then? Is that a common problem? And I don't know if that's for the vendor, but what do we do?
So I think that's kind of goes back to your earlier discussion with discipline and behavior. That would be a discipline behavior that would have to be addressed. We could certainly look at, what the level of response was if there was a, panic was created, things like that could rise to potential criminal. I'm not going to say it would be criminal, but there's a potential for it. In talking to a couple of other districts that already had the system, obviously I've been in a lot of conversation with the chief down in Clark County. That hasn't been a concern for them at this point. They haven't, had that. Of course, with anything new, with any new technology, there's going to be false alarms and things like that by the employees. We're really hoping to curb that as much as possible with training beforehand so that they know when the appropriate time to press the button is and when it's not. It's not a magic button that solves all your problems, or the Staples, yes button, that type of thing. So we really hope that the training will curb a lot of the false activation.
I just don't want to see it in a drawer where it gets stolen.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's like the modern version of pulling the fire alarm. When you do the training, though, I hope everybody gets the chance to press the button, because that was, yeah.
Absolutely. That's a big part of it, is so that they know the amount of force it takes to actually activate it, and so they're not just pushing their finger on it thinking it's being activated, because we're so used to touch screens. So that will be a priority in the training.
Very good. So we'll go to public comment here. This is an item for action, but I am going to go to Clerk Rodriguez first.
Yeah, sorry, last question.
No, go for it.
So you accidentally turn it on. Some of the staff actually does, like to say new technology or the new fire alarm type of thing. Is there a way for staff to turn it off or report to dispatch that, hey, my bad?
Yeah, so the user that sets it off, you can't undo it once it's been sent, but the school could contact us via phone or the police radio. Like, say the administrator responds to room 205 where the button was pressed and everything's fine. The teacher's like, oh, I was actually just doing such and such, I'm so sorry. They could call us and we would shut down. And again, that's if they pressed it multiple times. The majority of the times the false alarm is going to be the internal, because it's the first three, and then they're like, oh, it just buzzed, uh-oh, what happened? And then it's an internal alarm.
A quick question. Thank you, Madam President. Does all of Clark County use this? Is it countywide down south?
For their district, yes.
For the entire district, okay. And then, so you're outside. If you click it outside, say on a football field, I mean, how you don't have the strobe lights flashing, do you? How would you be identified?
No, there will be strobe devices, similar strobe devices mounted exterior to the building. And the same type of geolocation will occur between the device and the strobe. Notify the staff responders the location of the action.
Thank you. So
just a very quick one.
Go ahead.
Anticipated completion of the project. Your best guess. Now that you know you have the funding, we have the funding. You think it's going to take 2 months, 6 months? Your best guess.
Next week.
I think we have every expectation of having this fully implemented across all of our school facilities before the start of next school year.
That's amazing. Vice President Nicolette is speechless. JJ, can we go to public comment on this?
Valerie Fiannaca.
Thank you, JJ. Welcome, Ms. Fiannaca. Thank you for leading us off.
For sticking with.
Hey, we're here.
We're all
Thank
still
you
here.
for being here. And I
Valerie-
love your scarf.
Thank you. My almost 3-year-old granddaughter picked it and gave it to me for a present. Valerie Fiannaca, for the record. I'm actually excited about this, spending this fake money. ESSER. When's it going to run out, by the way? Are we ever going to run out of this money? I know you can't answer me, but I have one question. if we have a power outage, does this system still work? Yes, okay, good. I'm in favor of it. I have a sister-in-law who works in the juvenile prison system in California, and they have a system similar to this, although they have to wear it on their belt so that kids can't choke them with it, take it off. They can't lose it in any way unless they're killed in some other fashion. I'm hoping it keeps everybody safe. I think those were my only two questions, and you can't quite answer them. So I'm all in favor of spending this pretend money. Thank you.
As a point of clarification, I do want to, I would like to direct you to Chief Trevino's, can you please show us for your safety viewing?
Yes, so the lanyards do have a quick detach.
Oh, good. That's awesome. Well, then the kid has it, though. That's a kind of a problem, too. But at least they won't choke the teacher with it.
We'll take that as a good step one. And then it does work if the power goes out. Excellent question.
Nichelle Hull.
Hi, Ms. Hull. Welcome.
Thank you. So, Nichelle Hull for the record. I'm with wakeupwashoecounty.org.net.com. Please come to that website and look into homeschooling as an alternative to what is happening here in Washoe County School District. That's a good option. And we hope to fill that infrastructure out increasingly, and we're looking for financial support and all kinds of support to make that happen. I want to echo Jeff Church's common sense comment earlier that he wouldn't put his kids in this school system. Of course he wouldn't. So, I mean, if you're a parent and you read these articles, I know you're concerned. You are probably really having anxiety about dropping your kids off at some of these schools. Dilworth, Trainer, Wooster, Hug. Okay.
Do you have a comment about
I'm
this?
continuing the comment, and I'm
Thank you.
absolutely on topic. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
President Smith, thank you.
And so when parents supply their children with boundaries, expectations, when they discipline them, when they praise them, those are basic tenets of parenting. And when they don't do that, then there's fallout and chaos. When the school mirrors that, when the school does not provide consistency, boundaries, quick response, leadership, then you have the exact same thing. You have growing chaos. That's what we're having. So this restorative justice or whatever, the restorative actions, where has that gotten us? So what this body does is they gather for hours and what is the upshot of those meetings? That we're going to spend $400.6 million on this system of panic buttons. Okay, all right, well, let's print out that fake money and spend it on that, but that is not going to address the root. How will that address the root problem? Okay, the parenting classes, that seems good. You know, encouraging parents to truly parent, but then the school has to do the same thing and hold the line and hold the bar consistently at every campus and not treat one group different than another. You know, oh, you have a different color skin, so we're gonna let you off. When you have that kind of violence, like that sweet girl Ivy was saying, of course you're scared. Of course you're scared. You guys are just all talk. Talk. You're so welcome.
John Eppolito.
Hi, Mr. Ippolito.
Hi, John Eppolito. This is the best thing I heard tonight. Very good. This sounds great. Second best thing I heard was brought up by Trustee Nicolette and Trustee Westlake about adding the online safety and screen time to the Safe and Healthy Schools Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Hi, Mr. Nava Duran.
Okay, so to learn about the discipline action, so I heard less public comment from her about if you have a skin color, you can go achieve you different. But I truly believe that, but it's not part of the discussion on race. It's not based on race, so I think that the graphics of a bar graph will be great, but should not be talk about race or any effects on demographic for this today. So I want to talk about the parent budget. So I do support the parent budget because I have a since December when I was sub at Dilworth Middle School, there was a student who attacked teacher, and I feel sad, crying, and I don't know what to go do. And I just sent my HR to recognition, but request a recognition, but I didn't. So I wait till February 9th to increase the pay rate from $100 per day to $125 per day, and I decided to leave try again one more time. If I don't, then teacher not right for me because of how poorly my question is and doesn't know how to control how.
Can we stay focused on the panic buttons?
Yeah, I do support panic. So because of my mental health issue, it get worse and worse. You see me on social media, Facebook, Twitter, all kinds of stuff. I say like just talk about I'm gonna think about how a suicide thought. So I think this pilot would show like how a teacher would panic with two students were very disrespectful to me or staff member. You could hit the parent button 3 times when the students were fighting. Call them here, call police, have them arrest them, take them to jail, juvenile detention, send them to different school when they're not zone 2, or even sent to Aspire Academy.
Thank you, Mr. Navadran.
That's all I have for this item.
All right. So let's bring it back here. I think we've already had some good substantive conversation. Just as a reminder to everyone, when we do get to the motion, which I think will hopefully be soon, we can omit the words contingent on approval by Nevada Department of Education. So we can strike that. And let's bring it back here for discussion and get to a motion because it feels like we have consensus. Trustee Westlake.
I just wanted to say that I think this is very important to empower our teachers. It's not comfortable to feel like a victim. It's very stressful. It's exhausting. And this could be a tool to maybe give some power back to the teachers where they feel that they have some control and that they're not going to be susceptible to be a victim. So I appreciate this. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, who's ready to tee up this motion? Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. Ready to make a motion. Move that the Board of Trustees approves the agreement with Centegix, thank you, to install crisis alert equipment and software in Washington County School District schools and in administration buildings at a total cost of $4,680,800, with the district general fund paying a portion of the contract costs not approved by Nevada Department of Education to be covered by ESSER 3 funds.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Trustee Mayberry. So our first is Clerk Rodriguez, our second is Trustee Mayberry. And just as a point of clarification, since we do have that approval from the Nevada Department of Education, that's only $100,000 to our general fund. Not that $100,000 is not a lot of money, but when you look at the overall cost. All right, with that said, is there a point of discussion for the motion?
No.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very, very much. All right, everyone. We are rounding third and heading home. We're going to close out Section 3 and move on to Section 4. I think we have lost Ivy by now. We have. Okay. So we're going to go to board reports. This is our only meeting in the month of March, which, by the way, is traditional. And so I'd like to go ahead and start us over to my left. So I'm going to start with Trustee Alex Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to share that I visited a couple schools last week. TMCC High School, I met with Mr. Kitchen, the principal, and I was very impressed. He has an initiative. He's trying to acquire more students bilingual or that have Spanish their first language, or at least in their household. He definitely has a couple of bilingual employees, some of which I didn't believe they were bilingual. I didn't know, so that was nice to see. They didn't. I assumed, and I shouldn't have assumed. So that was beautiful. And then I also didn't know that he also had North Star online, and he's working on improving that as well. So that was good to hear. Then I also met with Mr. Maddock at Billinghurst. Great principal, very positive attitude. Played a little bit of basketball with his students and one of his teachers who smoked me. So that was embarrassing, but that was a very positive experience. And lastly, I met with Mr. Dixon at Westergaard, and he showed me how creative our teachers and principals can be when weather isn't cooperating, and you have multiple lunch periods, and you keep everyone inside. So that was very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Woodley. Trustee Church.
Thank you. Yeah, I attended a number of events, including a number of JROTC events. I attended the military ball, and I was asked to say a few words, and little did I know I was the guest speaker. So they didn't tell me that part. But what I spoke about, I started with the Air Force core values, which are integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all we do. And I talked about the various branches, and I won't go into much detail, but I really like the Coast Guard because the values are pretty consistent across the board, but the Coast Guard made it very clear that these are not just rules of behavior. They are deeply rooted in our heritage and guide our performance, conduct, and decisions every minute of every day. So I thought that was profound. And it basically gets back to ethics. Ethics are not found in Nevada Revised Statute 281. Ethics are not found in any policy or law. Ethics are that guiding star about what you do when nobody's looking. So I thought that was a pretty good thing, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak there. One semi-negative, well, it is not semi, it's negative. At the last meeting, I apologized to staff because they had told us that they had publicized an opening for a committee. After I apologized for questioning them, I asked to see proof of that. In spite of modern and IT technology, nobody was able to show me that, in fact, that was published, in spite of many, many requests. As a result of that, I just want to put on the record that I rescind my apology. Thank you.
Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, Madam President. So I had 3 wonderful school visits. I went to Hug High School. It is ginormous. I keep saying if you want to work out, just go walk around Hug High School for a few days. But what a beautiful campus, and the principal, Mrs. Aronos, was just delightful. I really appreciated that visit and getting to know another school staff. I also went to Florence Drake, and the principal, Jason Shipman. He is a font of knowledge, and I just learned so much with that visit. And then I went to the home of the Turtles, Greenbrae Elementary School, and it is such a cute school, and they just have so much school spirit in that school. It was wonderful to see. And then I did a couple of events which were wonderful. Trustee Nicolette and I attended the Student Council Advisory meeting at Hug High School. Again, I was there in the morning, then back that evening, and those young people are doing amazing, amazing things. And Brad Rose, he's heading it up. And it was interesting because he was one of my coaches when I was on the board for Sierra Youth Football League. So it's wonderful to see him grow up to be such a wonderful young man and human being. I also visited with Dr. Lamarca and Miss Rochelle at the Family FRC, Family Resource Center, and they're doing amazing things for the families in need and just being there for these families that are going through hardships. It's just wonderful. I did donate a bassinet there today, which I felt really good about doing, and I want to get more involved with that. And then lastly, I just want to mention Councilman Donald Abbott, along with many other coaches, the money they're raising for Sparks High School with their quarter event to raise money for athletics there. What a fun event. If you have an opportunity, make sure to attend next year. It's not super expensive. It's $50 a person, but it's so much fun. They have a raffle. They have silent auction for desserts. I lost the dang crumble cookie item, but what a fun experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to skip over Clerk Rodriguez because he's going to go later. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I don't have a whole lot. I did have an opportunity to attend Bohatch Elementary for not only a tour and meet with the staff, but a week later I was there again for John Bohatch Days. As you know, Officer Bohatch was killed in the line of duty in the early 2000s, and it was the second annual Bohatch Days. Wonderful event. My colleague, Trustee Rodriguez, Trustee Church were present for that as well. Had a chance to visit Desert Heights for a book reading experience, and I really enjoyed that as well. And finally, I think for me, the best part of my school trustee duties was visiting, in the last 2 weeks, attending the Joey Prom at the Nevada Discovery Museum. This is put on by the Blue Key organization, essentially the sort of the National Honor Society at UNR, and the Joey Prom really celebrated our students with special needs with cognitive physical disabilities. It was a beautiful event, and appreciate Vice President Nicolette attending. Superintendent was there as well, so thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you, and that was an exquisite event. Kiddos dancing and singing and having snacks and laughing. It was absolutely wonderful. I want to start out by thanking one of our district's fabulous partners and their generosity, and that's the Assistance League of Reno Sparks. They put on a book fair at Grace Warner, and every student got a free book. Every single student received a free book. I will tell you in summary that the Assistance League donates about $1 million, helping students every year, $1 million every year. In addition to the book fair, they do Operation School Bus, which is clothing. They also pay for certain activity fees, and they do a Links to Learning, which provides basically grant dollars to teachers to do some special activities. I had the honor of presenting at the Nevada Early Learning Institute. It's a group of early care and education professionals, and I gave 300 people my best shtick on understanding the leadership within. It was just delightful, people from all around Nevada. I have begun visiting our state-sponsored charter schools. My first one was the locally launched Honors Academy of Literature, and next is going to be Durrell Academy. I attended with Trustee Westlake the middle school and high school honors band concert at the Pioneer Center, and were those kiddos not fabulous? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's okay. Well, no worries. And then I attended the And I just want to add to what you said about Hug High and the Student Advisory Council. They were working on the strategic plan, and their input is so valuable. And man, they are visionaries. I met with principals from Innovations, Turning Point, Inspire, TMCC High School, and North Star, had wonderful conversations about concerns, ideas, and dreams. Attended the Nevada Association of School Boards training on NRS 288 collective bargaining. Wow, that was something to wade through. And then school finance for public schools. That, of course, was extremely interesting, and I mean that as a fact. And I also attended, I've had a lot of fun and learned a great deal in the last couple weeks. Attended the Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, their opening ceremony. They're a group of career and tech students. It's a student organization which is not only local, state, and national, and they are dynamite. Our future is in good hands. Ta-da.
Thank you, Vice President Nicolette.
Did she sleep?
I did.
Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll probably try to keep this short. I don't know if it will or not, but I just want to clarify some things that I know we've been hearing a lot of interesting information today. And I do want to say our system's overwhelmed. It needs to lift up, not a tear down. As a current and longtime parent of WCSD students, I have kids from elementary, middle, and high school. I love our school district. It's not perfect, but neither is our country, but I love my country. I've defended it twice. So I'm not continuing to defend our school district. And ever since day one, my kids were in school, they've been supported by our staff. That was long before I was a trustee. So as a parent, I've seen our staff support our students. I'll agree with Jeff. Any trustee that isn't going to help move our district forward and is actively trying to destroy it, I will say I support him and that they should resign. Many of us are working. Many of us meet with our legislators. We talk with our staff. We talk with our school police. We meet with our fellow electeds. You know, this is going to be a village to get our school district moving in the right direction. This is not something that can be done by any one entity. Many of us have open discussions and dialogue with our community and state leaders. Many of us. Deeds are being done. We have a firearm dog that's being implemented, and apparently that's not enough. I'll agree, it is not enough. That's just one step. We do have a drug dog that's in discussion, that's looking at being implemented as well. You have trustees here that are looking to bring on more police officers. We bring solutions. We don't just talk about it. These are things that are happening. A lot of work happens outside this boardroom. We've had obstacles, school bus shortages, or we've resolved that. We actually had staff come back to work because we gave them a pay raise. I've visited schools where the lunch ladies are like, thank you for that pay raise. I came back to work in the district. Trustees would know this if they are involved. Yes, we have more work to do. We have barriers. There's not to say there's an unpleasant school district. There is. There's more work to be done. And I feel the majority of us are working on that. Many of us are working in the best interest of our students. And that includes me. I have a personal investment in myself. I love my school district. And when you love something, you work for it to strengthen it. And I feel the majority of us here are doing that. So for anyone watching, YouTube or not, know that the majority of us are working for our students and our staff. I think the majority of us wants Washington County School District to be the beacon of education in Nevada. I know the majority of us are working on that. The majority of us have gone to Carson City. The majority of us are working with our legislators. I'm not a finger pointer, but this is something that cannot be done on our own, and we need a state to help us with this. And by the way, I visited a bunch of schools and went to a bow hatch event, attend the same ROTC events. So yeah, I'm out there working.
Thank you. So thank you. So I'd like to open it up by recognizing that last week was National School Social Work Week. I know Ms. Loudon is not here anymore, but everything that we've been talking about today really ties back to that. So thank you to them. And then I'd also like to recognize that it's Women's History Month and all the women that work in this district, for whom many of our schools are named, and the great legacy of the work that's been done, and our superintendent, Dr. Susan Enfield. All right. So I attended the Associated General Contractors, also known as the AGC Annual SIR Awards. My guest was rock star construction principal Melinda Baker from O'Brien Middle School. We had a great time, and it was wonderful to get to know her more and then to also to celebrate our construction industry and those partners that truly build our schools. I visited Vaughan Middle School, Worcester High School, Roger Corbett Elementary, Veterans Memorial Elementary, Libby Booth Elementary, and Echo Loader Elementary. It was very exciting, particularly at Vaughan, to hear about their plans for potentially rebuilding the school. And then I also read books as part of Nevada Reading Week at Libby Booth Elementary and also Echo Loader. A teacher that I want to bring attention to is Alexis Ganell. She teaches at Vaughan Middle School. So the school uses a science program called STYLE, which is an international program, and the company actually published a case study on the success of Alexis, and she advocated for changes to that science program to improve accessibility for Vaughan students in the deaf and hard of hearing program. But those changes that they've implemented really benefit all students around the world now who use this program. So congratulations, Alexis, and thank you. I also met with Sierra Arts to talk about the arts in our schools. I attended the Nevada Association of School Board Day at the Legislature, which was a morning. And then after that, Vice President Nicolette and I privately met with several assembly members and senators to address the needs of our school district and public education in Nevada. I also participated in the Nevada Center for Civic Engagement. They held a Civics in Action Summit sponsored by Voices in Voting, and I spoke on 2 panels along with other elected officials at the state and local level for our students and staff, and it was a really, really wonderful event. And staying busy, staying focused, and I'm always, always grateful to be doing this work for the Washoe County School District. So I know that we're done with the board reports. You had a few seconds left. Did you just have something really quick you wanted to say?
Just really quick, because it pertains to what took place at this board meeting. I wanted to thank Trustee Rodriguez for facilitating a meeting with himself, myself, and Chief Trevino. And that is the important thing, is to open up dialogue and communication. We were firing ideas back and forth, and I think by us opening up the communication and throwing out ideas, we're gonna hit the nail on the head. We absolutely are. So I just wanted to say thank you. And Chief Trevino, did he go? He left, but it was an amazing, amazing visit.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and close item 4.02 and then go to our superintendent's report for 4.03.
Thank you, President Smith. I want to thank everyone in the community and our trustees for having this important conversation tonight. I also want to thank everyone, thank Trustee Rodriguez and central office staff who all showed up at Worcester High School today to make sure that the first day, yesterday was a professional development day, so there were no students. And we heard that staff had concerns based on the fight on Friday. So I sent a robocall message to all staff yesterday, assuring them that our police had done the investigation, that there were no credible threats, and that I and our police and others would be at the school today to make sure that everything went well, as it did. And I want to also, I think it's really important that we acknowledge the realities that we're facing. And I've pledged to the trustees and to this community, I will face our challenges head on. I won't shy away from the hard conversations. I will own mistakes when we make them. And at the same time, because multiple realities can coexist and 2 things can be true at once, we will acknowledge the challenges we face and celebrate all the goodness that is pervasive across this wonderful school system. And my best example of that today was my time getting to know Montse Ramirez, who is the student body president at Worcester, and had an excellent conversation with her about how she, in her role as student body president, actually spent much of the weekend working to combat the rumors and the concerns that she was hearing from her classmates because of the misinformation that was circulating. And it was, I know, she's a pretty remarkable young woman, also headed to study civil engineering at UNR next year. So she already has her classes picked. I don't even know how that's possible, but that's how brilliant our kids are. And I think we need to keep celebrating that because there's a lot of tremendous and brilliant advocates among our kids. So, and oh, by the way, she did also receive the Superintendent's Achievement Award. I was able to give her that pin, which was really a delight. Before we head off to spring break, 3 more days, people. 3 more days. Let's keep it together. Let's power through. We're going to make it to Friday. For everyone on staff who will be celebrating spring break, I wish you a joyful and restful one. And I will just end. Not everyone will be going, but for those who are, and just end by reminding people and letting the trustees know that tomorrow night from 6 to 7:30 at Hug High School will be my first Family Action Committee meeting, which I am incredibly excited about. I want to publicly thank Delisa Crane for being instrumental in pulling this together. I believe we have over 50 parent and family members represented on this committee, and we will be providing childcare, meals. We have a full agenda. It's going to be an extraordinary time. This is a group that will meet at least quarterly with me. This is something I've done in the past. It's one of my favorite meetings to go to. I'm not a huge fan of meetings, no offense, but this is always one of my favorite meetings to go to. And finally, I will be hosting a community coffee chat at 8:30 this Friday at Virginia Palmer Elementary, and trustees and the public are welcome to attend. And with that, happy spring break, everyone. Be safe.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go ahead and close section 4, and that brings us to section 5, our closing items, including public comment, item 5.01. JJ.
John Eppolito.
Hi, Mr. Eppolito. Oh, I wanted you to know, I think you were out of the room when we were having that discussion, but I wanted to let you know that I'm equally as pleased with the discussion with the online safety, and I'd like to talk with you more about that after.
Thank you very much. My name is John Eppolito, and I'm with ProtectNevadaChildren.org. At the last board meeting I attended, I'm sorry for making my comments personal. About 7 or 8 years ago, before so many kids had to spend a couple of hours a day in front of the screen for their education, I requested my child not use free education vendor software. Against my wishes, one of my child's teachers set up an Edmodo account that was used by my child for most of the school year. A couple years later, we learned Edmodo had a data breach, and WCSD students' PII was placed for sale on the dark web. Then a year after that, we learned the Chinese bought Edmodo, including all the student data and the rich student profiles Edmodo had compiled over the years. The district refused to tell parents about both of these concerning events. About a year after the sale of Edmodo to the Chinese, the FBI came out and said, quote, "The Chinese are creating a massive database on every American," end quote. So yes, this is personal. You can't keep letting staff come in here and mislead the board. Who's responsible when the board is given misinformation immediately before an important vote? Who's responsible when district children become addicted to screens because the district requires them to start using them for a majority of their learning starting in 2nd grade in some schools? Who's responsible when WCSD children as young as elementary school use their district-issued devices to view pornographic videos on Pornhub? Who's responsible when students become addicted to screens and or pornography because the WCSD put a one-to-one device in their hand without warning parents? Who's responsible to tell parents when WCSD's children's PII is placed for sale on the dark web? Who's responsible to tell parents when free education software vendors the district requires students to use are sold to private equity firms? Who's responsible to inform parents Edmodo, the free education vendor with the most student data ever, including the rich student profiles, is sold to the Chinese? For years, we've been asking the district to educate parents on the dangers of screen time, thank you, and students sharing personal information and data online, including with free education vendors. By now, most people realize these vendors are paid with our children's information and data. You can find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito.
Margaret Martini.
Hi, Ms. Martini. You qualify for frequent flyer status today. You're platinum member.
Hi, my name is Margaret Martini. I'm also with Protect Nevada Children. You can find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. Adding on to what John just said, Washoe County School District has almost 500 vendors classified as school officials. Have the list. Almost 500 right there. Okay. So sorry, it's getting late. One disturbing development we've noticed recently is that now some of these third-party vendors are demanding Washoe County School District act as an agent for the parent. As a board member, raise your hand if you think this is okay. See, nobody thinks that's okay. It's not okay. It appears that most of all of you agree with us on that. So what are you going to do to fix it? That's the question. We can all agree on something that's wrong, but then there's no anybody jumping up and down to fix the problem. Or are you just going to turn a blind eye to what's happening? Except in rare instances, we don't think the district should, excuse me, too much snow shoveling, should not be acting as an agent for the parent. Another example of the district taking the place of the parent is in Administrative Regulation 5161, the Gender Identity Policy. Paragraph 5, quote, staff shall not disclose information that may reveal a student's transgender or gender nonconforming status to others, including parents and guardians, end quote. Okay, that's a quote right there in paragraph 5. If you think this is okay, please raise your hand. Do you all think it's okay that you don't notify the parents? See? What are you going to do to fix it? So it appears you, or almost all of you, agree with us. We at Protect Nevada Children do not think this is okay either. So again, what are you going to do to fix it? So we have a lot of talk, but we're not hearing any or seeing any. How are we going to fix it? What are we going to do to fix it? There it is. It's all out on the table. Figure out a way to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martini.
Sandy Tibbet.
Hi, Ms. Tibbet. Welcome back.
So Sandy Tibbet for the record. Decentering whiteness from our American schools. This is an article, I know, right? Co-written by Susan Enfield, which you can find on the website Getting Smart, an organization where Susan Enfield sits on the advisory board. So the key points are, in order to decenter whiteness, you must use tools and approaches that do not subscribe to or result in the pervasive dominant cultural norms. Taking steps to shift a decision-making process or hiring process can result in outcomes that no longer hold whiteness at the center. Shifting organizational structures, like removing organizational hierarchy chart, which would be the Washoe County organizational chart I shared with you, and titles can no longer hold witness at the center. And I quote, "This will not be easy work, and with difficult work there is resistance. Decentering requires a shift of learning paradigms, and shifting these paradigms requires most in education settings to question and refine their viewpoints, identities, and ways of thinking. Such work is rarely new, but rather repackaged in a way that is designed to make the pill easier to swallow," end quote. Do you see her woke agenda yet? Do you even care? Here's another quote from another article written by Susan Enfield. "Equity was not a founding design principle for our public education system, and the pandemic has laid this bare by showing just just how far and wide the inequities are for so many of our students, end quote. So I believe the saying goes, don't let a good crisis go to waste. And Susan Enfield is definitely capitalizing on the scamdemic to further her woke agenda. Title of this article is Delivering on Equity Post-Pandemic, Will We or Won't We? There is also a very enlightened discussion on Thought Exchange website regarding leading for DE&I while white. I quote, my ability to be provocative and vocal on issues is very much a privilege. It is a very directly part of my privilege as a white woman doing this work, end quote. So I want to share that my son graduated from the IB program at Worcester High School back in 2017, earning himself a National Merit Scholarship, and he did it with hard work and dedication. He was also a wrestler who won and lost a lot of matches. I don't think any of those kids or his opponents thought on the mat, oh no, I'm going to lose to the privilege of this white boy. No, they went out and kicked his ass, or not. Nobody ever gave it to him easy because he is white, and to say otherwise is demeaning to all hardworking people of all races. At what point in your career, Superintendent Enfield, did you sell your soul to the woke mob agenda? Was it really just your white privilege that got you this far?
Thank you.
Michelle Hull.
Hi, Ms. Hull.
Okay, so good evening again, Nichelle Hall with Wake Up Washoe County. We have a red and a blue bird on our website and card because we are nonpartisan, because we believe that child safety and education and family issues are nonpartisan. Last month, when Solace Care was a point of discussion, there was a little bit of a debate, and this body decided that it was not appropriate to change the verbiage in a paragraph on the contract pursuant to parents having the ultimate authority, that parents should be the providers of informed medical consent for their child to receive mental health treatments by the school district. And Neil Rombardo made the comment, yes, clearly I see Beth Smith nodding her head, and Beth Smith was actually the person, I believe, who said that that was occurring, that that wasn't ideal, but it was occurring. Yes, ma'am. And then Neil's response was that the verbiage in the contract was nothing unusual. In essence, nothing to see here. Don't be concerned, parents. And I honestly don't believe that parents give one iota about Mr. Rombardo's opinion of whether that verbiage was usual. Because parents are the number one care provider. They should be absolutely informed and involved with anything regarding their children. Exactly like Ms. Marguerite said, that administrative regulation that basically has the school telling children, shh, you don't have to tell your parents that you're going to go by a different name and you're going to use a different bathroom and be on a gender plan, and we won't either. And so the other Miss Westlake has started a petition on change.org to get that yanked. And I just want to salute Miss Westlake for engaging in that, and we are assisting her in getting petitions. And I truly hope that that will be removed. That's just one item of ill junk that Washoe has. And if Washoe was smart, then they would sit up and start pulling stuff out that is ineffective, that's anti-parent, completely anti-parent. This just goes to show that in California, the mother in Chico, in that school district, she is suing the superintendent and all trustee members because they too had the exact administrative regulation that Washoe County thinks great to employ. And her 10-year-old daughter was put on a gender plan without her knowledge, and then eventually, ultimately, she found that out and is now has representation to sue. So maybe, perhaps, you all should give that some contemplation and consideration. Thank you so much.
As a point of clarification, the school district does not provide counseling through Care Solace. Thank you.
Valerie Fianaka.
Hi, Ms. Fianaka. Hey, no worries. We're here with you.
Yeah, crazy. Thank you, Superintendent Enfield, for owning everything, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I do appreciate that. That's brave. For those of you watching online, and there are a lot of you I know that do, I want to remind you that Superintendent Enfield makes almost as much as our U.S. President. It's a lot of money. And I also want to remind you that except two of these, two of these trustees hired her. I was here at her in-person interview, and I asked you not to do it because she's fully on board with restorative justice. And it's gotten us in some sticky situations. It's going to get us in more sticky situations, I think. It's not working around the nation. It's not going to work here. And I heard the phrase, deeds not words, and that means a lot to me. There are not any kids that I don't want to be educated, any kids taken out of a school for most any reason. Paul White is a highly educated man. He's been a teacher for a long time. He's been a principal. He's been a superintendent. He's been written up in People magazine for the work he did in LA County with challenged kids. I would challenge you again, even though Paul might not be your ideal candidate, the ideal person that you would choose. I challenge you again to give the kids who are the worst behavior problems in your schools to Paul White. He knows how to solve this problem for you. He knows how to get these kids educated. He knows how to help them be successful. No matter what you think of him personally, you need to give him audience. You really do. He's volunteered his service, as I understand it. And I'm wondering, are you afraid he might be successful? Is it going to make y'all look bad? You can't be afraid of that, because at this point, there are some desperate kids. I mean, these kids are going to be lost, some of them. They're going to be in situations where there's not going to be any hope for them. They're going to walk away from the school system, or they're going to be tossed away from the school system, and there's going to be no hope. So what, you have nothing to lose. This is a win-win situation in my book. I mean, sometimes, I hate to toss out the word God, but sometimes God uses imperfect people to do perfect things. And I think in this situation, you got nothing to lose. And that conversation should be held. And I must go on and say that this is one of the most disrespectful meetings I have ever been to. I thought Angie Taylor had taken us that place, but this one comes a close second. And it wasn't just one person that took it there. I'm very, very sorry that it went there. I've been here for 2.5 years, almost without missing a few. When I broke my arm, I missed a few. But it was very disrespectful tonight. And I don't think you all owe that to your fellow board members.
Thank you, Ms. Fianaka.
Elena Starbuck.
Hi, Ms. Starbuck. Welcome. And I think based on what your husband said previously, thank you for being a teacher in the Washoe County School District.
Yes, thank you. Elena Starbuck, I teach at Clayton Middle School. I am here on behalf of many of my staff members. I'm a WA member, and I told them and promised them that I would be here and kind of just tell everybody what we're going through at our school. We have one teacher that was pushed. We have another teacher that he was punched in the face. We have a custodian that was punched. We have another teacher that has been cussed out and flipped off. One of our teachers is 8 months pregnant, and she had 4 students run into her classroom that she did not know. She did not feel comfortable other than telling them to get out, and they clearly scared her. There were no hallway supervision. Students are running amok throughout the school day, not going to classes. We've had to lock our doors so they don't come running and pounding on doors and classrooms or running into classrooms. Another teacher has said that she was stressed out. The student came to her today that hasn't been there for 2.5 months, and she presumed he was taken out of the class. But no, he was running around the school during her class time for the last 2.5 months. And finally, one of our people brought him to the classroom, and she has stressed that she cannot teach her class with him in the room. He gives her anxiety, and this is just some of what's going on. We've had to break up. Nobody comes to check on us. We're expected to go right back into the classroom and teach. Students are in the restrooms vaping. They have threatened other students to get out, or they're going to beat them up. We've had one student target special needs students, beating one student up so badly that she was gone for 2 weeks, came back and had bruises and severe cuts still on her face. Kind of going back, and I want to tighten it up, I guess. During the pandemic, I had 18 students in my class, really 36, but half would show up on one day, half would show up on the other day. The next year, I came back to 49 students in each of my classes for 7 different periods. It was abusive and unrealistic. I taught it for 3 semesters. I ended up breaking my ankle and didn't go back to work for about 2 months. The teachers and staff had to cover my classes. That person, finally, one of the people said, "Oh, we're not going to do art anymore. We're going to make it a PE class." And then I just wanted to finish up saying, I noticed that.
Thank you.
Okay.
But thank you so much. I'm so sorry, but I do. Please. Absolutely, you
Pablo
can.
Nava Duran.
No, you can absolutely come up, though. You can absolutely come up.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Hi, Mr. Nava Duran.
Let the gentleman go first.
Yeah, you can fill out your card later. Come on up.
Okay, thank you. I don't have the glasses. I appreciate it. I'm sorry if I'm breaking
No, this
form,
is your right.
but,
You don't have
know,
to say thank you. This is the time you're
I know
owed.
some of you probably been teachers. If you have, I commend you. Some of you may not, but my wife is in the trenches, and I'm a loving husband, and I too have kids that have graduated, and we still have one yet to go. And I am that parent that gets scared when I drop them off. I do see the schools in the district. I do visit my wife. I do converse with these wonderful, underpaid, overworked officers. We're talking about a panic button. Hey, that is a great idea. I think we can all agree. But do you guys realize how many times that button's going to be pushed? And do you have the forces to utilize how many times that button's going to be pushed? You don't. You put money towards a button, you got to put money towards these people. You got to put them in the middle schools, the elementary schools, the high schools. My wife put down here cameras in the hallways. We got a button with understaffed, overworked officers. A button. And we paid a lot of money for that button. Where'd the money come from? I'm hearing some rumors. It's magically appearing. I don't care about that. But we need to put money towards the officers, protecting my wife and fellow teachers. And yes, of course, the students. That's what we're here for. That's what she spent 27 years of her career. To end on this note, she's retiring before her time. You know why? Because talk. No solutions, talk. I am 52 years old. I've been in this system all my life, and all I've heard was talk. I think we need to go back to what did work and pull all this woke stuff aside, go back to what did work. I knew what my consequences were for my bad behavior at Delworth, and I was reprimanded. Did I do it again? No, I didn't. We used to have 2 officers at McQueen High School. Now we're down to 1. And why would they stay when they're underpaid and they're overworked? We got a button that's going to be pushed. I hope you guys realize this. It's going to be pushed a lot through the day, but you don't have enough staff members to manage that button. Also, if we have cameras in the hallways to protect our teachers, when there is an altercation, a lot of teachers are afraid. They run in their classrooms. Not my little ninja, 5'2". Whew. Hey, she's out there disrupting the fight, knowing that at any given time, her job can be in jeopardy because you're not supposed to touch the students. They can touch you. They can hurt you.
and they are. But we have a button. I do think the button's a great idea. But please, think more smarter. And I'm sorry, you're all intelligent. I'm not trying to demean anybody. But with a button comes
Thank you so
officers.
much. I do, just as a point of clarification, the ESSER money is federal money. It's a one-time use federal money.
Get more.
I would love to.
Well, talk to the other 30, 20, and 10 percenters.
Thank you so much.
And find out how they allocate money and why we're still in the bottom 50.
Okay, thank you. But thank you.
Listen
Thank
to
you
me.
so much. No, we are.
Trust me.
We are. Thank
But
you.
Don't listen. Take action.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Hi, Mr. Nava Duran.
Well, it seemed like I know it's going to be a tough week for Susan Enfield and for the school trustee, but I see a fight over Washington County School District, so I don't care about Susan Enfield article. I don't know what the article is, so I never heard Susan Enfield article, never read them, don't care, so I only care about her job. Of Washington County School District, so right now, so I know the fight over student behavior or the fighting, stabbing, teacher, all kind of stuff. It's very unacceptable, very unacceptable for the school system, and the officer tried to protect the student teacher from being violent or overwork on the pay. So we need to hire more teacher, but not a teacher, but a custodian, staff, police officer, many more. They need to hire police officer that are very more supported. And the first thing first is get the state legislature, abolish the discipline, distort justice, get rid of, create a new law that work for us. Second, hire more teachers, staff, and custodian. With the governor, Joe Lobano, proposed $2 billion for funding for public education. And then third, get the implicated, create a community, the student behavior community, to work with staff and teacher and administrator to work together to solve a problem for the administrator. And from personal, I want to talk about some of that I did as sub teacher is my fault. Is I take it personally, and I got banned from Hug, Pine, this guy middle school. You know what I did. I got no reason for action. I guess that because of I did not do so well in management on a classmate. And I think about being going suicide since December, since happened at Dilworth Middle School, happened Dilworth, and my mental health get worse. I post to social media daily, and I think this society will be better without me. So yeah, so have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Navaduran.
Kaylin Evans.
Hi, Mr. Evans. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I know it's been a long night, and I appreciate everybody. For the record, my name's Kaylin Evans, president of the Washoe Education Association. First, I do appreciate the conversations that's going on tonight, and really looking forward, more importantly, to the actions that are coming and the actions that have happened tonight and the work that's going to be continuing to get done. When we talk about the issues within state law that we are addressing, the district policy within the behavior matrix, that has to be coupled, though, with the support and resources that we need. Those support and resources that we're talking about, whether it's law enforcement or additional teachers, social workers, behavioral therapists, all of these things that go into school, they have a price tag, and so we are working tirelessly right now in Carson City, like back and forth every day, 5 days a week, trying to make sure that our district has the support and resources we need to be able to tackle this issue, because it is a monster issue that we are going at, and it's going to take all of those things, right? And thank you, Dr. Enfield, for continuing to address the procedures and the systems within this very large system that has been working in a certain way for a very long time. And it takes a tremendous amount of work to move something that's been going in this direction for this long. And, you know, I'll end with something positive. My daughter, she's a kindergarten at Sarah Winnemucca, and she loves her teacher. And I ask her, and she's starting to read, and she's in her book in her room, and she's reading in her bed all the time at night, which makes me extremely happy. And I ask her, why do you like your teacher? Yeah, I love my teacher. Why do you love her? And because she makes me feel special. And honestly, I don't care about anything else. Like, I'll get my kid to get where they need to get. Like, academically, I want my kid to know that their teacher loves them. And first and foremost, we have to understand the teachers in our school district and the people that come up here, they love their students. And that's what we're here. And Trustee Rodriguez, I applaud your comments as well about when you care deeply about something, you fight for it. And that's exactly what we have to do. And is it perfect? No. And that's why we're here. And that's why we're tirelessly working 12-hour days to try to address this, because we care. Nobody doesn't care. So I just want to say that we have to continue to keep a collective fight and effort together and not allow the division that can easily come between all of us when it's too big of an issue to go at it alone. Okay, so I appreciate everyone's efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans.
The board received emails from Amber Hayes, Mon Bertolucci, Brian Ebers, Stephanie Harns, and Elizabeth Gebhardt.
Wonderful. All right. Well, that closes public comment. And so our next meeting, regular meeting of the Board of Trustees, will be April 11th. And on that note, at 9:28, I call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.